Good day to everyone. Now let's go to our first online video discussions and this subject, the institutional corrections. So what is corrections? Corrections, it doesn't mean that the word to correct our work, to correct our tasks. The word corrections in our study, it is referring to correct the way or to change the way of life of a persons from doing bad things to good things. In the field of correctional institutions, corrections, that is referring to reformations of a persons deprived of liberty or an offender in order to change their way of life through the rehabilitation program implemented inside the prison institutions. Okay. Correction is not referring to correct our work or job. Correction, it means to correct the behavior of a person from bad things to good things. Okay? The word corrections and prison institutions is to reform the way of life through the rehabilitation program implemented with the help of other agencies. Okay? Kasi hindi pwedeng masulo lang ng Bureau of Corrections na yung programa kasi magastos. So para ma-implement nila lahat in order to what we call this based on the Geneva Convention on the Treatment of Offenders, in order to satisfy the needs of every person deprived of liberty, in order to help them to change their way of life, so there must be a strong and a sustainable reformations program inside the prison institutions. But this agency cannot fulfill said agreement without the help of other agencies, no? So now let's go to the expectations. So everybody should explain the difference and the similarities of the Auburn system to the Pennsylvania system. So later we will learn what is the meaning, what is the approach of the treatment of offenders in the Auburn as well as in the Pennsylvania. So the meta language, what is meta language? Meta language, it talks about the semi-glossary or as common terms used in the study of the institutional corrections. Okay, first is we have correction. So correction is a branch of the criminal justice system, and in fact it is the last, no, the last pillar or the pep pillar of our criminal justice systems, no. So concerned with the custody, supervision, and rehabilitation of criminal offenders. So prisons. Prison is referring to a penal establishment or an institutions under the control of the Bureau of Corrections as well as the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, and shall include the new believed prisons and other correctional institutions. Competent authority. When we say competent authority, these are referring to those agencies or government agencies have a police power. So when we say have a police powers, these entities or agencies of the government can give order of arrest, no? Like the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals, the Regional Trial Court, the Metropolitan Trial Court, all courts, all level of courts, no? Including the House of Representatives, Senate, Commission on Elections, Bureau of Immigration, and the Board of Pardons and Parole. Bakit napasama ang Commission on Elections dito? Because Commission on Elections have also a police power. And their police power is limited only in the violations of the election law. Now, Bureau of Immigration, it is limited only on the arrest of those illegal migrants or foreigners who are failed to renew their visas or they have no proper document. Now, the Boards of Pardons and Paroles, the Boards and Pardons and Paroles, they also have a police powers to give order for rearrest of the paroli or the pardoni if they violate the rules and conditions as stated on the parole or the pardon conditions. Okay? Inmate. So, we're referring to the offenders who are under the custody of the prison institutions. Okay? But now, kasi binago ng pangalan, hindi na ang tawag sa kanya, inmate pa rin, kaya lang may bagong term, yung PDL, persons deprived of liberty. So, inmates refers to a national prisoners or one sentenced by a court to serve a maximum term of imprisonment for more than 2 years or a fine of not more than 1,000 pesos. Now, sir, bakit inmate? Bakit nasa national, ano lang siya, national prisoner? Bakit hindi kasama ang sa word ng sa jail? Kasi sa jail is detainee. Kasi 95% of the person deprived of liberty under the custody of the Bureau of Jail and Management and Penology, they are not yet convicted. Their case is under investigation or on trial. Kaya hindi pwedeng tawagin sila na inmate. Kung hindi, detainee. Pero lahat naman binago na eh. Ginawa na silang persons deprived of liberty. Kaya lang, ang term na ginagamit yun, pag nasa question ka, inmate. Pag nasa Bureau of Jail ka, detainee. Now, what about the lock-up cell? Anong term sa kanila? The same pa rin. Detainee. So, dinitain yan sila. So, what is the purpose of detaining a person or an offender? There are two purposes. First is to prevent these persons to make the same occurrence of a crime. Second is to protect this person to any possible reprisals of the family of the victim. So that is the purpose why the person will be detained or under safekeeping. Actually, ang tawag naman doon sa lock-up cell is safekeeping ang tawag, no? So ginagamit din yan sa jail. So detainee, a person is confined in prison pending preliminary investigation. Sabi natin kanina, their case is ongoing or their case is under investigations or appeal. O legal process by the competent authority. Sinong nire-refer ni competent authority nito? Yung all level of courts. Okay? From first level, second level, third level, up to the fourth level. So we will not discuss the first level and the second level because that is not our subject. That is the subject under the criminal justice system. No? Did convict is referring to an offenders who are convicted by the trial court on a capital punishment and which is the death penalty. So sa ngayon, wala na tayong death convict. Meron tayong reclusion perpetua. Now, death convict refers to an image whose death penalty is imposed by regional trial court affirmed by the Supreme Court and bank. Okay? Superintendent. Now, take note. Superintendent is the one in charge of the Bureau of Prisons. So, ang in charge ang supervisor sa tanang Bureau of Correction, ginatawag na siya og prison superintendent. Katong prison director, lahi. Ang prison director, mo na siya ang overall in charge to all Bureau of Prisons in the country. Now, sa Bureau of Jail naman, ang tawag natin sa person in charge of the said institution is jail warden. No? Jail warden ang tawag na to. So, amo na ang tawag na to, jail warden or wardress. Okay. Carpeta. Carpeta, it is an institutional record of the prisoners which is kept by the receptions and diagnostic center of the Bureau of Corrections. And also, doon naman sa iba din yung sa BGMP, no? Iba ang sa kailangan. Mamaya, malaman natin yan. Now, carpeta refers to the institutional record of inmates which consists of mitimos, commitment order, prosecutor's information, and decision of the trial court, including the affiliate court. Now, para hindi tayo malito, iba ang carpeta. Ang guide lang natin, yung keyword natin, carpeta, it is a record or an institutional record of an inmate which is kept by the Bureau of Prisons. Now, ngayon, ito yung isa na pwede tayong malito. The prison record. Okay? So, what is prison record? It is refers to information concerning an inmate's circumstances, offense committed, sentence imposed, criminal case number, the trial in appellate courts, and date when the service of their sentence commenced. Now, para hindi tayo malito, kunya may question, it is a record or an institutional record of a prisoners which is kept by the Bureau of Prisons or Prison Institutions, and that is carpeta. Pero kung ang tinatanong doon, it is a record of a prisoners bearing the inmate circumstances, offense committed, sentence imposed, case number, the trial court, in appellate court, and the date when the service of the sentence will commence. So ngayon, para di ka malito, carpeta, institutional, prison record, circumstances of an offense committed by the inmate or the offender. Okay? So, para di ka maglibog, no? Para di ka malibog. Okay, so now let's go to the introductions. Okay. In primitive time, forms of punishment were so barbaric, yes, and very ruthless, harsh, because there is no other way of form of punishment except death. Now, either by means of flogging, no, lumsan, beating, ulatahon, then ilabay dito sa lasang, no, kung asa daghan ang mga isog ng mga mananap, itatapon doon sa what we call this, yung kagubatan, which infested by wild animals. But in the modern trend of corrections, all of these forms of punishment are only a thing of the past. Now, the prison system is the organization, arrangement of prisons, provisions, and operation, and depends on their natures that may invoke correction. So meaning, correction nowadays implement a different types of programs in which is suited to the needs of every persons deprived of liberty or those persons who are incarcerated because of the violations of the penal code or in the special laws. In the late 1980s, institutions for the confinement of convicts, the detention of those awaiting trial included a variety of national prisons in penal farms as well as numerous or small local jails and lockups. Now, by the way, para malaman natin, sir, ano bang lockup? Lockup, that is a detention cell in the police stations for the purpose of safekeeping of those arrested offenders, no? Either by virtue of warrant or under the warrantless arrest. In general, the national prisons house more severe offenders. So ano itong national prisons? Yung Bureau of Corrections. Because the Bureau of Corrections, the custody, or they are responsible to give program or treatment rehabilitation program to those persons who are convicted by the court of more than 3 years. And those serving short terms withheld was held in local facilities, yun sa jail, sa provincial jail, no? Or district jail. That was at the national level, the prison system was supervised by the Bureau of Prisons. And the Bureau of Prisons is under the Department of Justice, while the BGMP is directly under the DILG. Take note, the difference of the two, Bureau of Corrections catered persons deprived of liberty whose sentence is more than 3 years. Now, for the Bureau of Jail or the jail management, they catered persons deprived of liberty whose sentence is less than 3 years. No? 3 years less than, not 3 years below. So, meaning, but their similarity is the custody, or they are responsible to give program to those persons deprived of liberty under their custody. The only difference is Ang Bureau of Correction under sa DOJ. Ang mga priso nga ilahang galagaran dito, katong mga tao nga nasintensyahan og sobra sa 3 ka tuig. Ang sa Bureau of Jail under sa DILG. Ang mga priso nga ilang galagaran, ang katong mga tao nga wala pa na konbikto pero tuloy ginakuan pa ang kaso, ginaimbestigahan, o ang posible nga sentensya dili mulapas sa 3 ka tuig, no? Hindi lalagpas ng 3 taon. Okay. Now, the Bureau was responsible for the safekeeping and the rehabilitation through general and moral education. Actually, nanas balik-aral program dito, no? Yan kasi, gusto kang miskwila o major in vulcanizing, dito na, no? Actually, wala na major vulcanizing dito. Mga technical courses lang na dito. Pero I don't know kung murag na din na sa program nga academic pro high school lang, no? Kay labi na din sa murag na sila educational program. Pero with regards to the vocational technical program, lagi na sila. That is their main program. Ang purpose mo kaya ng tech book is so that the person deprived of liberty will become unskilled persons. So after their serving of sentence or after once they will be released, so they have a weapons to face a new life. So para na sila magamit sa ilahang pagbago sa ilahang panginabuhian, no? Kung tinday o automotive siya, so magamit niya. Whereas kung eskwela siya o butan na to, nahuman siya og K-12 dito, no? Human niya naman siya record. So nabay tao nga mukuha siya, marag wala, no? So may man tong automotive kay pwede ka magtukod igi mo ang shop. Now, kita magong mga Pilipino, di man putanan, no, pero halos, no? So di wala nato ginatagaan og higayon ang mga tao nga na priso. Dili biyata nang piniriso kriminal. Nakahimo lang na sila tungod sa mga sitwasyon nga dili nila kayang pugnan, no? Okay. Now let's go to the history of the Philippine corrections. The government maintains 6 correctional institutions and penal farms. Unsa man ni? Una naatay National Bilibid Prison, and that is located in Muntinlupa, no? Or sa Rizal. Then we have the San Ramon Prison and Penal Farm, which is located in Zamboanga City. Then we have our very own the Davao Penal Colony and Prison Farm. It is located in Apuduhali, Panabo. Then we have correctional institutions for women, which is located in Mandaluyong. Then we have yung Iwahig Penal Colony, which is located in Palawan. And then naatay sa Mindoro, no? Naatay sa Mindoro. Then we have the last is katong sa Abuyog Liti Prison and Penal Farm, no? So, yun. Okay. Now, the penitentiary serve as the central facility for those sentenced to life imprisonment or a long-term incarcerations. It was divided into 2 camps. Ang ginamit natin diriya, ang National Bilibid Prisons. Actually, ang Bilibid Prisons nasa 2 camps. Unsa man ni? Camp Sampaguita and Bukang Liwayway. Ang Camp Sampaguita, mao ni siya ang nagakiter og mga medium termer. So diri nakulong si Rubin Padilla. Then ang Bukang Liwayway katong sa mga minimum termer about to be released na sila, no? So yan. So isa lang atong correctional institutions per women. Sa Mandaluyong lang, nagkaroon lang tayo ng subcolony for correctional institution for women, which we are very happy and we are proud because the outside prison institutions for women is located also in Panabo, no? Okay? Now, combination of prison and penal farms also were located sa Zamboanga City, Palawan, Mindoro Oriental, and several Mindanao provinces. Prison condition in the Philippines were generally poor and prison life was harsh. Yes, nga naman, wala lagi pundo, kulag pundo. So, dili gud miingon katong under the Geneva Convention na treatment of offenders. So, in fact, we are the one of the signatories on that agreement, no, the international agreement, treatment of offenders. But hangtod lang ta diha nga naman kay wa may pundo. Kay ang pananaw manggod sa uban, ang treatment maganda to sa mga piniriso, the treatment of the government to the person deprived of liberty is a combination of one, hatred, no? Katong natawag na to nga, unsa na, kanang naluoy ug naay kasuko, a feeling of sympathy and a feeling of hatred. Ano man, nagsympathy sila kay gitagaan pa Manila og pundo, pagkaon. We know already that all persons deprived of liberty, they are not taxpayers, they are tax eaters. So nga ang mga tax sa tao diha kanang nagbayad og tax, way labot nang wala nagbayad og tax, no? Nag-agad lang sa tabang sa gobyerno, mga parasito. So diha na tagak, no? Okay. The criminal justice system in the Philippines and its component. I know you are already well-versed on this, you are knowledgeable on this, but we need to review, no? Okay. Ingon sila, dali lang daw makalimot ang Pilipino, labi na gamay ilong, no? Labi na katuyang ilong, murag katong palwang naghayang, ay Ginoo. Okay. The Philippine criminal justice system is essentially the system or process in the community by which crimes are investigated. So that is the meaning of the criminal justice system. Therefore, persons suspected of an offense are taken into custody, prosecuted in court, and punished if found guilty of a crime committed. Provisions made for the treatment and rehabilitations, reformation purposes. Okay, so the 5 components of the system have a 5 distinct but coordinated components. First is we have the law enforcement, okay? Prosecutions, court, corrections, and the community. It is distinct because each component has its respective functions to perform as an institution or an integral part of another system aside from the criminal justice system. Okay. So, we have the community. The community is responsible. It talks about the dispute resolutions, no? Through amicable settlement within the barangay under the PD 1508. Then we have the law enforcement. So they are the one who will assess the community and responsible to maintain public order. Then we have the judicial authorities or the court, prosecutions, no? Prosecutions pala, prosecution yan. So they are the one who will evaluate the findings of the police. So they are responsible to file information to the court. If there is a reasonable grounds to believe that the said issues is have what we call this a substance to continue to file actions. Then the court will be the one to receive the information filed by the prosecutions and rapport for the schedule of hearing or arraignment. Then the last, if a person will be convicted or for subject for safekeeping, so the last is we have the corrections. No? And then paglabas ng person deprived of liberty after rendering service of sentence, so they will go back to the community on where they are belong. Okay? So the components or the system of our criminal justice or the pillars, it is coordinated because these components operate in a manner being interdependent and supportive for one another to achieve the very purpose of the system. So why it is interdependent? Because they are their own functions. Ang komunidad na ikagalingon niya responsibilidad sa atong gobyerno. Ang atong law enforcement agency na responsibilidad sa atong gobyerno sa katawan nga ilang giserbisyuhan. Ang prosecutions na sa ikagalingon nga responsibilidad para matabangan ang mga tao nga gipangpailan og kaso o para mo tabang sa pagfile sa kaso. Ang atong korte, the court, siyang mo receive sa gipile nga kaso iyang pag-estadihan, tapos mag-hold og trial o mag-approve sa application for bail or plea bargaining. Then, ang atong corrections. So, sila ang nagadawa sa mga taong nga nakonbikto o gipasakahan og kaso. So, sila ang muhatag og programa para mapabag-o nila ang kahimtang sa usa ka piniriso. Okay. These established 5 components are also known as the 5 pillars of the criminal justice system. Now, if you hear that there is what we call this informal justice system, actually there is no informal justice system. Yung sinasabi nila, ang informal sir, kay kuan daw sir, mauna daw ang kuan, ang community. Then tapos ang law enforcement, no, dili. Isa ratong justice system, kanang formal ra. From law enforcement, then prosecution, court, corrections, and community. So, ambot nga nung na-informal ng ubang reference sa criminal justice na libro. Buot ang utor, anak. Okay? And worse, is one component blames another component of the pillar of the systems to effectively deal with other offenders already introduced into it. Yes. So, nga naman magpinasaya magpagbasulay. Sana. Nagfile og kaso ang komunidad. Then gimbestigahan sa pulis, gidakop. Gipile ang ningon ng pulis, ma'am, kulang man dagkon, ma'am. Gamay ra man ning kasuhan ni, dili pailan gid kaso, pailan. Pagabot dito sa piskal, ningon ng piskal nga pangita pa mo laing ebidensya kay huyang kay ni, ningon ng pulis ug ang komunidad nga, dili sir, bukat na kay na sir, daghang kami witness. So ang prosecution pod, gipile pod. So pagtimbang-timbang sa korte, dismiss ang kaso. So karon, kung dili man ma-dismiss, malabay dito, gibuhian nga ayaw man ni nagbag-o ning piniriso, wa magitabang ang atong gobyerno, walay tabang ang komunidad. So meaning magbinasulay na, no? Magbinasulay. Let's see. Okay, now let's go to the function of the 5 components in the criminal justice system. Now, law enforcement. Law enforcement, its role is to conduct investigation on the alleged crime committed by a person, arrest or detain the violator of the penal law or an ordinance, effect the warrant issued by the court, and assist the complainant in filing a case. Prosecution. Its function is to evaluate the police findings submitted to their office, conduct a preliminary investigation, receive the complaint filed by the victim, and be responsible to file information to the court and act as a legal prosecutor of the offended party. Now, balikan natin itong tinatawag natin na evaluate the police findings. Actually, pag-subscribe ng doon, kaso sa fiscal, i-evaluate pa yan, analyze kung meron bang matibay na basehan. Kasi doon pa lang sa opisina ng fiscal, pwede na niyang i-dismiss ang kaso kung wala itong substance in proof. So, if there is no substance in proof to continue to file action, doon pa lang sa kanyang opisina, tutyo na ang kaso. No? So basta kulang-kulang ang ebidensya, especially kung naay violations of the rights of a persons during the time of arrest. The court, its function is to conduct cross-examination of the witness before the warrant, either warrant of arrest or search warrant, to conduct arraignment, and to hold trial before giving the final decisions. Actually, the courts have a multifarious task. Then it is difficult on the part of the court to decide over the case because it talks about the life, not only the life of the accused, but the entire family of the accused. Corrections. Correction is considered as the weakest component of the criminal justice system. Now, so why it is considered as the weakest component? Actually, they are weak in terms of giving rehabilitation program. Why? You cannot blame the correction because they only receive a minimal amount of budget. And when in fact, it cannot support the programs. When in fact, under the indeterminate sentence law on the agreement under the Geneva Conventions, dapat ang usa ka piniriso, do ka piniriso lang sa isa ka silda. No? Pero natabo di sa tuwa, ang silda na intended for 7 person or 7 prisoners na himong 20 ka buok. Na, unsaon pa man pagkuanana. So mana nga nahulog sila nga weakest component. Because the feeling of our government to the prisoners are love and hate. So sa maning love and hate, nahigugma gyapon sila sa prisoner, naluoy gyapon sila, kikitagaan pa mag-budget. I think 70 pesos na magani siguro ang per dime sa piniriso, no? So, matag-usa ka piniriso. Hate. Uno-uno ni mo 70 pesos sa isa kadlaw, sakto ba na? Nga ikaw gani mamahaw, 100 pesos man gani mong pamahaw. Usay moabot pag 150 na pa kay merinda. Ang atong mga piniriso, nang luspad na lang tao na. No? Makakaon na sila og lami kayo kung naay bisita mo abot. Kay pakita sa bureaucracy nga lami gyud ang gikaon sa mga piniriso. Nutritious. No, nagde na sila nutritionist, no? Ang tinuon wa di ay. Di man ka sa mga kakita og isa ka kilong munggo sa bawag isa ka taro. Mura na siya katong dilata nga pork and beans. Pangitaon pa nimo ang pork kay daghang kay beans. No say dugmok pagid ang pork. Okay, each function is to reform the convicted offender through the rehabilitation program inside the correction. The function of the corrections in our criminal justice system is to reform the offender through rehabilitation programs such as giving an opportunity to every convicted offender to continuous study by way of vocational training program. Actually, ang atong Bureau of Corrections, particularly ang National Bilibid Prisons, na sila ay college program. Ang major is business and management, no? Napoy pangutanang uban nga, sir, pwede ba makabuto ang mga piniriso sa Bureau of Correction? The answer is yes. Pero ang pwede lang nga makabuto nga na dito sa Bureau o sa penal colony, katong mga nakonbikto sa korte nga ang ilang kaso ilang giapila. So meaning, katong mga case on appeal nga mga piniriso, pwede pa to sila mubuto nga naman because they are not finally convicted. Kaya ila pa mang giapila ilang kaso, no? Take note katong nasa dili kay buto sa pag convicted ng tao nasa Bureau of Correction, di na pwede mubuto dili. Dahil mga piniriso sa Bureau of Correction nga pwede pang mubuto, tungod kay ilang kaso, giapila pa. But pasabot nga pag-apila, wapay siguro ba si unyag ma-acquit sila sa kaso, no? Ma-modified ang or ma-reverse ang decision sa lower court. Okay. Now sa jail, siyempre, 90% of their prisoners are entitled to invoke their rights of suffrage. No, buto gina sila kay man na sila na konbikto. No? So, yan. Yamin mo po, sir, pwede ba nabay conjugal visit ang mga babae sa Bureau of Correction o sa jail? Wala. Ang lalaki lang ang naay conjugal rights. Na, kung mabuntis ng babae diya sa prisuhan, kasi may manubag anak, ang jail guard or ang correction officer, nag-ahak lang. No? So muna, ang lalaki lang ang naay conjugal rights o conjugal visit rights. Ang babae, wa. Now, the next is the community. The community pillars functions to help and coordinate the government's program, specifically on the maintenance of peace and order. Okay, so now let's discuss with the early forms of punishment and primitive time. We cannot negate the truth that society is judged by how it treats its prisoners, and that the methods employed in the past were harsh in treating its prisoners. For those living in the 20th century, it may be difficult to envision the savage treatment of offenders in the past, since we believe that there is no other forms of punishment before, except death. Kumbaga ba, kung ang tao nagkasala o pinaratangan ng isang kasalanan, so hindi na niya, wala siyang karapatan o wala siyang karapatan na dumipinsa sa kanyang sarili. Kung hindi, ay automatic siyang paparusahan. At ang parusang ito ay isang napakasakit dahil ang parusa ay kamatayan. Every society has various social control methods, ranging from public disapproval to death, that holds individual to expected standard forms of behavior. Even today, we have the social controls, but our social controls based on the laws, unlike before. So, we must give things to King Hammurabi, because King Hammurabi, based on his concept or ideas on how to control and prevent blood feuds, so he made all tribal laws or the so-called common law to become a code, and that is known as the Code of Hammurabi. Hammurabi, also known as the father of king of all laws, because he makes all traditional laws to become a code. Remember, once it becomes a code, it cannot be a change, but it can be modified, no? Kumbaga ba, para sa kagaya nating revised penal code. So, dahil medyo magaan yung parusa na nakalagay doon sa revised penal code, ang gagawin ng ating gobyerno, no, sa pamamagitan ng ating kongreso, ay amindahan. So, ibig sabihin, amindahan, pabigatin, kasi code yun, hindi pwedeng palitan kasi nasa batas yun. So, pabigatin lang siya. Yung magaan na parusa, yung mababa na piyansa or penalty, ay papataasin. So the very purpose of this is to, what we call is to deter, no? So that offenders will make hesitance to commit a certain acts. Okay? First is we have the blood feuds. So blood feuds, ito yung natawag natin na dugo sa dugo. Mata sa mata, ipin sa ngipin. Okay? So, in our present situations, the rido is gradually passing, no? So, medyo nawawala na yung rido kasi nga educated na yung mga kapatid nating mga Muslims. Then, and we have also yung sa tinatawag natin sa tribo na anong tawag nito? Yung bang ubusan ng lahi din, no? I forgot, no? Pangayaw. No, para malaman lang ng lahat, ang pangayaw sa tribo, bago yan mangyari, dadaan mo na yan sa posiso. Sa anong posiso? Ganito yan. Pangayaw can only be happen, no? Ganito yan. Kunyari, si A, membro ng tribo Itbanag. Si B, tribo na, membro ng tribo Tabunso. Ngayon, si A at si B nagtagpo sa isang lugar dahil isang babae lang ang kailangang ligawan. Ngayon, nag-away ang dalawa. Accidentally, napatay ni B si A. So, which is member of sa ibang tribo. So, dahil napatay ito, yung pamilya ni A gustong gumanti. So, hindi sila pwedeng gumanti hanggat hindi sila nagpapalam sa kanilang elders. So, ngayon yung elders, kausapin nila, hindi sabi nila, hindi. Kailangan meron tayong tinatawag dyan na blood money, no? Maghingit yan ng danyo sa kanila. So ngayon, mag-usap yung elders ng kabila at saka itong elders ng tribu A. So pag hindi sila nagkasundo at hindi kaya nung pamilya ni B yung hinihinging bayad ng pamilya ni A, so doon pa lang magkakaroon ng pangayaw. Okay? So balikan natin ang blood feuds. It is an ancient culture that developed the idea of justice based on vengeance, retributions, and compensations. So, when a crime is committed, the victim is expected to dole out justice with his own hands. So, yung sabi nga natin kanina, yung rido at saka yung pangayaw. Di ba? May compensation dyan. So, dyan yung compensation mo na bago yung paghihiganti. So, kung hindi makaya, hindi kayang bayaran nung nakadisgrasya, doon pala mangyari yung pangayaw. No, the punishment was carried out by the victim personally. along with help provided by one's family. So the offender will seek refuge with his family and friends as a result of the systems of blood feuds developed. So ano ibig sabihin nito? Kunyari, yung pamilya ni B, hinahanting na ngayon ng sa buong tribo ng A. Ngayon, dahil natatakot sila, nagtago sila, nagkanlong sila sa kamag-anak. Yung kamag-anak nila, so magiging kalaban na rin ng buong tribo ng A. Ngayon, kung yung tribo naman ni B, hindi nila sinuko yung pamilya ni B, na which is belong to the tribe, so lahat ng tribong yun magiging kalaban ng tribo A. So if you remember yung nangyari somewhere in Bukidnon ba yun? Or in Cagayan, no? So yun. Lex talionis. So lex talionis is the law of retaliation. So when we say the law of retaliations, ang purpose ng lex talionis is para maibsan, kung hindi maiwasan ang gantihan. At least, kunyari, kung ang isang tao nagnakaw, kung ano yung ginamit niya sa kanyang krimen, yun ang kukunin sa kanya. Yun tinatawag natin na eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, life for a life. So, ibig sabihin, pag nakapatay siya, kailangan patayin din siya. No, siya lang yung paparusahan. No, kung nang rape siya, nang gasa siya, so kung ano yung ginamit niya sa panggagasa, yun ang kukunin siya. Pero pag pinatay niya yung biktima niya, so papatayin din siya. That is a simple law, no? Based on the time of Hammurabi. Remember, lex talionis is an old law. It is an old law in the history of law. But in the Philippines, we have the so-called is the Code of Kalanchaw. Kasi sinasabing, sir, ano naman yung lumang batas na sinusunod ng Pilipinas? Yung sa history ng Philippines. Sa Pilipinas, meron tayong tinatawag na the Code of Kalanchaw. Meron pa nga nagsasabi the Code of Maragtas, no? But based on reference, accordingly, Code of Maragtas and the Code of Kalanchaw are the same because yung mga tribal leaders, yung mga dato-dato, may kanya-kanyang pangalan. Tatawagin sila yung si Dato Maragtas, si Dato Kalanchaw, no? So, hindi natin alam. Pero ang nakalagay lang talaga sa istorya is meron tayong tinatawag na Code of Kalanchaw. Okay. Now, it is important to remember that these formulations were codes, not laws. So, pag sinabi, ano bang mas matibay? Ang batas o ang kodigo? Ang kodigo, kasi ang kodigo ang pinagbabasihan ng ating batas. Now, functional the system of social control was quite simple on a practical basis. Personal retribution by the victim was still dominant method of control. In fact, the law of retaliations against the offender is reflected in the Code of Hammurabi. Remember, lex talionis is the law of retaliation. Hindi yung batas ng gantihan. Kung hindi, ginawa ito para maiwasan yung gantihan. No, putting the laws on their hands. So, ibig sabihin, kung nagkasala ang isang tao, paparusahan ng naayon sa kanilang batas. No? Okay, so now let's go to the next early forms of punishment, which is the medieval form of punishment. So the medieval punishment is like an ancient forerunners. Medieval Europeans were ruthless in the exercise of punishments, such as knives, axes, whippings, barnacles, collars, and cuffs were commonly used to inflict punishment with confinement in a cold, dark, and damp, vermin-infested dungeons. There are three brutal ruthless and medieval forms of punishment, and these are Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is a box-like device with the front half hinged like a door, so that a person could be placed inside. When the door was shut down, the protruding spikes, both back and front, entered to the body of the victim. So paano ginagawa ito? Isa itong device na kung merong taong hinuli at paparusahan ng kamatayan, ipapasok sa loob ng box. And then pag nagsara ito, yung mga, anong tawag nito, yung mga matutulis na bagay, yung araw, no? So maglalabasan, iipitin siya hanggang magkatusok-tusok yung kanyang katawan at mamatay siya. Pangalawa is the rock. The rock is a device that drag apart the joints in the feet and the hands of an offender. Iba ito. So itong the rock, tatalian yung kamay at saka paa mo at yung katawan mo. So ano ito siya, yung pang mag-i-stretch, no? So kanang unsay tawag ani, ibirahon ang imong tibok lawas hantud magkaputol-putol. So hasta luuyan nimo, no? Now, the Tower of London is a combination of the Iron Maiden and the rock. The Tower of London is the most ruthless one. The Tower of London originally built as a fortress for the defense of the city. This is a famous symbol of such cruel punishment. It was that an even more torturous contraptions was developed, where the rock stretched its victims. These machines compressed the body of the victim. It's more dreadful and more complex than the rock. Kung ang rock, birahon ang lawas sa biktima, kini siya, birahon na, ipiton pa. So, kinalasan imong kugmo barikos diri, bugto. No, the whole body is bent that some blood exudes from the tips of the hands and feet. So, murag, kuha siya, bira, papiyukon niya, hantod magbugto imong lawas mo, your body will separate apart. Okay. Banishment and exile. When we say banishment and exile, it is to a person will be thrown from one place to another. So, itatapon siya sa ibang. Ang exile natin ngayon, bago na yung, when we say, meron tayong exile, yung tatawag natin na dischero. Pag sinabi mong dischero, a person is not allowed to enter on a specified kilometers based on the punishment what declared by the court, no? So, dischero ang tawag natin sa makabagyo itong isa. Meron naman tayong exile, yet to say in the term, kung ang isang politiko gusto niyang mag-self-exile sa isang lugar or asylum in one place, like in the case of yung si Jose Macizo, no? Self-exile siya sa Netherlands. Okay? Serious offenders were transported to banishment or exile. Banishment was considered an appropriate response to misbehavior, even in a modified form for small children, like cutting of all communication to his parents. So, nung unang panahon pa lang, nandun na yung pagdidisiplina sa mga batang pasaway. So, ilalagay sila sa isang lugar without any communications as a part of the punishment. Kumbaga ba, ilalagay sa isang lugar ang mga bata na yung mga pasaway na walang komunikasyon sa kanilang magulang para magsisisi sila, no? So matagal itong pagdisiplina. Iba-iba nga lang niya, kaya lang hindi naintindihan ng iba kung bakit sa bagay meron din yung sumubra ng pagdisiplina, halos patayin na yung bata. Kaya nagkaroon tayo ng batas na Juvenile Act. Stock and pillories. They were considered mild from punishment. Stock were used to far back as Roman times in 1351. A British was passed whereby stocks were to be placed in every town. Initially, they were to punish to refuse to take an oath to observe the law. So, ilalagay ka doon sa isang parang talian dito, bunabunalan siguro ka no? So, grabe dito, pag hili ka mo sunod sa balaod, so, you will be punished, no? Accordingly. Marag i-degrade ka in front of the people. Whipping, wala ta dire. Samtang gitali ka dito, bunal-bunalan ka. Now, fillers were sometimes used as whipping. But in 1791, whipping of females was ceased. So, katong pagka 1791, so ang babae, dili na pwede talian, ibitay, tapos bunal-bunalan. Mga lalaki na lang siguro. Kaya in 1791, gipawala naman tong pagtali o pagbunal sa mga babae, no? House of Corrections. During the reign of Elizabeth I, it was passed that all shires, alam natin, ito yung mga head of the tithings, no? Kumbaga ba sila ni mga team leader, have at least on House of Corrections for rogues, bagabans. You know what is bagabans? Yung bang palaboy-laboy, and sturdy beggars. These plays were used until 1839 while the passing of the Police Act. Okay? Gossips by Bridle, ala. Ano yung mga chismosa, dapat ibalik niya, no? Ang chismosa, dapat talian niya. Tapos, baril niya sa kwarto bangan niya o kutsilyo pag mag-storya siya na, mag-chismis siya diya, katong kutsilyo, mutusok sa iyong baba, no? An iron frame was placed over the head. It had a gag or a flake or sometimes sharp knife or pointed metal placed in the woman's mouth to prevent her from moving her tongue. The harness in place, the woman was led to the streets by an attached chain or was chained to a whipping post and subject to insult and degradation. Dapat ibalik ni, no, kundi talian sa dito niya, tapos na ay kutsilyo niya, pag kumuabri ang baba, matusok, no? Tagam ni mga chismosa, parehas ninyo, no? Ducking stool, okay, ni, kay italian ni mong kamot niya, tapos murakag ka ng nag-duck position. This was used mostly of brawling women from around 1560 to 1750. A culprit was placed on a stool attached to a wooden arm, swiveled from an upright post beside the pond. The number of ducking was usually 3, no? So, luya ni no, kapoy mag-duck po, pili pa kang mag-duck stool, no? Okay, so next is we have the locks-ups. Locks-ups, it is one of the practice before. This is one of attention cell on where those kung mga maoy o kanang mga nagsamok-samok, so di rin sila ginapadlock, no? But in our presence, lock-up is now, we are referring to the police stations on where the arrested persons, whether by virtue of arrest or warrantless arrest, they will be put inside the lock-up cell for the purpose of safekeeping. So para malaman ng lahat, kasi may yung nagtatanong, bakit safekeeping ang tawag dyan? Safekeeping kasi ang ibig sabihin ng safekeeping, dalawang punto yan. Una, to prevent this person to commit another crime or the same occurrence. Pangalawa is to prevent the family or the community to retaliate or to harm the persons who committed a crime. So that is the purpose of safekeeping. Okay, now let's go to the lockups. Locks up, this replace failures. So, tinanggal na yung itatali sa plaza yung tao, tapos papaluin, no? Ngayon, binayaan na silang lock-ups o yung parang detention cell. And usually house brawlers and drunkards, no? Yung mga maoy. They were also used as overnight accommodation for prisoners being transported across the counties. So, kaya din, no? Itong mga violators, butang dire, tapos ibiyahe sila sa laing lugar. County jail. No, it is pronounced as jail, ha? That is a French word. No, county jail. Hindi yan sa gaola, that is county jail. Although each county has its own sheriff. In 1566, not all counties. So, ano ba yung counties? Counties in the present, ang tawag natin dyan is municipality sa Pilipinas. Sa ibang bansa, county. Okay? Counties had jails until some 50 years later. They presented terrible conditions and were often riddled with disease and overcrowded. Ha? Sa Pilipinas, mo lang po, no? Instead ng prisuan para lang sa pulo, ang kita mo 30, no? Nagdasok ang mga piniriso. Beaters were also incarcerated in the county jails na ang mga palautang, no? So, hindi ka ba lumayag? Kulong po dire di sa Pilipinas. Pagpasag kaso, mingon niya, may nakulong, may napriso sa nangutang, no? Kaya po ganyan pangunahunan ng mga palautang, mga panuha. Branding, sa maning branding, kanang pasuan ka, butangan ka, o kanang ilhanan nga ikaw, ihang slaves. No? Uso ni siya itong una, kita mo ng mga kabayo nga naitatak, o mga na siya, maraibot pasabot sa branding. In the 17th century, a convicted man could claim benefit of a clergy for exemption. So, atong una, kung kabalo ka mo ba sa Biblia, nakasabot ka kung sa business Biblia, para ma-accept ka aning very ruthless, no, sakit ng mga silot, So kinalan ino nimo nga kuan ka, nareliyoso ka, nagabasa ka para ma-exempted ka ning punishment. Okay. He had to prove to the court that he could read and was regarded as a clerk. The left hand was branded with a hot iron. Branding was sometimes done on the cheek. Hindi po dahil sa ito ang murag asaba ni murag apapangig man na yung cheek. And it was abolished in 1822. Death for witchcraft. So kung nag-practice kag buduism, mamarang or unsa diha, nabawaan ka na patay ka, itali ka sa pusi tapos sumugon, no? During the reign of James I from 1603 to 1625, it was believed that more than 3,000 witches were executed during his time. Witch hunting became a popular sport and many protested their innocence but were hung. So nahimong witch hunting, nahimo siyang murag karabito manghunting og mga nagpractice og barang-barang, no? Nya pag madakpan hala ibitay sa luya. Kumalaan ka nagpractice ka og barang buduism, patay ka. Then witch hunting or death of witchcraft, it was abolished in 1736. Okay? Transportation or the hawks. Pareha rin siya sa banishment, no? Kaya lang, transportation ang ano nito. Criminals will be transported to America between 1718 and 1772 until the American War of Independence halted it. The establishment of a penal settlement at Botany Bay saw the beginning of transportation. The judgment of the penance. So sa mani, punishment was meted out to those who remained silent in the witness. So kaya ni, no? Pag dili ka mo tubag sa pangutana, nga nakakita ka sa krimen, dili ka magguan, dili ka mo istorya, bugto ka. No? Bugto ka diri. Kay nakakita sa tapos dili ka mo istorya kung unsa gid ang tinuod, maghilom-hilom ra ka, patay ka, no? So, between 1390 and 1413 under Henry IV, if a witness remains silent after being asked to answer a questions a third time, so kung ipangutana sa katulo, and hindi siya mutubag, so they were taken to a dark dungeon, lied down on their backs, no? And heavy iron weight was put in place. So hapaon sila, butangan sila, bukat kayo nga butang, no? Bakal ba? Then, inahinayon sila og patyon sa gutom. You know, gradual starvation followed until death occurred. But in 1772, the act was passed stating that silence assumed verdict of guilty. So karon dili ka sa 1772 na wala naman ning punishment nga pag di ka mo kuan sulod ka sa usa ka kuan, ngit-ngit nga lugar tapos butangan ka papaon butangan kag baka nya pag patyon ka sa gutom. Atong 1772 pag dili ka mo tubag, automatic ka, silent means guilty na ka. But in 1827, a pardon court assumed the silence was a plea of not guilty until today. So, pag ang usa ka tao during the arraignment, if the accused will not answer, kung isa nga, ikaw, Fortunato, tulibagbag, pasakaan, o sumbong sa pagpanglugos, sapatos sa silingan, nakasala ka o wala. No? So, plea bargaining na yun. Di siya mutubag. So, automatic nga itong korte mag-plead of not guilty in favor to the accused. Okay? Capital punishment. Kabalo mo ito si capital punishment. Patay magina. The death penalty was frequently used up to 1829. After that, it was only used for crimes of murder or high treason. After 1860s, executions were conducted in a private rather than in a public places. So, itong una, firing squad, death by hanging in front of the public. So, karon dili na, no? Burning to death. So, ingani po itong sakuan, witch hunting or death by witchcraft. Burning to death, sunugong kagbuhi, no? This brutal punishment for women who committed treasons. Oh, so katong mga himong agent, no? Katong nang espiya. was replaced with hanging from around 1790. Hung, drawn, and quartered. Yaway, bitay pa, lumsan. No? Example of this is a gruesome form of punishment occurred when Queen Elizabeth was persecuting the Roman Catholic faith in England. Uy, napude, grabe yung history ng mga sila Queen Elizabeth, no? Then the gibbet, you know what is the gibbet? It is, pura ni siya kanabitaw, kanang damba, damba ba? Kanang kita mo na scaffolding, kanang ginasakaan sa kuwan, no? Diri kay tali, no? Diri kay tali, tapos bunala, mura po siya pilioris. This was also a gruesome form of punishment. Once a murderer was convicted and hung, so mani siya, itong scaffolding, no? Convicted and hung, his body was taken to the scene of the crime and hung in a gibbet. So, pag humanya o kuhan, execute dito sa park, then kuha yung lawat, then ibitay dito sa kalugar. A frame is specially made for the victim. No? Okay, so now let's go to the concept of the corrections. The old concept and the modern concept. So the old concept of correction is, ito yung tinatawag natin na pag may sinumbong na tao nagkasala, huhulihin, pasok sa loob ng kulungan, no? Paslak lang, hangtod. Kung gusto mong sa katawang makagawas, kinala mo, bayad siya. No? Ang paipagidaan ni dili sa pwedeng bisitahon sa iyong pamilya kung dapat history nga, kung ang pamilya gusto mo bisita sa iyang dabuang nga na perisyo, magbayad sila. No? So it is very pait. No? Okay, the old concept of corrections. The early practice of corrections is more focused on punishment. Again, so it's more focused on punishment or rehabilitations, regardless of a crime or violation committed by one person. So kung nanglitik lang ka diyan, nasakitan ang tao, gisumbong ka, gireklamo ka, pusta ka. The harsh is the prisoners is not given a privilege to be visited by their loved ones or family. And if they want to drink water, they need to pay for it. So kung gusto mo inog tubig, kayag, mo palit sila, mubayad. And the prison cell is very poor. And once the prisoners wanted to be free from prison, they need to be paid. No? Sila magbayad sila. But in the modern practice, so ang tao nga nakasala, dili parusahan, kundi nagagprograma, tabangan nga magbag-o sa iyang kinabuhi. Inaagi sa programa nga gi-implementa sa ato ang Bureau of Prisons or Jail. Okay? The modern concept today, prison institutions or the correction systems is much different than the early punishment system. Today, the correctional system follows the correctional process before admitting the offender. The newly arrived inmates or persons deprived of liberty are subject for the identification process, medical and mental procedure, or undergo quarantine for the purpose of classifications and identifying the needs of every person deprived of liberty, so that the program to give to every inmate will be fit to their needs. So that is the modern concept, no? Against the old concept nga, paslak lang, hindi ka pwedeng bisitahon. Pag mubisita yung mga pamilya, kinala mo bayad, no? O giuha ka, gusto kang tubig, pagpalit. Okay. Next, corrections as a process. Corrections is a process in the orientations of the criminal offenders to prevent them from repeating their delinquent actions without the necessity of taking punishment actions, but rather an introduction of individuals' measures for reformations. Confining persons within a prison was not to punish, but was a means of keeping the perpetrator of a crime detained until the actual punishment could be carried out. So, what is the meaning of this? So, ang atong proseso diri, kung isa ka tao nakasala, no? Dakpon sa pulis, file ang kaso, so So para dili siya makahimo og sa laod o makapanghilabot sa itong iyang gibuhatag sala, so i-detain siya. So hangtod nga makonbikto siya. So nanay posiso, nanay gitang natong due process of law. Dili parehas kaniya itong mga practice ng unang, itong sa old concept, basta nakasala priso hangtod mamatay ka daw, wa kay kwartay kabayad para makagawas ka. So sa karon, nanay ginatawag nato nga tawhanong katungod or a rights of individual. Even a person who commit a crime, meron din diyang karapatang pantao as stated by our constitutions. Okay. Corrections in the criminal justice system. The criminal justice system is a machinery of any government in the control and prevention of crimes and criminality. So this is the simple meaning of the criminal justice system. It is composed of the 5 components or pillars. If you know already what are the 5 pillars or what are the 5 components of the corrections. By the way, baka magtaka, sana ba talaga yan, sir? Components or pillars? So pareha lang yan. Pag sinabi natin components, yung ano yung binubuo ng ating criminal justice system. Ang pillars, yung haligi ng ating criminal justice system. Okay? Now let's go to the origin of the word prison. The word prison has found its roots from the Greco-Roman word, means presidio. The word pre means before, sidio means inside, before, inside. The coined term presidio is a synonymous to a pen, cave, and or dungeon. The word presidio started in the reign of the king Hammurabi of Babylon in 1729 before Christ. Even in the Middle Ages, the term presidio became popular. It was heard at the height of the constructions of big temples in the ancient Mesopotamia and called as ziggurats. In contrast to the building of the real tombs in Egypt, known as pyramids. Even great philosophers in the mold of Plato and Socrates of Greece have recognized that the categorizations of sentences according to the severity of punishment from prison correctional to prison mayor. The Gulag of Banawi. The term Gulag of Egorot tribes refers to where the one who refused is damned, meaning kung katong mga membro sa tibo nga magdumili pagtabang o pagtrabaho sa paghimo dito sa rice terraces, so they will be thrown into a bamboo cage. So ikulong na sila dito sa kulungan ko yan hangtod mamatay sila sa kabugnaw. Okay? In simple terms, a garbage heap usually found in the mountain creek or a crevice. According to the linguists, the term gulag is a functional nativeness to articulate identity and use. In crucial times, the gulag was used as a prison. It had a wooden bench where criminals were imprisoned. The Gulag of Germany. In the history of the prisons, an intriguing questions arises whether this infamous Gulag prison of Alexander Solzhenitsyn in Germany was the place where thousands of Jews were slaughtered during the time of Adolf Hitler. Now let's go to the Gulag of Russia. It is a Russian acronym for Corrective Labor Camp, a penal institution established in 1918. After the Russian revolutions, this place was considered as the most dreaded and feared prison at the time of Joseph Stalin between 1934 and 1947. Persons suspected of crimes against the state, political dissidents, or failure to cooperate with Stalin's collectivization program were sentenced to forced labor in the camps. The term Gulag of Russia was given the affiliation of insane prison because even if the prisoners survive to death, certainly they will become insane. So, ano ito, masyadong napakalupit, no? Kung hindi ka man masisiraan ng utak, mamamatay ka naman. Bakit? Because of the forced labor, no? Yung kain mo, kunti lang siguro, isa ka simana, kaysa lang mo nag-iingo nga, basta mo bagting, pang kaon. Now, history records that millions of prisoners died from cold, disease, malnutrition, as well as summary executions. After the reign of Stalin, the Gulag camp was dismantled, but forced labor continued in the Soviet period. The word worst infamy prisons. So when we say infamy prisons, this is the most ruthless, very harsh prison institution in the history. The prisoners are not given treat which is intended for them, but it is an old concept of a prison institutions on where every prisoners will be punished until they will die in the said prison institutions. Historically speaking, prisons were made not for the offenders' reformations or violators of rules, but it was intended for the punishment of every violator. First is we have the Bastille prison. If you saw the movie, The Les Miserables, the prison institutions that's shown on that movie, and that is portraying the Bastille prisons. A fortress prisons in Paris. Now remember, if you try to go back with our previous discussions, all prison institutions in the history, it was built for a defense of their cities or in their territory, but it was converted into a prison. Bastille was a symbol of royal absolutisms before the French Revolutions in 1370. Originally, it was intended to augment the city's defense, as I've said earlier. In the 17th century, it was used as a prison where hundreds of political prisoners were tortured and executed. The known political leaders who were imprisoned in Bastilles were Voltaire and Marquis de Sade, who were victims of ruthless persecutions. On July 14, 1789, beginning of the French Revolutions, a mob in the nature of people power stormed the building after Commander Marquis de Launay, who refused to surrender at that time. Thereafter, the mystic of Bastille was demolished on the 14th of July, was set aside as a French national holiday since 1880 with a pomp of pageantry. Now let's go to the Alcatraz prisons. Remember, Alcatraz prisons, it is also known as the Rock. No, it is known as the Rock. Why? Because Alcatraz prison is made of rocks. It is an island in San Francisco Bay. It is the site of infamous prisons, noted for its inhuman treatment and tortures. The Spaniards discovered the island in 1545 and 1850. It was fortified as used as military prisons. In the year 1933, it became a federal prison. It was considered as an escape-proof because of its fortress-like structures and the cold currents in the surrounding waters. Actually, historically speaking, Alcatraz prison is not an escape-proof. Actually, there are so many cases of escape attempt, but most of the prisoners who try to escape, but they lose their lives. Why? Because some of those prisoners who escape will die due to the current of water or due to some a lot of mammals living on that sea, no, or the creatures of the sea. The Alcatraz prisons was closed in 1963. The reasons of shutting down the prison institutions, not because of there were 14 attempts of escape, but due to the maintenance. Now, the high cost of maintenance, because it closed one of its known personality prisoners, was known as the godfather of the mafia family in the persons of Al Capone. Al Capone was not convicted of a crime of Valentine's Massacre. Al Capone was convicted because of tax evasions. In 1972, Alcatraz Prison is opened as the Golden Gate National Recreation Area. It offers boat riding in a fisherman's boat. So after the closure in 1963, in 1972, the Alcatraz is now becomes a tourist destinations in the Golden Gate National Recreation Area. Now let's go to mga persons who are incarcerated in the Alcatraz Prison Institution, also known as the Rock. So these are the persons who are trying to attempt, for corrections. So these are the persons who became the in charge of the said prison institutions. First is we have James Aloysius Johnston. Take note, I stand for corrections. What we are now discussing is the persons behind the supervisions or the in charge of the prison institutions. The first warden, when the said prison institution was opened, is no other than James Aloysius Johnston, or the nickname is Old Salt Water. He was the first warden of Alcatraz, the former warden of Palsam and San Quentin. Johnston was instrumental to the creation of Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary from conception to design. Then we have Edwin B Swapp, was appointed as the second warden of Alcatraz after his predecessor reached the mandatory retirement at the age of 74. So si Johnston, no? Swapp was less popular than Johnston because he was more firm and stubborn. But was also strict disciplinarian and a believer in the value of reform. He was warden from 1948 until 1955. Then we have Paul Madigan, was the only warden of Alcatraz who had worked his way up from the bottom of the ranks of the prison staff hierarchy. He had various times been a guard, captain, lieutenant, and an associate warden. He was less firm than Johnston or Swapp and was seen as a more kind in Swapp. As a warden, he reigned from 1955 until 1961. Then we have Olin G. Blackwell, was an associate warden under Warden Madigan. He was most relaxed and the least strict of any warden on the island. So iba din yung ni Blackwell, no? Hindi siya masyadong stricto at relaxed masyado. His brief administration was faced with a big problem. Yes, because the prisoners in the Alcatraz prison is not an ordinary persons. They are hardcore criminals. No, they do not think about how to reform. They always think how to escape and to commit another crime in the free world. A lack of funding. The prison aging in his term from 1961 to until 1962. So meaning the closing of the prison institution or the Rock, that is in the time of Blackwell, no? When in fact he was personally. So when the island was closing down. No? Then we have Officer William A. Miller. During the May 1946 escape attempt was one of several correctional officers held hostage in the cells. Now, Officer William A. Miller, he is the first penitentiary prison officers became a hostage on the escape attempt during that time. When in fact, Miller was mortally wounded when he hid the key that the inmates needed to complete their escape. So meaning, during the commotions, during the attempt of escape, Officer William Miller at that time, he initiatively and quickly hide the key in order that the said prisoners cannot get all the keys or in order to escape, no? So buti na lang itinago niya agad yung mga susi. Kung hindi, baka lahat ng priso, they are what we call this, yung tinatawag natin na successfully escape on the prison institutions. Okay. That's why Miller was not forgotten at that time, no? In Miller's 29 years of operations, no, in each 29 years of operations, there were 14 attempts. Now take note pag meron sabi, sir, 26 man itong nag-attempt na nagtakas, no. Because this every group of prisoners, they escape in one time, no? Kumbaga ba, kunyari, grupo ni Commander Toktok, unom sila kabuok, so unom sila ni takas, ana. Actually, there were 26 prisoners attempt to escape, but kung igrupo siya, only 14 lang yun, 14 lang, pero 26 katao gid ang gustong mutakas, pero grupo man gustong uban, no? It was counted as one. Pero na sa sunog, sunog sa Piapi, 30 kabalay. So ang counting na isa lang kasunog. Pero kung masunog ang kasikbit niya nga barangay, na sunog karon no, alas 10, patay na. Pag alas 12, alas 2 hapon, ang 22 na po na nasunog. So that is another count. Pero kung nagtapad naman ng 21 o 22, kung nasunog ang 21, and then nikatag sa 22 at the same time, that is counted by 1. Okay? So yung nga ang counting sa 1, sunog nga accident. So that is the same way with the number of escape attempt in the Alcatraz. Okay. Involving 36 inmates. Officially, every escape attempt failed and most participants were either killed and quickly recaptured. However, the participants in the 1937 and 1962 attempts, through presumed dead, disappeared without trace, giving rise to popular theories that they were successful, no? So na po yung mga theory nga nakatakas gidaw sila, kaya lang they never found, no? Wala nakita, na wala sila na trace. Okay. Then we have the Saxon prisons. It was built in 1939. If you saw the movie, no, the final operations, so this is the history. No, mo ni siya nga katong mga prisons where there were thousands of Jews dies in the hands of the SS elite force. So again, it was built in 1939 outside the Berlin proper as Germany's concentration camp for the dreaded Nazi SS elite force. Its notoriety became famous when it was transformed into gas chambers, wherein by conservative estimates of more than 100,000 people died, mostly of Jewish descent. Then we have the Auschwitz prisons, built by Germans near Krakow, Poland. It was popularly known as the death camp, headed by Rudolf Höss. There were more than 2 million of innocent victims perished, either by torture, mayhem, or chaotic situations, or gas chambers in this famous dreaded concentration camp. The tale of blood and tears by the account of Hollanders can fill a thousands Olympic-sized swimming pool. Grabe, no? So, katong mga gipampatay nga mga Polanders o Jewish, so, kayang mupuno og tubig sa usa ka swimming pool nga Olympic size, and that is 100 meters. Then tapos, I think that is 15 feet kalalong. Kus Ginoo ko. Then we have the tall sling prisons, one of the most notorious prisons in Cambodia that even humbled the killing field in Battambang province. Its tall sling prison, it looks like a mountain-sized file of a human skull and bones. When in fact, every year, ginaselebrate ning ginakimemori katong yamadto na itong mga pamilya sa mga biktima, itong mga veterano sa gira sa Cambodia, katong dito sa mountain skull. Actually, nanas lang museum no, dito sa Kampuchea. A grim reminder of the dreaded reign of Pol Pot. You know what is the real name of Pol Pot? You try to research in the internet and you will find out that the real name of Pol Pot, which is the leader of the Khmer Rouge, is no other than Salute Sar. Terror was present during the reign of Pol Pot in Cambodia. The rich elite, the learned professionals, persons with callings regardless of gender, can prove a disaster to the country's social structure. Then we have the Einstein prison in Myanmar, or in Rangoon. I think this is pronounced as Yangon, no? Einstein prison is situated in Yangon, Burma, now Myanmar. At the height of political unrest, the country's establishment was under siege. The Einstein prison is a pygmy in size. When we say pygmy in size, gamay, no? Gamay, igo ra ka mo ok dito. Kumbaga pa ni siya itong una, mo ni Bartolina, no? Compared with other prison in Western countries, but it became the focus of world attentions. When one political business were placed behind bars, human rights international advocates further inflamed the world's outrage when the daughter of assassinated General Aung San, who planned a coup d'etat, and the father of the non-democratic fighter or democratic icon in Myanmar, and the person of Suu Kyi, was in prison for advocating freedom and democracy on their land. Okay, now let's go to the Auburn systems or the prison rival of the Pennsylvania. So we're not saying that they are rival because they are fighting to each other. No, they are rival because the treatment of Pennsylvania, their approach to their prisoners is to isolate the prisoners on their own cells. They never allow the prisoners to leave their prison cells. They are only given a holy manuscript. They will read the rest of the day, especially the day and night, to read the holy manuscript, thinking that they will internalize what they have read, what is the message of the holy manuscript, so that they can easily be repent their sins and change their way of life once they will be released in prison. Now, the Auburn system is different. The approach of the Auburn systems, during the daytime, they allowed the prisoners to leave their prison cells and they were given an industrial work assignment. So, magtrabaho sila sa adlaw, and then pagkagabi, magbasa sila og holy manuscript. At the same time, strict confinement and complete silence also is implemented. And when in the Auburn system, the prisoner is not allowed to look or to see or to chat or to talk with their own inmates, no? So dili pwede ang mutanaw, mututok sa kapiniriso, makikistorya, kundili ilagi yung kaugalingon ang ilahang bantayan, no? Mag-focus sila sa trabaho, focus sa basa o Biblia, so para mapadali ang ilahang paglambo o pagbago sa kinabuhi. The Auburn system use also the quicker idea of solitary confinement at night, but used as a system of congregating inmates in a common workroom during daytime. The prisoners could neither talk nor look at one another. So matong dili pwede magtanaw, magtinanaway, o dili pwede magstoryahanay. Any violation of the rules was met with immediate and strict discipline. His supervisors had the right to flog an inmate who violated the rules. No, you know? So pag magbay ka, bunalan ka, kulong ka, Bartolina. Reformers were perceived the system as economical because a single guard could watch a group of prisoners at work. The work of the inmates would help pay for their upkeep. They would learn about the benefits of work and have time to meditate and repent. Both the Pennsylvania and Auburn system dictated that offenders should be isolated and have discipline routine. Many European countries tended to adopt the Pennsylvania systems, while most American states the Auburn system. So, ang Pennsylvania, i-adopt nila itong Pennsylvania system. Pero ang American states, Auburn type ang ilang gustong i-apply. While these methods made it easier to run a prisons, they did little to rehabilitate persons. Among its features was the confinement of the prisoners in a single cell at night in congregate court in shops during daytime. A complete silence was strictly enforced. The system was considered as the most effective and advantageous because it has been observed that the prisoners can finish more articles when they work together as a group rather than working alone in their individual cells. So, muna po niya atong gi-apply karon pero modern approach lang, no? So, during daytime, ang mga priso paggawason, patrabahoon, then pagkahapon, pasudlon sila dito. Pero ang nawala lang dito is democratic way process tayo, no? Bahala sila as long as they have a time to sleep, a time to wake up, a time to work, then a time to eat. So, naay time management ang ato ang approach karon sa prison system. Now, let's go to the Almera reformatory system. Now, take note, the first reformatory created in America is no other than the Walnut Street Jail. Almera Reformatory. Zebulon Brooklyn is the first superintendent of the Almera Reformatory in New York. Some of these ideas when New York opened the reformatory in 1876 for male offenders, 16 to 30 years old. So Almera Reformatory, it is a prison institution for those offenders whose age is 16 years old to 30 years old, no? Brooklyn believed that rehabilitation could be achieved through education. Inmates who did well in both academic and moral subjects earned early release by accumulating points. Actually, Zebulon Brooklyn applied the methods used by Macanocci and the other one, no, yung father, yung safe, yung parole, no. Misbehavior and poor performance in the educational courses prolonged the individual sentence. Brooklyn used this technique because the New York legislature had passed law allowing indeterminate sentence and the release of inmates on parole when they showed they had been reformed. So katong kay Macanocci o katong isa, no, kay Ubamier ata to nga approach. Brooklyn recognized that it was difficult to distinguish between those inmates. Now, Zebulon Brooklyn, he was considered as the father of modern parole. Although Macanocci is also father of parole, but Brooklyn is a modern parole, no? Para ilang ta maglibog. Now let's go to the School of Penology. The prison institutions today apply the School of Penology, the classical, the positive, and the neoclassical. Pag sinabi natin classical, so the prisoners shall be given punishment if they violate the rules. And the positive, the prisoners are treated as a sick person that they need to be reformed. While in the neoclassical approach, the prisoners should be punished based on the violations they committed. Kung ang ilang sala is gamay lang, so di po kayo siya pahirapan, no? Murag anak po ng approach. But remember, our present law adopt the two school of thought, both classical and positive. Now, let's talk first about the Bacharian system or the Bacharian school of thought. This school of thought was advocated by Dr. Cesare Beccaria, who maintained the doctrine of psychological hedonisms, that an individual calculates pleasures and pain. So, ibig sabihin, yung mga taong gumagawa ng kasalanan, yung mga taong gumagawa ng krimen, alam nila kung ano yung ginagawa nila at alam nila kung ano mangyayari sa kanila. Pero dahil pinili nila ito, so dapat silang parusahan. No? May free will to choose man sila. Meaning, the classical school of thought, it talks about the free will doctrine. Ang tao, adunay kagawasan nga mubuhat, ug usa ka butang sumala sa iyang gustong buhaton. Apan kung kini makadaot sa katilingban, siya dapat silutan. So mo ni ang doctrine sa School of Thought ni Beccaria. Okay. Now let's go to the positive School of Thought. This School of Thought was advocated by Dr. Cesar Lombroso, known as the father of modern criminology. The positive School of Thought opposed the doctrine of free will. Lombroso believes that an individual who commits a crime should not be punished according to the crime committed, but the imposition of the said penalty should be meted out into soundness of the minds of the offender at the time that the offense was committed. According to Lombroso, the person who committed the crime should not be punished. Instead, they must be treated as sick people who did not know what is the right and what is wrong. So we have the neoclassical school of thought. Now remember, the neoclassical school of thought, what they have is modifying the severity of the punishment based on the crime committed. Now remember, neoclassical, they never give favor to this positive school of thought. What they want is to minimize the severity of the punishment because they believe if a person commit a crimes or a petty crimes, it must be correspond also to a simple and what we call this, yun bang medyo magaan na parusa. No? Yung hindi masyadong serious. Kumbaga ba, naniniwala pa rin sila sa doctrine of free will dahil ang tao may isip, alam ang ginagawa, pinili lang gumawa ng isang bagay, so dapat alam din nila yung pwedeng mangyari sa kanila. That is the approach of the neoclassical. Ang sa kanila lang is, kung nangawat o bayabas ang tao, so dapat, kung unsa ang parusa sa bayabas, maura to, dili kay asahol kay kung nangawat kag mansanitas, kung ang mansanitas, ang pulong ana isa ka tuig, ya, tapos, kung ang sa bayabas, nangawat sa bayabas, ang pulong ana kay 10 anyos, so kay nangawat man siya, immaterial to kung unsa kagamay ang gikawat, dito gisa sa 10 anyos. So mo to ang way sa Bacharian System, no, katong iyang classical school of thought. Pero sa neoclassical, ilang giusab, no, which we are now the neoclassical school of thought at present adopted by our law, no. Mo nang natay ginatawag na minimum, medium, maximum or capital punishment. So because of the neoclassical doctrine. Okay. This approach to penology arose at the time of the French revolutions in the period of immediate thereafter. It maintains that while the classical school doctrine in general is correct, it should be modified in a certain details. The neoclassical argues that since children as well as lunatic persons cannot calculate pleasures in pain, yes, tungod sa ilahang ginatawag nato of their tender age, itong mga bata. And then the lunatic person, katong usay magtukar-tukar ang sakit, no? So they are out of control of their own self because they are possessed by their morbid phenomenal disease according to Lombroso, no? And thus, they should not be punished. That's why we have the Article 12. Ano bang sinabi ng Article 12 ng Revised Penal Code? Persons who are not criminally liable but civilly liable. Persons who are suffering of mental disease, maroons, idiot, children whose age of 7 years old and above but less than 9 years of age. No? So yun ang sinasabi ng ating batas sa Article 12 ng ating Revised Penal Code. The reactions to crime, therefore, under the school is no longer a punitive actions. Punishment is imposed on some lawbreakers, but not on others. So by implications, individual responsibility is considered. Now, what are the purpose of confinement? The purpose of confinement on the present day is not to punish, but to reform, to change the way of life on offenders by way of giving what is a type of a program to be given to every prisoner. So, because prisoners is a homogeneous, but they have a different needs or skills, no? The Bureau of Correction has its own two purposes of confinement of offenders or persons committed to prisons. First, to segregate them from the society. Why this person desegregated in the society? Because in order to prevent and control them to commit with the same offenses, okay? To rehabilitate them so that upon return to the society on where they belong, they will become responsible and become a law-abiding citizens. Now, what are the basic principles of corrections? The Bureau of Corrections has three basic principles in the rules of admissions, custody, and treatment of inmates. Take note, you must be careful with these principles because sometimes in the board exams, lumalabas ito. Kailangan mapamiliarize nyo yung three principles of the corrections. First, seek to promote discipline and to secure their formations and safe custody of inmates. Justice shall be applied impartially without discrimination on race, colors, genders, languages, religions, and other opinion, nationality or social origin, property, birth, or other status. And the last one is, justice shall be informed with firmness, but tempered with understanding. So, those are the three basic principles of corrections. Again, bear in mind, you need to be careful with this basic principle of correction because sometimes it may ask during the board exam or even in our examinations, no? Now let's go to the origin of the word jail. The term jail derived from the Spanish word jaulo or jaula, which means cage or caula. Etymologists attributed the word jail to have originated from the Spanish term caula, which is the French word jail referred to as jail. It is a place for the arrested for death or crime and were held in custody. In the 14th century, the arrestors were even entrusted to the knights of the shire. The Spanish word jaulo, the French jail, and the English term jail have the same imports and connotations. It only varies in spelling as well as in pronunciations. It was derived from the punctuated pronunciation. Now, what is the legal definition of jail? Jail is a building or place for the confinement of arrested sentenced persons. It is usually made up of cells, which are small rooms or enclosures where prisoners are kept or confined. The difference between the jail and the Bureau of Correction is the jail catered persons deprived of liberty whose possible punishment is not more than 3 years, meaning 3 years and below. If the offenders, the possible penalty of punishment of the offenders is more than 3 years, then the prisoners or person deprived of liberty possibly will be under the custody of the Bureau of Corrections. Take note, the jail is under the Department of Interior and Local Government, while the Bureau of Corrections catered prisoners whose possible penalty or punishment is more than 3 years, up to reclusion perpetua. And the Bureau of Correction is under directly the Department of Justice. Okay. Ito na. And under Department of Local Government, it's classified as provincial jail, municipal jail, and the city jail. Okay, so other provinces, they do not have now a municipal jail, but we have a so-called district jail. Lalong-lalo na pag magkalapit lang yung mga provincial. Ito say, kagaya sa Davao del Sur. They have a provincial jail, then they have also district jail, Davao del Sur district jail. Actually, dati-dati, lahat ng mga munisipyo may mga prisuhan, no? Kaya lang, kayo ninisa na. So, wala nang municipal jail ang Padada, wala nang municipal jail ang Malita. Lahat ng mga priso doon itatapon na sa Davao del Sur District Jail. So kasi separate naman ang Malita, occidental naman sila. So they have their own provincial jail or district jail, no? Depende yan kasi governor naman ang mag-request niyan or ang congressman. Okay. Okay, now let's go to the types of jails. We have the lock-up cells. When you say lock-up cells, it is a temporary detention cells of those persons deprived of liberty or those persons who are arrested either by the virtue of warrant or by the virtue of warrantless arrest. Meaning these are the persons who will be considered as a suspect persons. So pag ginuli ng pulis, pag wala pang pag kinulong doon sa kanilang selda, ang tawag natin doon is lock-up. So, ang tawag natin sa prison doon, although they are person deprived of liberty, but these are the persons na wala pang charges, kaya ang tawag natin sa kanila is suspected person. Okay? So, lock-up cells, so sa police station siya, is a security facility for the temporary detention of person held for investigation, suspect, violators, or city ordinance. Then we have the city jail, provincial jail, and municipal jail. Okay. So the city jail and municipal provincial is also a safekeeping jail or a detention jail for those persons who are charged of an offense. So ang tawag na ito dito sa kasagaran, pag nanaganit sa city jail, ang tawag na ito ng mga priso, katulad ng mga priso nga na ay kaso, meaning accused person. Dili ka pwede malabay sa city jail kung wala pa kay kaso. Kung wala ka gikasuhan, dito lang ka sa police station or sa lock-up cell. Kung gikasuhan na ka, i-remand na ka, when you say remand, i-transfer ka na. So, na kay kaso, so accused na ka. Okay? So, sa jail na siya. City jail, provincial jail, house, both offenders were awaiting court actions. Those were serving short sentences, usually up to 3 years only, and juvenile offenders pending for transfer to social services agency. Take note, yung sinasabi natin na ito kasi yung ibang mali ng mga tao in the normal thinking. Akala nila pag minors lang hindi sila pwedeng kasuhan. Actually, pwede silang kasuhan. No? Kasi ang sinasabi ng batas is 15 years old and below under the RA 9344. 15 anyos pa, boss. Kung 14 ka karon nya ugma mag-birthday ka, so birthday nimo ugma, so 15 ka pa. So nakakalay hangtod alas 12 sa gabi nga muhimog krimen para dili ka pwedeng ikulong. Pero pag birthday nimo karon 15 anyos ka, birthday nimo ugma, Huwebes 15 ka, pagka Biyernes nakasala ka, you are no longer protected with the RA 9344 because nanakay plus 1. So 15 years old in one day na ka. You will not be considered as 15 years old in below. You will be considered as 15 years old in above na kaya nanakay one day. Pero, pailang kagkaso, but the police needs to secure a certificate of discernment. Now, who will evaluate, who will issue a certificate of discernment? Under the provisions of the RA 9344, only the DSWD is the leading institutions or an agency which is authorized to issue a certificate of discernment. Okay. Now, what are the missions and objectives and principles of the BGMP? The Jail Bureau shall direct, supervise, and control the administrations and operation of all district, city, and municipal jails to effect a better systems of jail management nationwide. What is the objective? The broad objectives of the Bureau are the following: to improve the living conditions of offenders in accordance with accepted standard set by United Nations. Until now, that is the questions. To enhance rehabilitations and reformation of offenders in preparation for their eventual reintegration into mainstream of society on where they belong upon the release. and to professionalize jail services. So ngayon, professionalize na nga ating jail services. Yung natira na lang itong paragraph A, to improve the living condition of offenders in accordance with accepted standards set by the United Nations. Hindi talaga pwedeng magawa yan. Bakit? Kasi wala nga pundo ang gobyerno para sa jail. Kulang ang pondo. Kasi so under the standard, under the international agreement of treatment of offenders is dapat sa isang silda, that is dormitory time, no? 2 priso lang. May lababo, may CR, may TV, may study table. Tulad nung sa Amerika. Yung sa Pilipinas, hindi magawa. Okay. What are the principles of the BGMP? Kanina, pinag-usapan natin is basic principles of the corrections. Ngayon, basic principles of the BGMP. The following principles shall be observed in the implementations of the preceding sections. It is the obligations of jail authorities to confine offenders, safety, and provide rehabilitative programs that will negate criminal tendencies and restore their positive values to make them productive and law-abiding citizens. No procedure or systems of correction shall deprive any offender of hope for his ultimate return to the fold of the law and a full membership in the society once they will be released. Unless proved otherwise, any person accused of a criminal offense shall be presumed innocent. So nakita ninyo ha, pag sa jail, accused pa lang na. Okay? For such indispensable restraint during his confinement and the interest of justice and public safety. So minsan, mayroong magtatanong, Sir, kana bang nasa jail, pwede pa na sila mubuto pag election? The answer is yes. Why? Because they are not yet convicted of a crime. So they are not finally convicted of a crime. Subot pa sabot, pwede pa silang bubuto. Okay? So, dili porket nakulong sila sa city jail, di na sila pwede mubuto. Dili. So, the rights to vote and to be voted will always be applied kasi that is their constitutional rights. So, hindi pa yan magiging privilege until the time that they will be convicted of a crime. So, di na sila pwede mo buto. Offenders, a human being entitled to the same basic rights and privilege enjoyed by citizens in a free society, except that exercises of theirs are limited control for security reasons. Health preservation from treatment of illness or injury are basic rights. Members of the custodial force shall set themselves as an example by performing their duties in accordance with the rules shall respect the laws duly constituted by authorities. No jail personnel shall abuse insulting and indecent language of the offender. So bawal sa mga jail guard ang mga buso, no? Insultuhan ang mga priso. No jail personnel shall use unnecessary force on offenders except for legitimate self-defense or in case of attempted active and passive physical resistance to a lawful order. No penalty shall be imposed upon any offender for a violation of rules and regulations. Now let's jump up on the paragraph L. When conducting routinely custodial in a cell or compound, guarding the ratio of 1:7, meaning while conducting routine custodial inspections, the ratio is 1 jail guard to 7 persons deprived of liberty shall be observed. When an offender is in a transit, the ratio of 1:1 plus 1. So kung i-transport ang piniriso para mag-attend og hearing, ang escort is 1 offender, 1 guard, and 1 backup. Yun tatawag na 1:1 plus 1. For every offender shall be observed. In case of a high-risk offender that demands extra precautions, additional guards shall be employed. So ano ito? Pag ang priso is yung tinatawag na very high target, pag BHT ang priso. Ano yung BHT? Katong mga drug lord, no? Katong political offenders like mga New People's Army, so yan, mga BHT yan. Mga or BHP, mga very high profile inmates, no? This manning level shall be national scope for effective jail administration in all regional, provincial, district, city, and municipal jail. What is the mandate? The Bureau of Jail Management and Penology was created on January 2, 1991. Now, bakit na-create ang BJMP noong 1991? Kasi they are former under the PCINP by the virtue of Presidential Decree number 765. When the PD 765 was repealed by the DILG Act of 1990 or the reorganizations of the Philippine National Police and the separations of the two bureaus to the PNP. No, remember the DILGs have tri-bureau. What are the tri-bureau of the DILG? The PNP, the BFP, and the BGMP. So nung January to sabay na nag-separate ang dalawang bureau sa PNP. No, BGMP at saka ang BFP. So what are the functions? In line with its missions, the Bureau endeavors to perform the following functions. So kayo na magbasa niyan, no? Dami niyan. Okay, so Jail Provincial Administrator's Office. Now take note, under the local code, all provincial jails should be under the supervision and control of the BGMP on the said provinces. But since there is also provisions of the said local code that the provincial jail can only be under the supervisions and control of the BGMP if the provincial governor were turn over the responsibility to the BGMP. Since only few provinces turn over the responsibility of the provincial jail to the BGMP, so that's why not all provincial jail is under the supervision and control purely by the BGMP. So that's why mayroon pa rin provincial jail na ang nagmaman, ang nagkukontrol, so supervise ay ang provincial government, no? So pero nandun pa rin sa batas na kahit na under na siya ng BGMP, kung tinon over ng governor, kailangan ang unang mamamahala doon is ang provincial jail administrator, yung ng empleyado ng local government. And then yung warden ang warden doon is ang BGMP, no? Yung ang warden, no? Meron ding mga empleyado na civilian in which to augment the force of the BGMP personnel, no? So kasi nga politika masyado pag sinabi nating provincial jail. Okay. District jail within a large cities or a group of clustered municipalities. A district jail headed by a district warden may be established. City and municipal jails operates and maintain city. Municipal jails is headed by city and municipal warden as the case may be. So now let's go to the rank and file and classifications of the BGMP personnel in order to become in charge, no? For the chief BGMP should have a rank of at least jail senior superintendent or yung tinatawag natin na full-fledged colonel, no? So kailangan mag-rank muna siya full-fledged colonel para ma-promote siya as a chief BGMP. Then should be a member of the Philippine Bar or holders of any master's degree, no? Education. So and then should have satisfactorily completed the mandatory training of career courses of such position, including the Public Safety Officers Senior Executive Course o yung titawag nila na BGMP SOS, tawag ito, yung GOO, no? Then should possess required third level eligibility. For the jail regional director, have the same rank, senior superintendent, full-fledged colonel pa rin. Then they have the same qualifications, no? Even career services. Then for provincial administrator, at least have a rank of lieutenant colonel. Then the same pa rin, no? Yung kanilang schooling. Pero ang kaiba lang, dito naman sa Provincial Administrator, must finally completed the mandatory training of curriculum for such positions, including public safety officers advanced course, no, OCC. Then for the district jail warden, they have the same rank. And then yung mandatory schooling law, public safety officer senior executive course, public senior executive course, EOC, no? PUAC, no? Yan. Question, I'll start with the second exam coverage. Okay, so now let's go to first with the meta language. Okay, so first is we have commitment orders. So commitment orders, it is one of the requirements before the offender be turned over to the Bureau of Jail. Remember, without commitment order, the Bureau of Jail Management and Technology will not accept the newly arrived persons deprived of liberty. So without commitment order, there will be no turnover. Okay? So commitment order is a written order of the court or any other competent authority consigning an offender to a jail or prison for confinement. Now, commitment order, meaning a person arrested by the police and under the safekeeping, so the police cannot turn over the custody of the person deprived of liberty without securing first a commitment order from the court. So, paano ba ma-release ang commitment order or ma-issue ng korte? Kailangan pailan muna ng kaso ng pulis yung kanilang nahuli na offender. No? And then they need to secure the commitment order. Kasi pag wala silang commitment order, hindi tatanggapin ng Bureau of Jail Management and Penology yung offender na ito turn over nila. Okay. Contraband. So contraband, that is only an items or an object which is contraband or prohibited or forbidden inside the prison institutions, but not forbidden or prohibited outside world. Okay, so contraband, any article, item, or things prohibited by law and forbidden by jail rules. Escape, an act of getting out unlawfully from confinement or custody an offender. Instrument of restraint. So when we say instrument of restraint, it is a kind of a device in which used to hold or to prevent a person to attempt to escape or to abscond. So a device or contraband, tool or instrument used to hold back, keep in check or control an offender. Example, handcuffs, leg irons. So wala tayong leg irons, bawal yan. That is a violation of the human rights. So jail is a place of confinement for offender under investigations, awaiting or undergoing trial or serving sentence. Take note, all persons deprived of liberty under the custody of jails, there are three types. First, case is under investigation. Second, persons deprived of liberty whose trial is ongoing, or those persons who are sentenced of not more than 3 years. So mitimus, it is similar but different to the commitment order. Mitimus can only be issued by the court if the offender convicted of a crime of more than 3 years. So, yung commitment order, kailangan ang kukuha noon ang pulis. Kasi hindi tatanggapin ng Bureau of Jail pag walang commitment order. Ang mitimus order naman, kunyari, dininig na yung kaso, nagkaroon na ng decisions. And then, ang decision ng korte is more than 3 years. So, kailangan ng Bureau of Jail Management and Penology mag-secure ng mitimus order. Kasi ito din ang dokumento na kailangan ng Bureau of Corrections. Pag walang mitimus order, hindi tatanggapin ng Bureau of Corrections ang persons deprived of liberty who is convicted of more than 3 years. Kasi ang Bureau of Corrections, they will cater or custody those persons who are convicted of more than 3 years. Ibalikan natin ang mitimus order pag ang tao nga nakasala gidesisyonan sa korte, tapos ang desisyon makulong siya og sobra sa 3 ka tuig. So, the Bureau of Jails need to secure the mitimus order. Without mitimus order, there will be no receiving or acceptance of the persons deprived of liberty whose convictions is more than 3 years. Now, mitimus is a warrant issued by the court bearing its seals and signature of the judge directing the jail or prisons authorities to receive offenders for custody or service of sentence imposed therein. So penology. Penology is a branch of criminology which deals with management and administrations of offenders. Rehabilitations. So ang jail is rehabilitations, no? Ang Bureau of Corrections, ganun din, Reformations and Rehabilitation Treatment Center. Now, rehabilitation is a program of activity directed to restore an offender's self-respect, thereby making him a law-abiding citizen after serving his sentence. Safekeeping. Safekeeping is a temporary custody of a person for his own protections, safety or care, and that of the community from him. Dito sa word ng safekeeping or term na safekeeping, maraming hindi nakakaintindi. Minsan nagagalit sila sa pulis. Bakit daw si safekeeping ang taong nagkasala? Now, the very purpose of safekeeping is a dual purposes. It's a two-way process rather. First is to protect the community against any possible occurrence of a crime or a danger that will be possibly made by the offenders. Second is to protect the offenders for the possible retaliations or revenge of the family of the victim. So yun ang ibig sabihin ng safekeeping. Offender, either a prisoner or detainee confined in jail. So detainee, pag sinabi nating detainee those offenders whose case is under investigations or their case is on trial. Okay? So, sa Bureau of Correction, meron din silang tinatawag na detainees, na which is magkaiba sa Bureau of Jail. Okay? So, ang detainee ng jail, yung kaso nila dinidinig pa lang or inimbestigahan pa lang. Sa Bureau of Correction, iba. Ang detainee doon is those persons who are convicted of a crime of more than 3 years. But their case is on appeal. So, sa Bureau of Correction, ang detainee nila dito, katong nakonbikto na more than 3 years. Pero, ang ilang kaso, ang ilang convictions, ila pang apila. Okay? So, that is the detainee. Okay. A person accused before a court or competent authority who is temporarily confined in jail while undergoing or awaiting investigation, trial, or final judgment. Prisoners, an offender who is convicted by final judgment. Commitment order, a written order of the court or any other agency transmitted entrusting an inmate to jail for the purpose of keeping during the pendency of his or her case. So, ito yung definition ng commitment order. Kontraband, okay na yan, no? Conjugal visitation, take note. The prisoners who are given a privilege for a conjugal visitation, yung mga preso lang na lalaki, no? There will be no conjugal visitations for female offenders. So walang conjugal privilege ang mga babaeng priso, ang lalaki lang. Okay, conjugal visitation refers to the visit by the wife for a short period, usually an hour more or less to their incarcerated husbands, during which they are allowed privacy and are generally understood to have sexual contact. Detainee, a person is accused before a court or competent authority. It is temporarily confined in jail undergoing awaiting investigation, trial, or final judgment. No? Parang bumalik lang tayo dito, no? District jail is a facility or place of confinement of inmates coming from a city or clustered municipalities who are awaiting or undergoing trial or serving sentence of 1 day to 3 years. Drug dependents are those inmates of psychological craving or habituations to an abuse of psychological reliance on a chemical drug substance. Core drug users are those inmates who take substances or drugs that can alter their body and mind and works. Escape-prone inmates are inmates who are likely have the tendency to escape from the jail facility. Ito yung mga prisong na gusto talagang tumakas, no? Like yung mga drug lord, mga pusher, yan. Rapists. Gay. So we know already who's a gay. So high-risk inmates or tinatawag nila HRI are those considered as highly dangerous or with highly probability of escaping or being rescued because of the gravity of the crimes. They are accused or have a propensity of being troublemakers or initiators of jails, riots, and disturbance who require a high degree of control and supervisions. Duties of custodial force. Members of the custodial force shall have the following duties and responsibilities. First is to supervise and maintain order and discipline of offenders and housing units, those assembled for religious services, entertainment, and athletics during meals, classes, work details, bath, and visits. To censor offenders' meals. So remember, communications that is purely a right of a person's, but all incoming and outgoing mails or letters shall be subject for censorship or decipherment. No? So, kailangan buksan yun, basahin. Kahit nga pag nandun na kayo sa training center, pag pumasok kayo ng pulis o sa PNPA, lahat ng mga sulat ninyo na ipapadala at pinapadala ay binubuksan niya, binabasa. So what is the mere purpose of censoring your letters? To avoid any possible entry of contrabands and to avoid any possible of degrading the institutions, no? To inspect security devices, to maintain in and around their perimeter security ring, to escort offenders to courts, other authorized places of confinement, and hospitals in case of emergencies. Remember, the escorting procedure, the SOP is 1:1 plus 1. Okay? Bawat piso, may isang escort at isang backup. So yun din. That is the ratio, 1:1 plus 1. Escorting procedure yun. To ensure custody and safety of those confined in jail. To escort visitors within the jail premises. To report any infringement or violation of rules and regulations to proper authorities. To inform the warden of any emergency cases. To keep and maintain records of the offenders. To perform such other duties as may be assigned by competent authority. Commitment and classifications of prisoners and detainees. As mentioned in the Comprehensive Operations Manual of the BGMP 2015, a person can be committed to jail only upon the issuance of an appropriate order. So what are those appropriate order? So that is referring to the commitment order. Okay? Now let's go to the basic procedures of confinement of person deprived of liberty to prison institution. So dito muna tayo sa lock-up sa police station. So anong kailangan? Document needed. Commitment order is issued by the court. Medical check-up of the PDL before transportation and transfer PDL to BGMP custody. Ngayon, pagdating doon sa BGMP, ang gagawin naman ng BGMP is to check the authority of transfer of the PDL, such as commitment order, booking or carpeta, examines the completeness and authenticity of the requirements for commitment order, booking sheet, arrest report, and informations. Before it prepares inmate for physical examinations by the health unit. Check the inmate's belonging for presence of contraband. Discovery of any contraband shall be treated in accordance with existing policies and rules inside the prison institutions. Takes all costs. No, take note, hindi pwedeng magdala ng pera ang priso ha. Pero minsan, binibigyan naman sila ng privilege na to keep cash but not more than 500 ata, no, something like that. And other personal properties from the inmate, less than down or received from with duplicate. So, pag yung mga properties o personal belongings o properties ng priso like jewelry, money, so kailangan i-custodian ng custodial officer. And then bigyan sila ng resibo. Yung kopya ng resibo. Duly signed by him or her and countersigned by the inmates. Once the inmate has undergone the registration process, he shall be temporarily housed in the inmate classification counseling unit. No, pag tinanggap na yung priso, ang una nilang lugar na pupuntahan is yung ICCU o yung tinatawag na Inmate Classification and Counseling Unit. Kumbaga pa ito sa Bureau of Correction, Reception and Diagnostic Center, no? Sa kanila is ICCU. Now, the person deprived of liberty shall stay in the ICC for a minimum period of 30 days, but not exceeding 60 days. So lahat yan, nandun na yung orientation, briefing, medical check-up, neuropsychological examination, so on and so forth, before classifying the needs of the offenders, because that is part of the classification of offenders or part of the possible diversification program. Now, after the Bureau of Jail, so the same pa rin, check the pertinent document such as mitimus order, so sa jail commitment, sa Bureau of Correction. So, sino ang mag-secure ng commitment? Ang police. Sino ang mag-secure ng mitimus? Ang BGMP. Okay? Yan. So, what are the categories of inmates? There are two general classes of inmates. First, prisoners, inmate who is convicted by final judgment. Detainee, inmate who is undergoing investigation or trial or awaiting trial. So what are the classification of prisoners? There were four main classifications of prisoners. First is we have insular prisoners. Insular prisoners are referring to those national prisoners whose sentence is more than 3 years. Then we have provincial prisoners. One who is sentenced to a prison term of 6 months and 1 day to 3 years. Then we have city prisoners. So one is sentenced to a prison term of 1 day to 3 years. Then we have municipal prisoners. One who is sentenced to a prison term of 1 day to 6 months. So what are the classification of detainees? There are 3 types of detainees. As I said earlier, first, undergoing investigation. So ibig sabihin, yung hindi pa sila na-arraign, hindi pa nabasahan ng kanilang kasalanan or kaso. Awaiting or undergoing trial. So ibig sabihin, the person deprived of liberty was already arraigned and their case is ongoing, no? And the last one is their case was already heard, but there is no final conviction given to the person deprived of liberty. Now let's go to the inmate security classifications. The following are the classification of inmates according to security rest. So we have the HRI. So HRI in those who are considered highly dangerous and who require a greater degree of security, control, and supervisions because of their deemed capability of escape, of being rescued, and their ability to launch or spread acts of violence inside the jail. So sino ito? Yung mga hardcore criminals, yung mga pabalik-balik na lang, yung mga recidivists, or mga yung tinatawag natin na yung isa pa about yung isang term pa sa recidivist, yung mga ano ba yan, dalawang klase man yan, no? This include those charged with heinous crimes such as murder, kidnapping for ransom, economic sabotage, So ano bang sample na economic sabotage? Illegal recruitment, product hoarding, yan, smuggling. Also included remits with military police training or those whose life is in danger or under imminent threat, like yung mga politicians na nakulong na posibleng patayin ng kanilang kalaban, no? So yun, sila yung mga HRI. High profile inmates, most common is yung mga politicians, no, or congressmen. Those who required increased security based on intense media coverage or public concern as a result of their offense, such as but not limited to those who have been involved in a highly controversial or sensationalized crimes, or those who became prominent for being politicians, government officials, multi-million entrepreneur, religious, ito, pagaya nito. Si Apolinario, he will be considered as high-profile inmate. At the same time, high-risk inmate kasi may mga tao na gustong papatay sa kanya or marami ding taong gustong mag-rescue sa kanya. So, and then, takaw media attention din si Apolinario, yung founder ng KAPA, no? So, karon nagkapa-kapa na. Then, the HVT or the high-value target, a target either a resource or a person so may either be an enemy or combatant. So, ito yung mga natawag natin na mga NPA, no? Yung mga surrendery. So, yan. High-ranking official or civilian in danger of capture or death, typically in position of a critical intelligence, data, or authority marked as an objective for a mission in which a commander requires for the successful completions of the same. Security threat group, any formal or informal ongoing enemies group, gang, organizations, or associations consisting of 3 or more members falling into one of the following basic categories: street gangs, prison gangs, outlaw gangs, traditional organized crime, aboriginal gangs. Ano ito mga aboriginal gangs? Ito yung bagong usbong ng mga grupo ng mga membro ng mga lumad o tribo, no? Subversive groups and terrorist organizations. Medium risk inmates, those who represent a moderate risk to the public and staff. These inmates still require greater security control and supervisions as they might escape from and might commit violence inside the jail. Minimum risk inmates or ordinary inmates. Those inmates who have lesser tendencies to commit offenses and generally pose the less risk to public safety. In most cases, they may be first-time offenders and are charged with light offenses. So pag minimum risk inmates, so they're only ordinary inmates, yung mga street crime, street crime offenders lang, tulad yung mga theft, snatching, yung mga ganun, no? So yan. So what are the requirements for commitment order? The following are the requirements for commitment order. Commitment order, so issued by the court, medical certificate, complaint or informations, police booking sheet, BGMP receptions procedures. Now let's go to the BGMP reception procedures. First, once the persons deprived of liberty properly turn over to the BGMP, the first area or houses on where the persons deprived of liberty received by the BGMP will be housed in the ICCU or the Inmates Classifications and Counseling Unit. So they will be stay there for 30 days up to 60 days, no? So iba yung sa BGMP ICCU, Inmates Classification Counseling Unit. Sa Bureau of Correction naman is Reception and Diagnostic Center. So now let's go to the BGMP reception procedures. One of the guiding principles of United Nations Standards minimum rules for the treatment of prisoners states that imprisonment and other measures which result in cutting off an offender from the outside world are afflicted by the very fact of taking from a person the right of self-determination by depriving him or her of his liberty. Therefore, the prison system shall not accept as an incidental to justifiable segregations or the maintenance of discipline, aggravate the suffering which is inherent in such situations. Hence, a well-planned and organized reception of detainee is critical to achieving this. Yes, that is true because in our country, although we are one of the signatories of the treatment of offenders under the Geneva Conventions way back in the late 80s, so we joined that convention and we signed the agreement, but most of the agreement stated on the international principles of the treatment of offenders was not totally applied or imposed. Okay? The inmate's first impressions of the correctional process are greatly influenced of his or her attitude and behaviors toward the custodial and rehabilitative regimen. Offenders must undergo during confinement and perhaps to some extent effects of his or her outlook and adjustment after his or her release. Yes, it's still because once you will be incarcerated, meaning your communications in the outside world is limited and most of the important events that happen in the outside world is not known inside the prison institutions. That's why once you already serve your sentence or release, so parang maninibago ka, no? And then you need to readjust yourself kasi iba na naman ang buhay sa labas, iba ang buhay sa loob ng prison. A decent and human program of confinement start with a systematic receptions of inmates for commitment to the BGMP's jail facilities. So that's why one of the requirements of the free release program of the BGMP or Area Bureau of Prisons, so they have another counseling, no? May counseling na naman mangyari sa persons deprived of liberties. The purpose of counseling is to prepare the mind and body of the person deprived of liberty to engage in a new world, no, or in the outside world. Then we have the gaiter. So the gaiter is known also as a jail desk officer. So sila yung tumatanggap ng dokumento. The gaiter carefully check the credentials of the persons bringing the inmates. So ang ni-refer dito na person is yung police, no? So yung police ang ni-refer dito na persons, yung nagdala sa offender, bringing in the inmate to determine his or her identity and authority. The officer also ascertains from the persons that law enforcement procedures, including the verification of standing warrant, criminal record of the arrested person before physical presentation in court, and must have been undertaken prior to the inmate's transfer's commitment to the jail. It is understood, therefore, that other standing warrants must have been served when a person is admitted for jail custody. The jail desk officer carefully examined the arrest report and the authenticity of the commitment order or the mittimus in due form to determine whether the inmate has been committed under legal authority as provided by Section 3, Rule 13 of the Rules of Court. Person arrested by virtue of warrant of arrest must secure a commitment order from the court where the warrant of arrest issued before he can be committed to any jail. The admitting jail officer takes all cash and other personal property from the inmates, lays them down on a receipt from in duplicate, duly signed by him or by her countersigned by the inmates. The original receipt should be kept for the record, and the duplicate copy should be given to the inmates. Security and control. The overall concept of jail security operations encompass both preventions and rehabilitations. These two efforts are inseparable as neither can be accomplished without the other. Jail security is necessary to safeguard the lives of a people residing within the vicinity. Those managing the jails and inmates who lives are to be rehabilitated and to become a constructive members of society. The following guidelines should be strictly observed inside the jail: the security and control. Maintain strict control of firearms. Never permit any firearm inside the jail except in some areas where firearms are authorized. So the paragraph A, it is referring to once the jail officers conduct a routine inspections, the jail officers should not bring firearms, but he needs a backup, no? So kailangan may backup siya kasi yung backup ang magpoprotekta sa kanya. So while conducting the monitoring or inspections of the cell facility, maintain 24-hour supervision of the offenders. Maintain system of key control which shall include an accurate listing of all cases and receipting them. Never permit the offenders to handle a case or to study them. Now, there are some practice in, especially in the municipal jail, na yung mga jail officers, they allow their prisoners to keep the keys, no, and to open the cell. So it is prohibited from the very beginning. Kasi pwedeng i-duplicate yan. Gawa lang yan ng, ito sabihin natin, meron silang clay. So kailangan, kung ikaw naman yung jail officers, so kung ikaw yung reliever, dapat bago mo tanggapin yung susi, is, bilangin mo muna. And then, i-check mo yung bawat silda. Baka meron ng nilagari dyan na silda. Kung makatakasan sa oras mo, di patay ka. Ikaw yung papalit doon sa priso. Okay? Secure firearms and anti-riot equipment in the armory where they shall be within easy reach of the jail guard and yet afford maximum security access by offenders. Supervise the proper use of tools and other potentially dangerous articles such as bottles, acid, kitchen knives, etc. and keep them out of offenders each when not in use. So lahat ng mga kutsara or tenidor o yung kubyertos na pinagamit sa priso during sa kanilang pagkain, so dapat kailangan kumpleto yun, bilangin yun. No? So kung kulang yun, delikado. Yung mga toothbrush, kailangan kunin din yan kasi magiging tools yan, no? Pwedeng gamitin yan as a weapon to inflict injury to other prisoners. Conduct regular offenders. So remember, so in the board exam, lumalabas din itong question na ito, no? So remember, the jail officers should count their prisoners 4 times a day. So 4 times a day yan siya. Umaga, paglabas, pagpasok sa tanghali, paglabas sa tanghali, pagbalik sa hapon. So 4 times a day. So establish period which ensure beyond doubt that every offender is physically present or accounted for. Now, ang pagbilang ng priso ay hindi yung ano lang, yung kamay-kamay lang. So kailangan paupuin lahat yan. And then, pag i-start ng bilang, tatayo yung isang priso, kailangan ang bilang magsimula sa dulo, huwag sa harap. Kasi matatabunan yung nasa likod. Baka balik-balik lang yung nasa likod. So kailangan to the last person ka magsimulang magbilang ng priso. Okay? Conduct frequent surprise searches of offenders. So ang tawag naman natin dito yung conduct frequent surprise searches, dalawa yan siya. Yung shakedown, no? Yung shakedown at saka yung offline greyhound. Yung shakedown, yung pinipili lang yung silda tapos yung mga priso, padadapain yan sa loob ng kalang silda and then mag-i-inspection. Yung offline greyhound naman, lahat ng priso palalabasin, pauupuin doon sa nakadakwok sila sa isang alley and then mag-i-inspection yung bawat silda. So, iba ang shakedown, iba ang offline greyhound. Pero commonly na ginagamit ng BGMP is offline greyhound. Conduct frequent inspection of security facilities to detect tampering or defects. So, kailangan inspeksyonin mo yung silda. Baka may mga ano na yan, baka nilagari na yan, may putol, baka pinadikitan lang yan ng glue, no? Develop plans dealing with emergency like escape, fires, assaults, and riots. Actually, ano naman ito, is open ito ng bawat prison institutions. Never allow jail guard to open the offender's quarters alone. Yes. So, kailangan pag mag-monitor ka or kung merong nagpupunuan nagsakit-sakitan dyan, too good to be true naman yan. So, kailangan may backup ka kasi pwede ka magiging hostage nila. Select carefully the offenders to be assigned as orderly or aid and maintain rigid control over their activities. Kasi bawat priso, bawat grupo, bawat silda, meron yan silang tinatawag na mayor, no? Kasi binago na nila yung term nila doon. Meron na silang mayor, gobernador, congressman. So yung congressman, yun yung pinakamataas. Yun yung tawag natin na mayores of the mayores. Yung congressman naman, yun yung mayor. Yung busyo, yun yung team leader, no? So busyo, ginawa na siyang mayor ngayon. Ang mayor ginawa na siyang gobernador. Ang mayor of the mayores, tinatawag na siya ng congressman. Okay? So, iniba na nila yung term doon. The Classification Board is tasked to conduct background investigation of inmates to determine the cell assignment, the appropriate rehabilitative programs, the type of supervisions and degree of custody and restrictions which is applicable to all inmates. The investigation shall focus on the following. So take note, hindi sila magkakandak ng PBI or partial background investigation sa priso. So ang gagawin nila is to look the documents or the profile of the inmates. So and then they have a certain interview prior to the classifications of the prisoner. Facts and data of the present case. So yun, sabi natin kanina, inmates' recent criminal history and the facts about the inmates' attitudes and behaviors while confined in other institutions if the inmate is a recidivist or a habitual delinquent. The correctional institutions for women. In 1931, the Correctional Institutions for Women was established. It has an 18 hectares piece of land in Mandaluyong, Metro Manila, by the authority of Act Number 3579, and this was passed on November 27, 1929. Now, by the virtue of Act Number 3579 rather, when it was passed on November 27, 1929, 2 years after the correctional institutions was established. Prior to the establishment of these institutions, female inmates were confined first in the Bilibid prisons. So sadyang wala pa natukod ang prisuhan para sa mga babae, ang mga babae dito sa ginakulong sa prisuhan kung asa pod nakulong ang mga lalaki. Later, the need for female superintendent was felt. So sadyang gibati na nga kinahanglan naging nga na ay superintendent na mag-supervise po sa mga babae, dito na nahitabo ang pagplano sa pagtukod sa prisuhan para sa mga babae. Now, The position for female superintendent was created in 1934. Today, the Correctional Institution for Women is an institution under the Bureau of Prisons with separate budget and needs for female prisoners. This is the only female prison institutions in the Philippines. But in 2007, the sub-colony of the Davao Prison and Penal Farm was converted at the satellite prisons intended for the female convicted inmates outside Manila. So kung kinsa to nakatyo dito sa may Tanglaw man siguro na, Tanglaw or Panglao sa Panabo, katong satellite prison area sa Dapicol, convert siya as a female prison and penal farm, no? So that is the first female prison institutions outside Manila. So ito kita kaya na diri nabutang sa Mindanao, doon pag hindi sa Davao. When the female prison penal farm, the satellite prison farm of the female, there were 98 convicted female inmates who arrived at the first contingent. So sa diyang kabriya na ang prison and penal farm for females, there is sa Panabo, ang unang niabot is katong 98 ka mga piniriso. Pero kini sila, they're about to be released and they have a good standing, no good behavior in the Mandaluyong dito sa CIW. So mo ni sila halos taga-diri po sila sa Mindanao o Bisaya. So para paglaya nila do lang kay ilang biyahe, no? The Davao Correctional Institution for Women, CIW Mindanao, was opened through the help of some civic organizations of Davao del Norte. It is the first female prison institution in Visayas and Mindanao. Sablayan Prison and Penal Farm. In 1954, there was a tremendous increase in the populations in the new bereaved prisons. In these situations, the President issued Proclamation Number 72, dated September 27, 1954, setting aside of 16,000 hectares of the Virgin Island in Sablayan, Occidental Mindoro, for the establishment of the Sablayan Penal Farm. At that time, the bereaved prisons can only house 3,000 inmates, but their population reached to 6,000 inmates. The Leyte Regional Prison and Penal Farm. On January 16, 1973, the Leyte Regional Prison was established in Abuyog to serve the convicted offenders for more than 3 years. Admissions, confinements, and classification of inmates. Admissions, confinement, and classification of inmates is not just an administrative apparatus of control, but to harmonize the inherent disparity of class to class by the nature of its congenital character or by its societal structure. In a simple term, it is the segregation by distinctions and not by discriminations. Now, remember, the admissions and confinement classification shall be start at the ICCU or the Bureau of Jail and the Reception and Diagnostic Center for the Bureau of Corrections. What these mechanisms seek to avoid is the absurdity of inmates of being morally subjugated by its own peers by reason of age. So para dili sila nagkaroon discrimination o daug-daugon, so kailangan na dito ang classification, no? Base sa ilang panginahanglanon. Alangan naman ang mga bakol imong isagol sa mga tarong, di imo ginang tiko dito. Alangan naman ang mga tigulang isagol nimo sa mga able-bodied young man, di mo na dito katabang, no? Now, the notoriety, disability, and other factors beyond his personal competence to recess. There can never be a meaningful rehabilitation if the wards are being terrorized by the biting signs of coercions and oppressions. Prison statistics has shown names of inmates who entered as a cub but ended as a tiger. Yes, pagsulod dito, abinin mo mga sa mga iring gagmay, no? Pagkadugay-dugay na, nahimo ng tigri tungod sa ilang mga experience, mga bad experience. Admissions and confinement of inmates. There shall be a reception diagnostic center. Now remember, kung ang priso, bagong abot na priso sa city jail, ibutang sa ICCU, sa Bureau of Corrections, sa RBC sila ginabutang. So kung dito 30 to 60 days sa RBC, once the newly arrived convicted offenders and subject for the custody at the diagnostic center, they will be subject for an orientations and briefing for a period of 5 days. After 5 days, then they will go another 55 days. Kining 5 days, quarantine lang ni siya, no? Then after 5 days, there will be another 55 days for a rigid medical, physical, and so on and so forth, no? Within a total of 60 days. So within that period, with a total of 60 days period, during the time of arrival or during the stay of the research and the reception and diagnostic center in the Bureau of Corrections, they are not allowed to receive visitors. No, they are not allowed to receive visitors. No visitors shall be allowed to visit their loved ones who are inside the prison institution. So, dili pwedeng bisitahon ang priso sa diyang pag-abot niya dito sa Bureau of Corrections. Sud sa 60 ka adlaw. Okay? Di siya pwedeng bisitahon, di siya pwedeng mudawat o bisita. Okay? Psychiatric evaluations. Using the result of the psychological examinations, the social case studies, and the risk assessment, the psychiatrists conduct a psychiatric evaluations to determine the present mental state of the inmate and to diagnose any existing psychiatric illnesses for further treatment. The result will be recorded and shall bear the signature of the psychiatrist who conducted the examinations. Disciplinary Board. Now remember, the Disciplinary Board is composed of a different officials of the jail, no? The chairman of the Disciplinary Board is no other than the assistant jail warden. A disciplinary board shall be organized and maintained for the purpose of hearing the disciplinary cases involving any inmate who violate the jail's rules and regulations, and shall be composed of the following personnel: chairperson, assistant warden; member, chief custody and security office; medical officers, public health officers; jail chaplain; inmates welfare and development officers; inmates representative. So meron din silang representative ang inmates, no? Siguro ito na yung pinakabusyo, okay? Yung tinatawag nila na gobernador. The 7 penal institutions of the Philippines. The organization set up the National Bureau of Prisons and the basic laws of the Philippine prison system is found on the revised administrative code known as the prison law. This law is specifically referred in the following sections: 1705 to 1751 of the said code. The prison law states that the head of the Bureau of Prisons shall be called as the prison director, who is appointed by the Chief Executive of the Philippines with the confirmations of the commissions on appointments. The Bureau of Prisons has a general supervision and control of national and provincial prisons and all penal institutions. It is in charge with the safekeeping of all prisoners confined therein or committed to custody of the said Bureau. Bureau of Corrections is under the umbrella of the Department of Justice. Okay? So Bureau of Corrections is directly connected or attached to the Department of Justice, while the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology is under the umbrella of the DILG. The national prisons which house more serious offenders already convicted with a sentence of more than 3 years is maintained by the Bureau of Corrections, an agency under the Department of Justice. The Bureau is responsible for the safekeeping of prisoners and their rehabilitations through general and moral, educational, and technical training, and industry and agriculture. The Bureau also oversees the operation of prisons, agros industries, and the productions of food commodities. The Bureau of Corrections maintains 7 correctional institutions, as well as the penal farms. The nation's largest prisons is no other than the New Bilibid prisons, the oldest prisons institutions in the history, which is located at Muntinlupa, that operates the Manila City Jail. So para dili ta mawala, nganong place may Manila City Jail? Actually, the present Manila City Jail, that is the old National Bilibid prisons. Balikan na to ha. Kanang present nga Manila City Jail, mao na siya ang dating National Bilibid prisons, no? Gikambyohan lang siya, gikambyo lang ang property sa gobyerno, gatag nila dito sa Bureau of Corrections, katoy lang yuta sa Muntinlupa. So, ang dating National Bilibid prison, gi-convert siya as a Manila City Jail. So meaning, pag mingtag, who is the oldest jail in the history? The Manila City Jail. Okay? The penitentiary serves as the central facilities for those sentenced to life imprisonment or a long term of incarceration. It is divided into 3 camps to separate those serving maximum and medium and minimum penalties. Now remember, the National Bilibid prisons or the Bureau of Corrections, it was divided into 3 camps. First is we have the National Bilibid prisons. The second one is we have the Camp Sampaguita and Camp Bukang Liwayway. Then we have also the Correctional Institution for Women, which is also located in Metropolitan Manila. Combination prisons and penal farm are also located in Zamboanga City, Palawan, Mindoro Occidental, and several Mindanao provinces. The 7 operating units of the Bureau of Corrections located nationwide. The New Bilibid prisons located in Muntinlupa City. The correctional institutions for women located in Mandaluyong City. The Iway Prison and Penal Farm located in Puerto Princesa City, Palawan. Sabdayan Prison and Penal Farm in Occidental Mindoro. San Ramon Prison and Penal Farm in Zamboanga City, which is the second oldest prison institution in the history. Leyte Regional Prison in Abuyo Griti, and our very own Davao Prison and Penal Farm in Panabo, Davao Province. Bilibid prisons or the in Muntinlupa City. The National Bilibid prisons was constructed in the year 1847. The first Bilibid prison was constructed and became the central place of confinement for Filipino prisoners by the virtue of the royal decree of the Spanish Crown. The plan for the Bilibid prisons was such that the brigades were constructed in a radical spokes. Yung makikita natin yung parang tower, no? Kumbaga pa na sa chess, katong tower. For easy command and control, a central tower was placed at the center of the spokes. This was made of a strong adobe, so studied that even to this day. After its transfer to the city of Manila, it still stands and has been used by the city of Manila as a city jail. The place is still famous for its name as the May Haligi State. Take note, pag sinabi natin ito, what is the famous name of the former National Bilibid prisons in Manila? And that is known as May Haligi State. It was located at the nearby Central Market of Manila. In 1936, the city of Manila exchanged its Muntinlupa property of 552 hectares with the Bureau of Prisons. So ito yung sabi natin kanina, yung property ng City of Manila na nandun sa Muntinlupa
which have a total of 552 hectares, ilan ang gibarter o ilang exchange sa present Manila City Jail. So what is the reasons why they exchange their property in Muntinlupa to the Bureau of Prisons? Because the purpose or the purpose of the said property of the Manila, which is located in Manila, is to construct a boys' town. Now, because of the maintenance and the possible financial, what we call this problems to be encountered, so ang ginawa ng City of Manila, bali, inano nila ito, parang pinagpalit nila yung property nila sa Bureau of Corrections kapalit ng lumang National Bilibid Prison na sa Manila, which the Manila City Jail is now using. So, yun na. Ang purpose ng kanilang property doon sa, ano talaga, is Buistang. Kaya lang, malayo sa siyudad. Kaya baka magka-problema sila sa financial assistance. Okay. This Muntinlupa State was originally intended as site for the boys' training school. So, ito sabi natin na. Because it is far from Manila, however, the city government of Manila prepared the site of the old Bilibid prisons. Today, the new Bilibid prisons operate at two satellite units, namely Bukang Liwayway Camp and Camp Sampaguita. So, asa nakulong si Ruben Padilla? Si Ruben Padilla nakulong sa Camp Sampaguita. Because Camp Sampaguita, that is houses those offenders who are convicted of a medium sentence. While the Bukang Liwayway, ito naman yung sa mga minimum sentence, yung malapit ng lumaya, itong Bukang Liwayway. These two camps are located a few hundred meters back of the new Bilibid prisons. Bukang Liwayway camp houses minimum security-less prisoners who work on various projects of the institutions, while the Camp Sampaguita houses medium security rest, located near the Reception Diagnostic Center and the Youth Rehabilitation Center. The new Bilibid prisons is specialized in industrial type of vocational training. It operates a furniture shop, shoe repairing shop, blacksmith, auto mechanics, mobile and bodybuilding, and etc. The new Bilibid prisons offers a high school course and college courses major in management. Their high school courses started in 1956 for prisoners who desire to complete their secondary education. No? Biruin mo, yung secondary education na, it was started in 1956. The San Ramon Prison and Penal Farm, second to the National Bilibid prisons. The Spanish authorities in 1869 saw the need of establishing one prison separate from Bilibid prisons for those who fought against the establishment government. In effect, San Ramon and Prison Farm in Zamboanga were established for the confinement of political offenders. Filipino fighters who advocated for reform against the Spanish government and those who were not executed or put to death were sent to either Guam or Marianas Island or to Zamboanga. So katong mga political prisoners na dili sila subject for death execution, ginalabay sila sa Guam or sa Marianas or kung dili ba sa Zamboanga, no? This prison institution was named after its founder, Captain Ramon Blanco of the Spanish Royal Army. So the name San Ramon Prison and Penal Farm was taken to the first prison warden or director of the said prison institution in the person of Captain Ramon Blanco of the Spanish Royal Army, which has become a close friend of the late Jose Rizal. One of the non-Filipino political prisoners is no other than Dr. Sorisas, who fought for reforms and was considered as an enemy of the Spanish government. The San Ramon Penal Farm has estimated area of 1,546 hectares. The Jubahib Penal Colony. The Jubahib Penal Colony, also known as one of the best open penal institutions. So ang Jubahib Penal Colony was best known as kulungang walang rihas. Because Jubahib Penal Colony, it is an open prison penal farm. So, what is the agreement between the prisoners and the Bureau? They have only what they have is the mutual trust and agreement. Tiwala sa isa't isa. Okay? Again, the Jubahib Penal Colony is one of the best prison institutions in the world. It is an open penal institution at tinatawag din ito na kulungang walang rihas. The establishment of the Jubahib Prison and Penal Farm was to serve as an institution for incorrigibles and was envisioned by Governor Forbes, who was then a Secretary of Commerce and Police. The first contingent of prisoners was from the beloved prisons to be confined on Jubahib Penal Colony. However, these prisoners revolted against the authorities. On November 1, 1905, the Philippine Commission, under the authority of Reorganization Act 1407, changed the policy by converting the penal colony from an institution for incorrigible to a colony for a well-behaved and declared tractable prisoners. Today, the Jubahib Penal Colony enjoys the reputations as one of the world's open penal institutions. The Jubahib Penal Colony has a land area of 36,000 hectares. The colony is divided into 4 sub-colonies. Namely, take note that the Jubahib Penal Colony is divided into 4 sub-colonies. First is we have the Santa Luisa, Inagawan, Montebli, and the last, the Central Sub-Colony. The Jubahib Penal Colony is composed of 36,000 hectares and divided into 4 sub-colonies. The colony operates small institutions under the supervision and controls of the penal supervisions. The Jubahib Penal Colony administrates the Tagumpay Settlement and has a 1,000 hectares. Now, the Tagumpay Settlement having a reserve of 1,000 hectares. In this portion, which was divided into 6 hectares, homestead lots were distributed to release inmates who desired to live in the settlement. So, ang 1,000 hectares, i-divide na siya og 6 hectares para lang papuyan sa mga priso nga dili na gusto mo gawas, nga man na sa ilang sentensya, nga gusto mo pabilin dito, no? So, they will be given a post-sentence program. Sabi ng post-sentence program, pagkauman silang sentensya, siyempre, wala man sila panginabuyan, so tagaan sila og kapital, no? So, tagaan sila kapital, kapitalan sila hangtod nga na kaya na nilang mubarog sa ilang kaugalingon. Okay. So, again, the Tagumpay Settlement has a total land area of 1,000 hectares and the portion of this was divided into 6 hectares for the purpose of homestay for those prisoners who wants to live and to remain in the prison institutions after serving their sentence. One of the important features of the Jubahib Penal Colony is the privilege granted to every colonist to have their family in the village. The institution maintains in various community resources, such as schools, churches, recreation centers, post-exchange, hospitals, and clinics. Their products are sold to the post-exchange centers, no? So, ang purpose ito is they give a privilege to have their families now. Remember, ang unang dahilan nga nung ang pinili sumutakas tungo sa pag-unauna sa ilang pamilya. Karon kung na ilang pamilya, mag-unauna pa ba silang tapili na? So, para dili po mabalaka kung maka-eskwela ba ilang anak, so Kumplito na dito sa White Penal Colony. Na simbahan, na eskwelahan, na recreational area, then tapos na bagsakan, no? Kung pila ang kuha sa gawas, mapura ang kuha sa sulod. E nga naman, katong mga komprador, katong mga wholesaler, libre man ang ilahang sakay padulong dito sa penal colony. So para pakiawon tong produkto nila dito. So, wala nagiangay pang itakas, no? Kaya na pamilya, na kumpleto pa sila tanan. Davao Prison and Penal Farm, which is located in Duhali, Panabo, Davao del Norte, was established in January 21, 1932 in accordance with the Act number 3732 and Proclamation number 414 series of 1931. The first contingent of prisoners that opened the colony was led by General Pauloino Santos, founder and then the first director of prisons. The area consists of 18,000 hectares, mostly devoted to abaca. In 1942, the colony was used as a concentration camp for American prisoners of war. During the war, the Japanese soldiers devastated the colony by destroying its buildings, machineries, and industry. So kung ato mo dito sa Bureau of Corrections, kung makita nyo itong naibungkag dito nga building, katong gihimo na karuglutuan ng gihimo ng kusina, lungaganan sa kanon, sudan sa mga piniriso. So mo to siya ang pabungkag sa mga Hapon, no? Katong pagilang katong simultaneous bombing sa Pilipinas. In August 1946, the colony was reestablished and restored its former productive activity by slow reconstruction. Sa inahinay, ilang gisugdan pagbalik ang ilang mga productive programs nila dito. This institution is now the main source of income by the Bureau of Prisons from its great range products of abaca, rice, and other major agricultural products. A given physical examinations to determine any physical illnesses or handicap or mental ailment and to segregate those suspected of having an infectious or contagious disease. If found sick, the inmate should immediately be confined in a hospital. Orientation of prison rules and regulations, and interview by a counselor, social worker, and or other program staff officers to interview shall be conducted in a private. After the quarantine period, the inmate shall remain in the reception and diagnostic center for another period of 55 days, wherein the prisoner shall undergo psychiatric, psychological, sociological, vocational, educational, religious, and other examinations. The results of the said examination shall be a basis for the inmate's individualized treatment program. Thereafter, the prisoner shall be assigned to a prison facility as may be recommended by the chief of the reception and diagnostic center. The reception and diagnostic center shall keep a complete record of an inmate, which shall include the inmate's personal circumstances, brief personal, social, occupational history, the results of the intake interview, and initial security classifications. Admissions. An inmate shall be admitted in the reception and diagnostic center of prisons. Presentations upon the following documents: mitimus or commitment order from the court. Order shall be under the signature of the judge and shall bear the seal of the court attested by a clerk, of course. So we are referring to the mitimus order. Information in court decisions of the case. Certification of detentions, if any. Certification that the case of the inmate is not on appeal. A female inmate shall be received only at the CIW. Registrations. A prison shall keep a bound registration book wherein all commitments shall be recorded chronologically. The register shall contain the following entries: name of the inmates, reason for commitment in the authority of their court, sentence date, and hour of admissions, and hour of discharge, and hour of transfer, and the basis therefore. In the admissions process, after registrations, the inmate shall be taken a mug shot, front and side by side, fingerprinted, and assigned a permanent prison number. The inmate shall be given a prescribed haircut. The beards and the mustache shall be shaved off, except for those having a religious belief. No? Katong mga tradisyon, kinaiyagin nila, ginarespeto po to siya. Pero ang bungot, murag kuan gidya siya, laklon. The admissions of inmates shall be made in an area that is physically separated from the general prison populations. Body search of every inmate's personal effects is required upon admissions. The inmates shall be searched thoroughly. All newly arrived inmates shall be allowed to retain in his possession only authorized articles. What are those articles? Like mga dili mahalon nga rilo, no? Kana dili maron nga rilo. Mora na ipadala sa ila. Pintas, dili pwede kay basig pangtuok na. Okay. A list of articles taken from the possession of the inmates shall be entered in the inmate's record, and received shall be provided to the guard in charge thereof. Katuning sa custody of properties of the inmates, no? All articles taken from the inmates shall be returned to them upon discharge unless previously disposed at the inmate's request or ordered condemned by the prison superintendent after lapse of 2 years. No? Kung mga presidente ay baligya na lang na, no? Or katong nilampas na og 2 ka tuig wala pag ikuha. Confiscation of contraband items. So, unsa man yung mga contraband items? Sigarilyo, mga tools na pwede mong gamiton para makadisgasta sa lain, mga nude magazines, so mga Playboy magazines, so dili na siya pwedeng isulod, no? Kwarta nga sobra, dili pwede. Okay? Toothbrush, dili pwedeng dalon sa sulod sa silda. Ibili na dito sa custodial force. If the inmates bring in any drugs or medicine, so pasaning na sa tambal, maintenance, so iya gina i-turn over, i-surrender niya dito sa reception and diagnostic center para ang prison doctor na lang ang maghatag sa iya, ha? Kada oras, kung unsang oras sa iyang pag-inom sa iyang tambal. The medical officer on duty shall decide in his dispositions, narcotics and all other prohibited drugs or substance. The possession of the use of which are punishable under our laws. All types of weapons, substance or chemicals that may cause injury to persons, an item or article in which an inmate is not allowed to possess under present rule shall be considered as contraband items and subject for confiscation. Issuance of uniform. The newly admitted inmates shall be given an issue of 2 regulation uniform suit, 2 t-shirts whenever practicable. They shall also be issued the following items: 1 blanket, 1 mat, 1 mosquito net, 1 set mist kit, and 1 pair of slippers. The inmates shall be held responsible and accountable for all the items issued to them. Personal effects of inmates. In addition, articles supplied by prison, the inmates may bring clothes and other items essential to his well, being provided the quantity, nature, and dimension thereof do not interfere with the safety and the living conditions of other inmates. The prison superintendent may allow the inmates to bring an electrical equipment like television, radio, cassette, video players, electric fans. Pero kining TV, dapat magkauyo ng mga priso nga isa lang ka-channel. Kaya kung balin-balin, may hinungdan silang away, no? Wearing of jewelry. An inmate may not wear jewelry items. They may, however, allow to wear an inexpensive watch. So, muna itong suti na ito ganina, baratohon lang, no? Classification of inmates. Classification of inmates. In every prison institution shall have the classification board, which shall classify inmates in accordance with the correctional operating manual The board shall be composed of the following. Chairman, the chairman of the classification of inmates is the superintendent. Vice chairman, the chief reception and diagnostic center. Members, medical officer, chief education, chief agro-industry section. Secretary, the chief overseer. The inmates shall be classified as to security status and as to entitlement to prison privilege. General classification of prisoners. Sentenced prisoners, the word sentence has assumed a special meaning in our state use. To specially refer to judgment rendered by the court in a criminal case. A judgment or sentence is a final and executory if no appeal lies therefore. Detention prisoners. Take note, ang detention prisoners sa Bureau of Prisons, those are prisoners who are convicted by the lower court but their case is on appeal. So meaning, nakonbikto na ni sila more than 3 years, nakulong sa Bureau of Prisons, pero gitawag sila detention prisoners tungod kaya ang ilang kaso ila pahang gi-apila. Meaning, ang detainee dito sa Bureau of Prisons katong mga kaso nga gi-apila. O mauni sila katong mga piniriso nga pwede pang mubuto. Kaya o may siguro ang ilang kaso basig makuan, mausab, no? Basig ma-acquitted sila. So muna pwede sila mubuto. Muna sila gitawag dito detainee. Katong mga nakonbikto pero ang kaso gi-apila. Okay? A prisoner is detained when he is placed confinement or when there is a restraint on this person. What are the 3 general classification of jail inmates? Sentenced prisoners, persons who are convicted by final judgment of the crime charged against them but not more than 3 years. Detention prisoners, persons who are detained for the violation of law and ordinance and have not yet been convicted. And the last, persons held for investigation or safekeeping. Ipailan pala kaso pero wala pa nabasahan sa ilahang kaso. Classifications as to sentence. Municipal or jail prisoners. One who is sentenced to serve imprisonment from 1 day to 6 months. Keyword, municipal jail prisoners, offenders convicted of 1 day to 6 months. City jail prisoners, one who is sentenced to serve imprisonment from 1 day to 3 years. City jail, 1 day to 3 years. Provincial, 6 months and 1 day to 3 years. Municipal, 1 day to 6 months. City jail, 1 day to 3 years. Provincial, 6 months, 1 day to 3 years. National or insular prisoners, so muna siya katong 3 years and above or a long-term sentence. Classification of inmates as to security status. The inmates shall be assigned of the following security groups. Maximum security, these shall include highly dangerous or super security risk inmates as determined by the classification boards who are required as high degree of control and supervisions under this category. Those who may be sentenced 20 years of imprisonment, remand inmates or detainees whose sentence is 20 years and above, and those whose sentence are under the review of the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeals. Those with pending cases, recidivists, habitual delinquents, and escapees. Those confined at the reception and diagnostic center. Those under the disciplinary punishment for safekeeping, and those who are criminally insane or those with severe personality or emotional disorders that make them dangerous to fellow inmates or other prison staff. Medium security risk. This shall include those who cannot be trusted in these secured areas and those who conduct or behavior require minimum supervisions under this category. Ang color sa ilang sanina ani kay blue. Those whose minimum sentence less than 20 years of imprisonment. Take note, pag less than 20 years and below lang ilang sentensya, medium security risk na sila, ha? Remand inmates or detainees whose sentence are below 20 years. Those who are 18 years of age and below, regardless of case and sentence. Those who have 2 or more record of escapes, they can be classified as medium security if they have served 8 years since they were committed. And those with 1 record of escape must serve 5 years. And first offender sentenced to life imprisonment, they may be classified as medium security if they have served 5 years in maximum security prisons or less upon the recommendation of the superintendent. Those who were detained in a city in or a provincial jail shall not be entitled to said classification. Minimum security, ang color ng silang prison suit is brown. These shall include those who can be reasonably trusted to serve their sentence under less restricted condition under this category. So nanay sila yung mga privilege of orlok ng mga minimum security. Those with a severe physical handicap are certified by the chief medical officers of the prisons. Those who are 65 years old and above without pending case and whose convictions are not on appeal. Those who have served at least 1/2 of their minimum sentence or 1/3 of their maximum sentence, including good conduct time allowance as provided in Chapter 4, Part 3 of the Correctional Operating Manual. And those who have 6 months more to serve before the expirations of their maximum sentence. The color of uniform as to security classification. The color of uniform of wearing shall be based on the security classification as to the following. Maximum security, tangerine or orange. Medium security, blue. Minimum security, brown. Detainee, gray. Okay, so now let's go to the third exam coverage. So for our subject. Now let's go to first with the GCTA. So when we say GCTA, it is a good conduct time allowance. So who is the authorized person to extend the good conduct time allowance to every deserving prisoners? So there is only one person who is authorized to extend, whether to grant or to deny the said privilege, in which is the prison director. Since the prison director is only the authorized person to grant, so meaning the only authorized person also to revoke or to suspend the granting of the GCTA is no other than the prison director also. So siya mananagatag, siya po na mukuha. Okay? So GCTA is a sentence reductions provisions afforded prisoners who show good behaviors during the time of serving sentence. So ang GCTA yatag na siya at the end of the year, no? So at the end of the following year or at the end of the month, of the year. So diversification, it is one of the programs on what types of what we call this rehabilitation program to be extended to those prisoners, no? So diversification, it is an administrative device of correctional institutions of providing a varied and flexible types of physical plans for more effective control of the treatment programs of its diversified population. First is we have types of inmates. So first is we have the third class inmate. So what is a third class inmate who has either been previously committed for 3 or more times a sentence inmate, except those in prison for non-payment of fine and those who have been reduced from a higher class, yung mga na-promote, no? Then we have the second class inmate. So second class inmate is a newly arrived inmate, an inmate demoted from first class inmate or promoted from third class inmate. Then we have the diversification and classification of inmates as to the entitlement of privilege in the confinement and accommodations of inmates. So diversification, again, it is an administrative device of correctional institutions of providing varied and flexible types of physical plans for the more effective control of the treatment programs of its diversified populations. So what is the principles of the diversification and classifications of inmates? The principle is that as soon as there is enough prisoners of a certain homogeneous type requiring specialized program of custody and treatments. So ano itong specialized program? For instance, a handicap or drug dependent or meron siyang skills talaga. So kailangan bigyan siya ng program which is necessary for his reformations, no? Now, this group should be separated in specialized institutions the separations can be done through proper classifications. So kailan mangyayari ang classifications? Mangyayari ang classifications once the offender is finally convicted by a court, which is the possible penalty is more than 6 years. So the first place or compartment that they will be housed is no other than in the reception and diagnostic center. So after the battery of examinations, evaluations of the said prisoners, so that is the time that they will be classified according to their needs, no? So when the prisoners are classified in group according to certain criteria, the treatment is specialized since the frame of the treatment program is concentrated. So kung magaling pala yan siya sa automotive, kailangan bigyan mo siya ng ibang program, no? Na which is na pwede siyang magiging anong tawag dyan, asset ng Bureau of Corrections. Pwede mo siyang paturuin or whatever, no? Diversification may be done either by building special institutions of different classes of prisoner is more desirable. So actually, wala nang problema dito kasi meron mga ano talaga yun, non-vocational courses, no? Or areas or training centers sa loob ng Bureau of Prisons. Provisions for proper segregation of group give more effective executions of the treatment programs, or likewise providing separate facilities. Like for instance, kung drug dependent siya, so kailangan hindi mo siya pwedeng ihalo. Pag matanda siya, 60 years old and above, kailangan i-separate mo siya, or a handicap, or disabled. No? Kailangan iwalayan sila. Pero yung bakla, hindi pwedeng mahiwalay kasi lalaki man din yan. Now, within the single cell itself is also less expensive. Big institutions will be broken into smaller units because building special institutions requires a big amount of money. Actually, it is an old-time problem of the Bureau of Corrections. The old-time problem of Bureau of Corrections is they have only a limited budget, meaning konti lang ang budget para sa kanila. Okay. Segregation of prisoner is aimed to prevent moral or physical contaminations of group by another and to prevent unnecessary custodial rest. Factors to be considered in diversification: the age, sabi natin kaya, gender, medical needs, physical needs of the prisoners, and degree of custody. Okay, so now let's go to the classification of inmates as to entitlement of privilege. Inmates shall be classified as follows to determine the entitlement to prison privilege. So, for the detainees, so if you ask me, sir, who are those detainees in the prison institution or in the Bureau of Corrections? Now remember, yung tinatawag na detainee doon sa Bureau of Corrections, sila yung mga tao o yung mga nagkasala na nakonbikto na in which the imposed penalty is more than 6 years, and then the file an appeal. So meaning yung kaso niya inapila. So meaning yung detainee na sa loob ng Bureau of Corrections na yung kaso nila inaapila, sila yung tinatawag na detainee. Dahil detainee sila doon, their rights to vote is always be respect. No? So pwede pa na silang mubuto. Bisag nakulong na sila, nasentensya na sila 12 anyos katuig tungod kay ang ilang sentensya, ilang giapila, dahil inapila nila yung kanilang kaso, so meron pa silang karapatang bumuto. Pero doon lang sila sa loob ng Bureau of Corrections bumuto. So lahat ng detainee na hindi pa nakonbikto, kahit nasa jail pa yan siya, o nasa Bureau of Corrections, pwede pa silang bumuto. Kasi hindi pa klaro kung talagang nagkasala sila. Okay. So naintindihan natin kung sino yung detainee. And remember, the color of the prison suit of the detainee, as we go back in our previous discussion, is the color gray. No, in fact, no? Okay. Then we have the third class inmates. One who has either been previously committed for 3 or more times as a sentenced inmate except those in prison of 9 p.m. Na-explain natin ito kanina, no? Okay. Now, who are the colonists? Now, the colonists, these are the prisoners who have given an entitled of privilege. Once you become a colonist, did you say if you're convicted for reclusion perpetua, so that is 40 years. So, it will be automatically commuted into 30 years. Kunyari, 40 years. 40 years yan. So, magiging 30 years na lang yan siya. Kasi nga, ganito yung commutations. Okay? Commutation is the reducing or modifications of a sentence imposed. No? That is part of the program to lessen the number of years of sentence to be served by the prisoners. Okay? So, who will declare that the prisoner is a colonist? The one who will declare that the prisoner is a colonist is no other than the classification board, at the same time, the prison director. So, siya gid ang mag-declare na, okay, colonist na yan, approved. Okay. So, who are the colonists? One who passed as the first class inmate and has served 1 year immediately preceding the completion of the period specified in the following qualifications and have served imprisonment with good conduct for equivalent to 1/5. So, kung saan man ang 1/5, imo na siyang i-multiply. 20 years times 1/5, pila ba ang 1/5 sa kuwan? Kung 5, kung 20, so upat, no? So, upat. Or 2.5. Murag, dili day. Ang tunga is 10, 5. Ang tunga is 10, then 5. So, mga 1 kapin po di ay, no? Of the maximum term of his prison sentence or 7 years in the case of life sentence. The inmate become a colonist upon the recommendation of the classification board after the following said requirements. Privilege of the colonist. Colonists shall have the following privilege. Credit of additional good conduct time allowance of 5 days for each calendar month. So, once a prisoner become a colonist, he will be given an additional deductions of sentence of 5 days per calendar month. Pero mahatag niya siya at the end of the year na, no? Of the following year na sa ihatag. So, aside pa niya sa iyang regular nga GCTA, naman sa regular nga GCTA. So, while the retained said classification aside from the regular GCTA authorized under the Article 7 of the Revised Penal Code. Now, meron tayong sinasabi dito. This privilege was already amended by Republic Act 10592. So, amend na nasa 10592. That is the new, that is the new law on the giving of good conduct. When in fact, it has become a very sensationalized when one of the prisoners in the person of former Mayor Sanchez, when he was about to be released by the virtue of possible pardon, no? Or yes, no? Kasi bumaba na yung sentensya niya. Dahil nga meron siyang GCTA. So, nagkaroon ngayon ng voice of the other sectors na bakit siya, when in fact yung kaso niya is statutory rape. And when in fact that is a double life sentence, no? So, kaya hindi siya pinayagan ni Duterte. When in fact, pina-amend pa nga yung provision ng extending of GCTA. Now, ang bagong amendment ng implementing rules and regulations sa GCTA, ang pwede lang mabigyan ng good conduct allowance na yung kaso niya is reclusion perpetua, those persons who are convicted in year 2012 below. Kung nakonbikto ka itong 2012 below, so mag-qualify ka. Pero kung nakonbikto ka 2013, you are not qualified. And then under the old law, yung lahat ng mga nakulong ng reclusion perpetua, hindi pwede magkaroon ng GCTA. Hindi pwedeng bigyan ng GCTA. Yun ang sabi ng lumang batas. In which, yun ang inadapt ulit. Dahil nga dito sa kaso ni Sanchez. Okay. Automatic reduction of life sentence imposed on the colonist o sentence of 30 years. Sinabi natin kanina. Kung 30 to 40 siya, so automatic 30 na lang, no? Subject to the approval of the prison director who have their wife and children and or the woman they desires to marry. Live with them in the prisons and penal farm. So, actually, sa mo nasa, di ba pwede mo ba niya asawa sa lang. Actually, nasa lang privilege na kung okay kayo siya, remember, one of the main reasons why prisoners plan to escape or they want to escape in prisons because of longingness tungod sa ilang kamingaw, kahidlaw sa ilang pamilya. So kung nanay ang pamilya, sa pamakason niya mong takas, so wala na, di ba? So nanay programa ang Bureau of Correction na murag tagaan na siya ang iyang pamilya, kung gusto din mo dito, o yun sila, then they will be provided a portion of lot. O libre na tanan dito, no? Libre. Pero dili ito ila, murag ipagamit lang sa Bureau of Correction sila samtang samtang nagapaabot kung kano sa makagawas ang ilang pinalangga nga bana nga nakulong in town. Okay. The family may avail of all prison facilities such as hospital, church, and school. All of the program or kung anong nandoon sa loob ng priso, karga na rin yung pamilya nila. Libre na rin sila, no? Okay. All the members of the family of the said college shall be subject to the rules and regulations governing to the prison and penal. Kaya lang, meron sila, pag gusto lang lalabas, kailangan magpaalam sila. Yun lang ang ano doon, yun lang ang disadvantage. Kaya hindi sila pwede makalabas-labas na basta-basta, no? Kailangan magpaalam sila. Okay. As a special reward to deserving colonies, the issuance of a reasonable amount of clothing and ordinarily household supplies from the government commissary in addition to free subsistence. No, libre bukas, asa man sila na. To wear a civilian clothes on such special occasions. So mga priso, pag special occasion, pista, magod nga VIP, tapos sila ang assign sa mga mag-prepare. So they can wear a civilian clothes. Yung presentable naman, no? And maybe designated by the prison superintendent. Now, remember, the prison superintendent is the one in charge of the prison institutions. Siyang in charge, no? But the overall head is the prison director. Paminawa, the overall head of all prison institutions is no other than the prison director. Now, the overall in charge of the prison institution is no other than the prison superintendent. Okay? Inmates who are spouses, husband and wife, inmates may be allowed to serve their sentence together in a prisons, in a penal farm. So, pwede na maglibog, sir. Pinirisong niyang asawa, pinirisong niya, mag-uban niya sa kulungan, dili. Di may now request for the transfer to another penal institution in which the husband and wife who are inmates can live together. And that is in the Iwahig Penal Colony. So, doon sila sa Iwahig Penal Colony. Doon pwede sila magsama doon. Hindi pwede doon sa San Ramon or sa National Bilibid. No, di ba pwede babae dito? So, dito sila sa Palawan. Okay. Revocation of colony status. Now, remember, who can revoke the status of colonus? So, again, the prison director to the recommendation of the prison superintendent. Okay. The grant of colony status may be revoked anytime by the superintendent with the approval of the prison director. So mag-recommend lang siya, no? So it is a just in cause, masig naka-violate siya sa rules. Okay. Confinement and accommodations of inmate. Placement of confinement. Now remember, there are only two authorities can declare the place of confinement and accommodations of persons deprived of liberty. First is the court. The second is the president. Okay? So only the court and the president can declare the place of the confinement and accommodations of the inmates. Now, place of confinement, inmates shall only be confined in a place declared by the President of the Philippines. May sinabi ng Presidente, yung offender na yan, yung nakonbikto na yan, huwag siyang ilagay sa National Bureau of Prisons. Ilagay siya under the care and custody of the National Bureau of Investigations for the possible calling him as an state witness on the House of Congress hearing. So, pwedeng ganon, no? Or other to the placement of the lesser inmates or by specific directions of the court, provided that a male inmate shall be committed directly to and shall be confined in a prison nearest to his actual place of residence. A prison may also be used as a place of detention for other classes of inmates or for the temporary safekeeping of any person detained upon legal process. Now, security compound. A prison shall, whenever possible, have a separate prison compound for the segregation of inmates according to their security qualification. Kaya meron tayong tinatawag na minimum, medium, maximum, super maximum, and detainees. Pag sinabi natin yung super maximum, that is a hardcore criminals, no? Yung mga escape-prone inmates, mga high-profile, high-value targets. Now, each prison compound shall be under a superintendent who is assisted by assistant superintendent. Take note, the supervisor in charge of the prison institution is no other than the prison superintendent, and the overall head of the Bureau of Prison is no other than the prison director. Separate facilities. Where facilities permit, there shall be a separate dormitories to house inmates under the following categories. So, wala nga tayong ganito kasi as based on the international agreement for the treatment of offenders, dapat dormitory type ang kanilang kulungan. No? Kasabi nga natin kanina, budget ang problema. Finally, sentence inmate, death convict, dapat separate yung ano nila, no? Inmates who by reason of their criminal record are likely to exercise a passive influence to other inmates. Detainees, youth offenders or those below 18 years of age. So ngayon, wala naman ito. Then first-time offender, habitual delinquents, yung palagi na lang nagka-violate or tumatakas. Infirm, no? Infirm aged, yung mga matatanda na medyo mahihina na. Invalids, yung mga disabled, and other finally convicted inmates whose physical conditions seriously impair their mobility. Those suffering from mental disorder, this is subject for the evaluations of the prison medical officer, no? So para mailipat sila sa ibang institutions. Or abnormality, including sexual deviates, no? Itong mga manyak. Female offenders, separated talaga yan. Drug dependents, foreign nationals, and members of cultural minorities. So wala, halo-halo sila dyan, no? Now, prison accommodation standard. All accommodations for the use of all inmates shall meet the requirements of sanitation and hygiene, with emphasis on adequate ventilation, living space, and lighting conditions. Bathrooms and washing areas shall be provided in every prison facility. All areas regularly used by inmates shall be properly maintained and kept clean at all times. So yung mga prison tatrabaho nito. Beds and clothing shall be neatly made up in uniform manner at all times. Uy! Building as occupied by inmates must be disinfected at least once a month. Ambot lang, natuman ba kanino? Youth camps. The Bureau of Prisons shall maintain agriculture and forestry camps wherein the youth offenders may serve their sentence in exchange of the confinement and prison. So dapat nagida youth camps to para sa mga 18 years old but not less than 16 years of age, no, kanang mga serious offenses, no, dapat ibutang sila diri. So but the problem is because of the existing law that give protections to the children in conflict with the law. Now, transfer of inmate. The transfer of an inmate may be transferred by the prison director upon the recommendation of the superintendent concerned to another prison facility to bring the said inmate closer to family to as part of this rehabilitation program. Let you say, colonist na ang prison, no? Di tapos, taga Mindanao siya. So, asa man ang duol na prison sa Mindanao? So, naragid din sa Region 11, no? Nasa Dapicol. So kung taga-Cotabato siya, so dili kayo gasto. Kung ato siya Manila, gasto kayo. Samantala kung Davao, Cotabato lang, so medyo dili kayo dako gasto og transportations, di ba? So mas dudo siya sa iyang pamilya. Transfer of an insane inmate. No, they remember the inmate cannot be immediately transferred even if they are suffering of mental illnesses. It must be examined first and evaluated by the prison medical officer, but with the approval of the prison director. Transfer of an inmate to a stockage of the armed forces of the Philippines. So, kinsa man po yung mga piso nga i-transfer sa armed forces of the Philippines, katong sila na police, naman sila dito, no? The confinement of an inmate may be transferred to an AP stockage provided that the inmate is certified a minimum security rest and does not belong to any of the following categories: inmate serving a life term or sentence to death, inmate with previous records of escape, recidivists, inmate serving a crime involving moral turpitude, and the next is a female inmate. So, sila lang ang pwede dito, no? Inmates who has been previously transferred to an AP stockade and was returned to prison for cause. Inmate is more than 50 years of age who can no longer perform manual work. So, mani siya katong mga priso nga dili na pwedeng i-transfer sa AP kay dati na sila nabutang dito, tapos ni tapas or di balin sila o katong mga 50 years old kay di na maka-perform of mandatory prison labor work. Inmate who is a permanent resident of a place within a radius of 100 kilometers from the AFE stockage or wherein he is being transferred, or inmate with a pending case or he is a witness of any pending criminal. Take note, ang pinag-usapan natin ngayon, who are those prisoners are not qualified to be transferred to the AFE stockage. Sa kanina, ito mag-qualify ito. Transfer of inmates not eligible to be a colonist to a prison and penal farm upon the recommendation of the classification board. Now take note, the mere purpose of the classification of the prisoners is to identify their basic needs or what type of programs that will be given to every prisoner based on their needs and their capacity. That is the very purpose of the classifying the inmates. Now the classifications of prisoners shall be started during the time that they are confined in the inmates counseling and classification unit for the BGMP and for the reception and diagnostic center for the Bureau of Corrections. So dito magsugod ang classification sa prisoners. Kung sa BGMP, sa ICCU. Kung sa Bureau of Corrections, sa RBC, magsugod ang classifications. Okay? Now let's continue. Physically and psychologically fit to observe the rehabilitative program in the colony, and that such assignment is therapeutically indicated. Transfer of an inmate to provincial jail and vice versa. So, na-remand, no? So, other term of transfer of inmates or prisoner is remand, no? R-E-M-A-N-D, remand. So, na-transfer na or hibalhin na siya. Okay. Transfer of an inmate to provincial jail and vice versa, the President of the Philippines will direct the prison director as the occasions may require the transfer of inmates from the national prison to provincial jail or vice versa. The expense of such transfer shall be borne by the Bureau except the cost of export service which shall be provided by the Philippine National Police. Like for instance, kapilita mo ilang katong mga drug lord nga na sa Bureau of Prisons, di ba? They are transferred to under their facility. So, ang pag-transfer ato, ang mugastos ato ang Bureau of Corrections. Pero sa escorting, depende na kung asa ikulong ang katong piniriso nga gipatawag sa President, sa Congress o sa Senado para mo-attend o hearing as a witness. Okay. Mental and physical examination of an inmate to be transferred. Now, that is a standard operating procedures that before the inmate be transported outside of the prison institutions, there must be a mandatory medical and physical examinations to be conducted. No, automatic yan. No, that is a mandatory. Now, let's go to the outside movement of inmates. So, unsang butang lang na pwede makagawas ang priso? Una, kung ipatawag sa korte kay mo attend og hearing. Yan, no? Ikaduha, kung gikinahanglan niya og medical examinations or check-up in which the prison hospitals have the capacity to do that things. Yan. So, yun lang, no? Yung special cases naman, yung special occasions is to build their sickly relatives and families, or to build or to give a last respect to their dead relatives or families. So yun lang yung mga bagay-bagay na pwedeng makalabas ang priso. Una, utos ng korte or after the release. Pangalawa, kung ipapatawag sila ng authority. Then pangatlo, kung kailangan nila ng isang masinsinang medical examination or surgery na hindi kaya ng prison hospital. Yung special privilege naman para makapiling nila ang kanilang pamilya na may sakit at makapagbigay ng huling paggalang sa kanilang namayapang pamilya. So yun lang yung pwedeng makalabas ang ating mga prison. Movement of inmate outside confinement facility. The superintendent of the prison may authorize an inmate to be taken out of prison in the following instances: to appear in court or other government agency as directed by the competent authorities. So ito, Supreme Court, House of Senate, House of Congress, no? Kung sino may yan nagpatawag na yan. For medical examination, treatment, or hospitalization in outside clinic or hospital, to view the remains of their deceased relative, approval by the Secretary of Outside Movement. So before the prisoners can be moved out or be transported outside the prison, there must be an approval of the Secretary of Justice. No? Prior approval of the Secretary shall be required for the outside movement of an NBP or CIW inmate as provided in paragraph A, in paragraph B, and paragraph C. So katutal ng mga nakalista from to court, to view the relatives, hospitalization. So kailangan merong approval ng Secretary of Justice. Now, outside movement of the dead convict. Now, the dead convicts are not allowed to be transported outside, even to appear in court, if the judge of the presiding judge of the court on where the dead convicts having a pending case, he must seek an approval from the Supreme Court. No, kailangan yung presiding judge ng korte na ipatawag doon sa dead convict na mag-apply sa korte, kailangan magkuha siya ng clearance from the Supreme Court na pwedeng payagan yung priso na kanyang pinapatawag. Okay. Outside movement of the dead convict. A dead convict shall not be allowed to leave his place of confinement except for the urgent treatment or diagnosis of a life-threatening or serious illness. No? So, nyari, nadunggaban siya, seryoso, di siya pwedeng ma-operan sa silod. So, dalon siya dito sa prisuhan. So, kailangan, after that, kailangan magawa ng report and then they must notify the prison director and the Secretary of Justice. Basis of court appearance, sabi natin kanina, the court appearance of inmates shall be based on subpoena issued by the court as endorsed by the director. So, kailangan may subpoena, no? Court appearance of life termer or death convict. So, maniting kusod ako ngayon, hindi siya pwedeng pagawas. So, kinanglan kung patinom dito sa korte, tapos life termer siya or death convict siya, so kailangan katong judge dito nga nasa ng korte, nga mga og clearance or authorization from the Supreme Court. Okay. No inmate sentenced to death or life imprisonment confined in the NBP shall be brought outside of the said prison for appearance or attendance in any court, except when the Supreme Court authorized the presiding judge of the said court upon proper application to effect the transfer of the said inmates. The National Believed Prisons in Cavite, Laguna, who require the appearance or attendance in any judicial proceeding of NBP, death convict, or life termer to conduct such proceeding within the premises of the said prison. Muna nga, ang tanang korte karon na naslay, ang tanang prisuan karon na naslay mini court. No? Nanay korte para dito, especially ka ng mga hardcore criminals or mga high-value target prisoners. So dito na lang hiringon, special hearing. So ang judge na lang ang maadto. application to view the remainder of the deceased relative with supporting documents. So kung ang iyang asawa namatay, marriage contract. Kung iyang anak, birth certificate of marriage contract. Kung iyang mama, yung birth certificate of marriage contract sa iyang mama. So yan, no? Ang dami. Ito yung mga kailangan, no? Mga kailangan ng priso bago siya makalabas para patingnan sa huling araw ang kanyang namayapang mahal sa buhay. Yan. The same with itong nagsakit po, no? Okay, so kano siya mag-file ng application para makatanaw sa iyahang ni pahulay ng pamilya or minahal sa kinabuhi. So, every prisoners before they can enjoy the privilege to view or to visit their sickly relatives or friends, they must request 2 days before the enjoyment of the said privilege. So, pag-receive nila sa kuha nga, ikaw gipahibalo nga imuhang a live-in partner, namatay na niya, ilubong siya karong ani-ani. So, kinahanglan 2 days before, makasulat maka directly to the prison superintendent to give you a privilege to allow to visit the remains of your relatives or friends or your by fiction wife or your live-in partner. Okay? So, 2 days before. Now, what is the duration of the privilege? The duration of the privilege should be limited only up to 3 hours lang gina siya. Bisag sa Bureau of Jail, 3 hours lang po, no? Okay, so tagalan siya 3 ka oras. 3 ka oras nga maka bisita, no? After that, uli na siya sa prisuhan. Okay, the inmates may be allowed more or less 3 hours to view the deceased relatives in the place where the remain is in state, but shall not be allowed to pass any other place in transit or to join funeral parties. So kinanglan ang ilang biyahe, diretso-diretso dili na mag-agi-agi pa, no? So you should not grant the request of the prisoners na moagi pa og Jollibee kay mapalit og pagkaon na pasalubong sa iyang parente, no? Dili pwede na. Do not allow that request. No request of the prisoners who are transit or in mobile be granted. Okay. Distance of travel. The privilege may be enjoyed only if the deceased relative is in place within a radius of 30 kilometers. But if the distance is more than 30 kilometers, so the prisoner shall be given also a privilege to visit, provided that the safety and security of this court or the parties may be cleared, no? And then, kung more than 30 siya, kinanglan, makabalik dayon ang prison within the same day. So, within the same day. Now, on the event, 30 kilometers, more than 30 kilometers reduce siya, pero delikado na magbiyahe og hapon kay basig sa Agus, kang lugar is delikado. Di naman siya, kasi serious threat siya, pero may posibilidad, no? So, ang buhaton ana sa escort, kay more than 30 kilometers pa niya, instead nga muli sila, niya, delikado na magbiyahe hapon, kay basig madisgrasya sila or whatever. So, kinanglan ang escort, ang priso ilang i-turn over for safekeeping to the nearest police station. No, ilang ipa-safekeeping sa nearest police station, and then, ilang pabuhatan og certification, no? Nga gi-receive nila ang piniriso. So that, whatever may happen to the prisoners, so they have no responsibility. So dili sila ang last touch. Okay? So dili po sila dapat mga tulog sa hotel. No? Kung mga tulog man sila sa hotel, dapat ang prison ilang ibutang sa police stations. Kung wala police station, pero naidool nga municipal jail, so dito nila safekeeping ang piniriso. If there is no nearest police station on that place, so maybe the request to travel, which is the distance is more than 30 kilometers, and there is a little bit chances to return on the same day. So murag ang prison director prison superintendent dili niya grant ang request to view the remains kay tungod sa security reason. Okay. Rights and privilege of inmates. Rights of inmates. An inmate have the following basic rights: to receive compensation for labor they performs. No? So, makadawat po sila og suhol or bayan. To be accredited with time allowance for good conduct. So, kung nagpinayo sila, trabaho sila, nasa sila GCT or loyalty. To receive, to send and receive bill matters, that is not a privilege, but that is a right. No? To practice their religion, observe their faith, that is a right. To receive authorized visitors, that is only a privilege. To ventilate their grievance to proper channels, that is rights and privilege. To receive death benefits and pecuniary for pain or injuries, that is only a privilege. Okay? Privilege of inmate, the following privilege of inmate shall also be extended to an inmate: attend or participate in any entertainment or activity within the personal reservations, that is only a privilege. Read books and other reading materials in the library except those prohibited books. Is to smoke cigar, that is really privileged, cigarettes, except in prohibited places. Participate in civic, religious, and other activities authorized by prison authorities, and to receive gifts and prepared food from visitors subject for inspection. So what are the rights of the detainee? So ito yung mga convicted offenders, which is more than 6 years, but their case is on appeal. Kaya ang tawag niya kanila dun sa Bureau of Prison ay detainee. A detainee may, aside from the rights and privileges enjoyed by public inmates to wear civilian clothes, to grow their hairs and customary styles. So, itong mga detainee lang pwede magpataas ng buhok, pero itong mga finally convicted, if their case is no appeal, then palugid sila sa mandatory rules and regulation. Okay. Now let's go to the prison labor rules and regulations implemented in the prison institutions. Prison labor. Prison labor of finally convicted inmates, take note, all finally convicted inmates shall required to work 8 hours a day, 7 days in a week. No? Okay. Prison labor of finally convicted inmates, a finally convicted able-bodied inmates may be required to work at least 8 hours a day, except on Sundays and legal holidays. And about the prison public buildings. So, klaro kayo, dapat buong sa mga projects sa gobyerno, no? Pero mananita po sa Pilipinas. Roads and other public works of the national government in the interest of the service. However, they may be required to work on expected holidays kung dinalian ang trabaho. Pero so far, wala pa may naitabong ang piso ipatrabaho sa construction na project sa gobyerno. Prison labor of detainee. Take note, the detainee is not required to work 8 hours a day, but they are required to clean their cell. No? So, dili sila pugson pagpatrabaho, kay detainee man na sila. Pero kung mutrabaho sila, so they are entitled for the future privilege. Okay. A detainee may not be required to work in prison. So, di sila patrabaho on 8 hours, pero di kinanglan nila manglimpyo sa kagalingon nilang mga silda. Okay. So, now let's go to the agreement of detainee to abide by rules imposed and finally convicted inmates. So, kung ang detainee musunod sa rules and regulation na gipahamtang at finally convicted inmates. So, kung yun sila nga, sir, mo trabaho lang ko sir, why nagkapaabot sa resulta sa kong apila. So, kinanglan, mupirma sila dito o waiver. No? Wala sila gitugos, kundi sila mismo voluntary. They will be the one to write a certifications under oath that they are voluntarily to work so that they will earn what we call this, yung tinatawag natin na good conduct time allowance once their appeal will be what we call this, no? Makuha nilang appeal, mapildi, no? Upon his admission, the detainee shall be informed that he may be credited in the service of his prison sentence with the full time during which he may have to undergo preventive imprisonment if he agrees in writing to abide the same disciplinary rules as imposed on convicted inmates, provided the detainee is not a recidivist or has been convicted previously twice or more times of any crime. So, walay labo itong gabalik-balik na lang dito sa prison. Para isa sa mga first-time offender. First-time offender ka, first-time na ito sa Bureau of Prison. Tapos ang imong kaso, imong giapila. So, dili ka pugson o patrabaho 8 hours, pero maglimpyo ka sa imong silda. Pero kung ikaw mismo voluntaryo, dapat musulat ka, you must be put into writing that you are voluntarily abide the rules and regulations so that your good behaviors will be credited, and one day you will receive a reward, no? Kung whatever may happen or the outcome of your appeal. Okay. Certification of superintendent. If detainee refused to abide by rules imposed on final conviction. So ganina, ang detainee musunod siya sa balaod sa mga final convicted. Kining atong iskutan karon, pag dili siya musugod, dili siya mo trabaho, so kinahanglan mupirma siya sa certificate nga gipahibali siya tapos dili siya musunod kay basig mo sa pang-desisyon sa korte nga iyang giapila. Okay. If the detainee does not agree to abide the same disciplinary rules as finally convicted inmates, the superintendent shall issue a certification under oath to the effect that the detainee was apprised of his right to be credited in the service of his prison sentence with the full time during which he may have undergone preventive imprisonment, and that the inmate refused to abide by the rules as imposed to finally convicted inmates. No? Pag di siya mo trabaho, di siya mo tuman sa mga rules nga gipamtang sa mga finally convicted, so na po certification nga iyang perma nga he is refused to abide or follow the rules as imposed to finally convicted inmates. Now, in such cases, the detainee shall be credited in the service of his sentence with 4/5 of the time during which he has undergone preventive imprisonment. Katuning mga detainee nga ni voluntaryo nga mo trabaho, so while waiting for the result or the decision of their appeals, no? Agreement of certification as part of prison record. The agreement or certification as mentioned above shall form the prison records of the detainee. So, iatas ni sila ang prison record. Now, female inmates. A female inmate shall only be assigned to work on jobs which is suitable to their age and their physical conditions. The female inmate shall be supervised only by a women officers. Now, ang mga buntis ng babae, dili na sa tagaan ng bukat na trabaho. Ha? Now, all inmates and inmates which is over 60 years of age may be excused from mandatory labor. Sa mga katong mandatory labor, mga bukat na trabaho. So, asay lang na siya mga gaan, katong pagkaon ng manok, magbisbis sa garden, or gardening lang na sila, no? Okay, place of work of assignment. Only the medium and the minimum security inmates may be assigned to work in agricultural field project within the prison reservation. Take note, who are allowed to work outside the prison institutions or in the banana plantations like in Panabo. Only the minimum in the medium security inmates is allowed to work outside, no, on the field project of the prison institution. For those maximum security inmates, they are not allowed to work outside. They will be given a work assignment inside the prison institutions. Okay. So, again, ang pwede lang mo trabaho sa gawas, para sa banana plantation sa Panabo, ang katulang minimum o medium security inmates. Katong mga maximum, dili sila pwede mga kagawas o makatrabaho sa banana plantation, pero tagaan sila og work assignment sa sulod sa ilahang sa security compound. Okay. Work programs. Work programs shall be conducted in prison to promote good work habits and self-esteem among inmates and not as means of exploit cheap prison labor or as a form of punishment for deviant behavior. Ang work programs para ni sa tanan, no? Dili tungod kay piniriso na siya, tagaan na siya programa para lang nanay programa, no? Dili sa program, kundi this program is to promote the self-esteem and to improve the way of life of a prison and open there, no? Now, compensation credits, naman tayo work labor, no? Ito say, mo trabaho siya, nagay mo sila project. So, the prisoners shall be entitled to receive a compensation after 6 months of showing good behaviors, no? And have a motivation to continue to work and to cooperate with the work program inside the prison institutions. After 6 months pa siya makadawat, no? Inmates compensation. 6 months after being permanently assigned to work in prison, An inmate may receive compensation credit at rates to be prescribed by the prison director as provided. So hindi, nagay mo sila mga carving, may mga project niya, no? Ang income ato, so kung unom na sa kabulan nga na-assign diha, so after 6 months, pwede na sa matagaan o gamay nga insentibo sa iyang kahagno. Then, he maintains good conduct and then tagapagin siya og GCT, by showing good performance. He shows interest and definite degree of progress in the particular work assigned to him. So, ano mga requirements, no? Compensation credits shall be allowed in the payment of those classified on workmanship as may be prescribed by the director. So, kung saan ito yung mga trabaho, para po ito ang imuhang madawat nga insentibo. Keeping of work records inmates. A record shall be kept of inmates showing the workmanship, classification of skilled and semi-skilled grades. So take note, ang tanan niyang mga trabaho, so tagaan na sa kopya so that he will also keep that records. So as to counter kung naingon siya nga wala man kay gipang trabaho. So unsa ano pag-claim sa imong kuan, so para naasay kopya. Okay? The credits according to each shall be made monthly in accordance with the approved recommendation of the committee named for their purposes. A copy of the committee recommendations as duly approved by the director or the present superintendent shall be furnished to the commissions on audit for his information in connection with his duty of supervising the proper accountability of the fund created. The credits to which shall be part of the inmate trust fund. So katong ilang mga prison labor compensation credits, tagaan na silang kwarta. So ang tanan nilang makuha ng kwarta, itagak na sa ilang trust fund. Okay? It can only be withdrawn if the prisoners is badly needed at funds. Kung nasa sila gastuhan nga importante. Now, compensation earned, how applied? The whole or part of the compensation credits earned by an inmate may be forfeited and applied to the payment of supplies, equipment, loss or damage from the inmates or misconduct or willful negligence. Okay, so meaning, kuan, tintay na sila gipahuram sila pala. Through negligence, ilang naguba. So, pabayaran na sila, ha? So, asa kuhaon ang bayad, ibidak sa ilang compensation credits, i-minus sa ilaha. So, matag butang nga naguba because of their negligence or nawala or gikawat, so bayaran nila na. Pero kung naguba nga not because of negligence, naguba lang siya because of the ter and wear principles tungod kay ikalawang na nabali, wala kay gibunal, kung gibunal niya na bayad siya, pero kung pagtrabaho niya diha pa nabali, so ikuha na lang sa report nga nabali kay gikalawang na. Okay. 1/2 of said earning may be utilized by the inmate to purchase some of his needs, no? So ang prisoners katong nagkanay compensation credits, so pwede siya maka-withdraw sa iyang tinigom nga kwarta ngadto sa trust fund katunga lang, no? Katunga lang. Pasana nasa 6,000. Karon nasa paliton o nanginanglan ang iyang pamilya o kwarta. So pwede siya maka-withdraw dito 3,000. Pero kung ang iyang paliton sapatos lang, kung pila lang kantidad sa sapatos, mura po ito ang iyang withdrawon. Pero ang sapatos na paliton, dito po sa Bureau of Prisons. Naman na sila pambansang sapatos ng priso. Katong Robertson or Supra, mao na ang sapatos dito. O kung palit sila butas, o dito, kung pila kantidad sa butas, mura po din lang pwedeng i-withdraw. So there must dili sila tagag kwarta kun dili tagaan lang sila og katong bitang voucher. So tagaan sila kopya sa voucher, nya katong isa ka voucher mo to lang ihatag dito sa cooperative nga tindahan dito sa Bureau of Prisons. So ila kinala nila tong tigumon katong voucher kay kuan man tong maro tigil tawag nila og kanang kung sa nanarbaho pata murag unsay tawag anak kanang nagkas advance. Okay, so murag kas advance ba. So mo na siya. So they can only cash advance 1/2 lang of the whole total savings, no? In exceptional cases, however, upon satisfactorily showing of a necessity for withdrawal, the director or the superintendent may authorize the disbursement or a part of the amount retained. Pintay na yung mga exceptional cases. Tapos, pasaan ng adi na lang pabayaran sa iya. So pwede na po di-reimburse ay ibalik sa iya. Okay? So, mga special cases lang para sa pagsulti na ko nga wala man nagituyo kay dito nagtrabaho mo siya tapos gabok na di itong palang nga iyang gigamit, no? So mo na yung mga special cases. Now, trust fund mo ni siya ang mga mong pangalan sa mga kwarta sa pineriso. So ihulog ni siya sa bangko, sa government bank. Take note, murag tulo lang ata ang government bank nato diri. Ang purely nga government bank is land bank. Then ang Development Bank of the Philippines, ang DBP, kay ang katungaan na is share sa government. Then naapod kay UCPB, no? I think the UCPB is one of the corporators of that particular UCPB bank. Okay? So withdrawal of earnings, the inmate at any time withdraw from his compensation earnings an amount not exceeding 1/2. So kinahanglan di mo sa katunga of his total earning. However, in case of urgent need and at the discretion of the superintendent, the whole of his earning may be withdrawn. Sa manin, dapat kinahanglan kay na emergency, kinahanglan mabayaran dahil ng hospital bill sa iyang pamilya, kung dili madungagan. So pwede na niya na i-withdraw tanan, pero kinahanglan maghimo siya og request. It must be written and then with supporting document na nganong kinahanglan niyang i-withdraw tanan. Di ba pwede nga i-withdraw lang kasi sa iyang gusto, dili, no? In a case-to-case basis ang total withdraw sa iyang earnings, no? Kanang mga emergency purposes lang. So nasa lang karon sila ang iyang pamilya gipindan nila iyang yuta niya, ang titulo may gimong collateral niya, tapos kulang ang kwarta nga ilukat kay kung dili nila malukat ma-forfeit ang ilang yuta. So that is reasonable grounds na pwede niyang i-withdraw tanan ang iyang earnings. Okay. Payment of trust deposit amount to release inmate. So makuha lang niya tanan ang iyang pundo kung siya makalaya na, no? Kung makalaya na siya. The inmate discharged from prison shall be given the full balance of his deposit. So kung unsa to nga bilin sa iyang kwarta, maro po ito makuha after the time that he will finally serve his sentence inside the prison institutions. Now let's go to the time allowance for good conduct and loyalty and rights of prisoner for outside communication. Time allowance for good conduct and loyalty. Take note, the only authorized persons can grant the GCTA is no other than the prison director through the recommendation made by the prison superintendent. It will be based on their performance in good behavior is shown while they are serving their sentence. Take note, only the prison director is the authorized person to grant GCTA. Since the prison director is the one who grant, only the prison director also will be the one to revoke the said privilege extended to the deserving prisoners. Okay, so mag-recommend na ang prison superintendent. Okay. Who may grant good conduct time allowance? The director may grant GCTA to an inmate who displays behavior and who has no record of breach of discipline. So, breach of discipline, wala nila gisupak ang mga rules and regulation as imposed on the finally convicted inmate while serving their sentence inside the prison institutions. Now, the effect of the GCTA, the good conduct or behavior of inmates shall entitle him to the following deductions of prisons from the period of his sentence. Although sa itong karaang balaod, paminawan ninyo ha, so maning itong karaang balaod sa GCTA under sa Article 29 ata sa Revised Penal Code or 292, I don't know, no? Mag-gawas man natin rin. During the first 2 years of his imprisonment, he shall be allowed a deduction of 5 days for each month of good behavior. So although the first 2 years of the prisoners, he is entitled or she is entitled for a 5 days deductions of each month of good behavior. So samanin siya sa daang balaod, pero it was already amended by RA 10592. Unya makita nato diri ato nang ikumpara ha. Timanan ninyo, ang sa old laws is 5, 8, 10, 15, no? Murag ana 5, 8, 10, 15. Okay. For the first 2 years sa old law, 5 days lang ang ihatag sa piniriso nga nagpakita og maayong gawi dito sa sulod sa prisyon. Matag bulan sa usa ka tuig. During the third or fifth years inclusive of his imprisonment, he shall be allowed a deduction of 8 days for each month of good behavior. So, padayon siya pakita og maayong gawi, no, nabot og ikatulong tuig hantud sa ikalimang tuig. So, most of nang iyahang GCT mahimo ng 8 kaadlaw matag bulan sa usa ka tuig. Okay. During the following years of the 10th year, so pag-abot sa 10 year, sa 10 anyos niya nga pagpanerbisyo sa iyang sentensya, na tapos padayon gyapon siya pakita. So, ang 8 mahimo ng 10. So, nagasaka ang iyang GCTA, no? And during the 11th and successive, pag-abot niya 11 hangtod pila pa nakatuig, mahimo na siyang 15 kada tuig, 11. Pagka 12, 13, 15 days lang each month. So that is for the old laws. Diba na nato sa old law, 2 years, 2, 5, 3, 5, 8, 10, 10 years, 10 days. Then 11 or successive years, 15. So 5, 8, 10, 15 ang sa daan nga balaod. Paminaw ha, daan nga balaod. Nakasabot. Sa daan nga balaod, pag ang priso magpakitag mayong gawi, sud sa 2 ka tuig niyang pagkakulong, upaserbisyo siyang sentensya, so tagaan siya og 5 days GCTA, matag tuig, matag bulan sa usa ka tuig. Pag moabot na siya og 3 ka tuig hantud sa 5 ka tuig, padayon siyang nagpakitag mayong gawi, so mahimo na siyang 8 ka adlaw matag bulan, matag tuig. So kung padayon pag siya nagapahimo pakitag mayong gawi, pag-abot niya og 10 ka tuig, mahimo na pong 10 ka adlaw ang deduction sa iyang sentensya. Take note ha, ang good conduct allowance, it is a reductions or deductions of serving sentence of the prisoners. So i-deduct ni dito sa iyang number of sentence. Okay? So dili lang ta maghimog computation kay online man ang atong exam. Kaya uli pa ni online natay computation nga buhaton ani. No? Pero dili na to na siya buhaton kay musamutag kalangan anak kay nararamtay time limit. Okay, so mag-compute pa ta. Okay, so sa old sa daan nga balaod ni adto ta karon sa bag-ong balaod. Kini siya gi-amend na ni siya under the Republic Act 10592. So wala na ning 58 1015. Ang mahitabo karon is 20 23 25 30 plus nabagi 15, no? Okay, so atong tanawon ang bagong balaod. Okay, so paminaw kaganina ang atong gisgutan katong daan nga balaod sa paghatag og good conduct time allowance. Ha? So pag mutungtog 2 ka tuig ang usa ka piniriso nga napakita og maayong gawi, wala gi-violate karon sa service sa 2 ka tuig, sa pagpanerbisyo sa sentensya, tagaan siya og 5 days. So pag maabot na po siya og 3 to 5, mahimo ng 8. So pag abot sa 10, mahimo ng 10. Pag mahimo na siyang 11 onwards, so mahimo ng 15. Mo to ang karang balaod. Karon ang atong isgutan, ang bagong balaod by the virtue of Republic Act 10592. No? An act amending the good conduct time allowance for a deserving prisoner. Okay. Amended Law on GCTA, otherwise known as Republic Act 10592, an act amending Article 29, 94, 97, and 98, and 99 of Act Number 3815 or the Revised Penal Code. During the first 2 years of imprisonment, he shall be allowed a deduction of 20 days for each month of good behavior during the detention. So sa old laws, the first 2 years of the prisoners are showing good performance, 5 days lang. Pero sa bagong balaod, 20 days. Okay? 20 days sa bagong balaod. Now, during the 3rd to 5th year, inclusive of his imprisonment, shall be allowed a reduction of 23 days. So, sa bagong balaod, nahimo ng 20 kaadlaw ang deduction sa iyang sentensya. Kung mabot sa 2 ka tuig. Wa pa to'y labot tong iyang sentensya dito sa jail, no? I-accumulate man to siya. So, but pa sa but, madungag. So, karon nagagamay ang sentensya. Mao na ka ng 40 years, di na mabutog 40 years kay madidak man na. Napagito ka tong privilege of colonies nga ang yang 40 years, mahimo na lang 30 years. Plus kani pag iyahang GCTA. So, mugamay ug mugamay. Okay? Take note, good conduct time allowance is reductions or deductions of number of sentence or number of years in sentence of the prisoner. Okay. So, sa third to fifth year, may mo ng 23. Kumpara atong 8 days lang sa balaod nga daan. Karon, during the following years, until the 10th year, so pag-abot po niya og 10 anyos pagserbisyo, nagpakita ka po sa mahimo ng 25 days per month per year. Okay? So, 20, 23, 25. No, kumpara sa 5, 8, 10. Karon, pag-abot niya og 11 on successive years, mahimo ng 30 days kung magpakita sa maayong tuhan. So, tuloy-tuloy, no? Kumayong yung ipakita kada adlaw. Nahimo ng 30 days per month per year for each month of good behavior, no? For each month of year. Ang ito each month, katag bulan. Sa mga ipot pasabatan ng each month, di ba? Matag bulan. So, kada bulan, nasa 30 days, kung mahimo na, kung nasa sa 11 years. So, meaning, kung magpaayos kita sa buweng gawi, sud sa pagkauman sa isa ka, sa 11 anyos, 11, naman niyang 11. Limang ka, 1 year ang nawala sa iya, ha? No, na 1 year ang nakuha, na 1 year of sentence, deductions ang nakuha sa iya, reductions of his sentence. So, pag mabuti po siya, 12 years, 30 days gihapon. So, nagagamay, no? Ihatag ni siya after the end of the year of the month, ha? Paghuman sa tuig sa bulan. Okay. At any time during the period of imprisonment, he shall be allowed another deduction of 15 days. This is a special allowance, no? This is a special allowance. In addition to number 1 to 4 hereof is months of study, teaching, or mentoring service time. Kung saan man siya, kining special good conduct time allowance. Kining special good conduct time allowance, ito say, mo voluntaryo siya na mo eskwela. So, naasay 15 days additional aside sa iyang regular GCTA. Now, tudlo siya, mutudlo. Napod siya 15 days, no? Kanang mutudlo, may eskwela. Kanang mutabang og tudlo, mutabang og tudlo sa mga kauban niya, mag-eskwela or maghimo siyang pastor, pwede na, no? Pwede na siya, mentoring services time man niyo. So, study of teaching or mentoring service time. So, pwede siya, no? Magpakita siya dito nga, gusto siyang padag-eskwela or magtudlo siya og kanang religious, no? Religious transformations or nabasa skills, no? So, nasa additional special good conduct time allowance na 15 days. Aside siya ang regular na, 11 year na siya, 30 days na yung ginadawat na GCTA, plus napagin siya 15 days. So, 45 days. Diba? Basta haya-haya, no? GCTA of detainee. Now, for the detainee, they will not be given a GCTA, not unless they will be voluntarily submitting themselves to abide the rules and regulations as imposed to the finally convicted inmate. So, kung mutrabaho ni sila voluntarily, katong i-discuss na ito itong unang, kilala mo, sign sila o certification of voluntarily abiding the rules of the finally convicted inmates. So, nana ni sila ginatawag na ito og savings, no? Katong ilang GCTA savings to until the time that their appeal in court, their case in appeal, in Court of Appeals, nanay decision kung mapili ang ilang apila, so automatic tong iyang nasibing nga GCTA ihatag dayon sa iya. Okay? So kay detainee pa man siya, di pa na ihatag siya, itigumon lang na siya sa Bureau of Prisons. So until the time nga nanay decision ang iyang apila. Okay? Now, remember lang po na ang detainee sa Bureau of Corrections are entitled to invoke their rights to vote. Pwede pa silang muboto. Okay. A detainee shall only be granted GCTA if he voluntarily offers into writing to perform such labor works as may be assigned to him. In such cases, the credit he may receive shall be deducted from sentence as may be imposed upon him if he is convicted. So katuning iyang apilang ginamining no? GCTA of life term, right? Inmate sentenced to life imprisonment shall not be granted GCTA while his sentence is on appeal. Okay, so dili siya tagaan kini mga life termer. Revocation of GCT once granted shall not be revoked with just cause. So, ma-revoke lang ni siya kung kung nakita gyud nga nag-violate sa rules and regulation ang usa ka piniriso. Restoration of GCT, it depends on the approval of the prison director. Bisan pag i-recommend na siya sa prison superintendent kay nagnibalik na siya pakitag mas maayong gawi, so depende na sa prison director. Okay. The GCT which an inmate is deprived of because of misconduct may be restored at the discretion of the director upon the recommendation of the superintendent. Take note recommending authority lang ang prison superintendent. Pero kung dili na i-restore sa puan, kung dili na i-restore sa prison director, kay ginya sige, i-restore ako na siya pero magpaabot siya og another 1 year. Okay, so murag nga na ba na murag disciplinary action to na-impose ang director. Now, special allowance for loyalty. Under the old law, sa old law, katong kining special allowance for loyalty, mao ni siya katong masanang nailino, baha. Siyempre, abrihan man ang mga piniriso, kaya mao naging run for your own life, save your own life. Tapos, ang piniriso, nigawas sa compound, sa prison institutions, ni takas. Dito siya nigawas. Nya, pagkahuman sa kalamidad, within 48 hours upon declarations of safety, dapat mo ang piniriso mo voluntary surrender o mo report dito sa Bureau of Prisons. So para matagaan siya 1/5 deductions. Balikan na to Hintay, Bagyo. Karon giabrihan ng mga prison. Hala, pangita mo lugar nga masipti mo. Wala man ningon ang prison nga, hala, gawas mo diri sa prison og adto mo sa gawas pangita og laing lugar. Wala man gingon. Ang sulti sa prison is gawas mo diha pangita mo og safety. Diri nga asa mo pwedeng maluwas. Okay? So karon pag ligawas man siya sa prison, itakas, no? Magsilbing takas siya. Then after the calamity, after the period of calamity, the government or the Bureau of Prisons declared for the safety, and all prisoners who hiding for safe or seek refuge for their safety, within 48 hours dapat mubalik sila. So pag mubalik sila within 48 hours, nigawas sila sa compound, no? Nigawas sa compound. 48 hours, ibalik sila dito kay mana ang kalamidad. So na sila ay another 1/5. So mo naging pag 20 years ka, so pila ang katunga sa 2010? Pila ang 1/4? Pila ang 1/4 niya? 5. Then kapila tungaon na pud nimo siya so 2.5. So nasa mga isa ka tuig kapin nga deduction. Wag na sa competition so mo niya atong exam na competition, pero dili na to ni buhaton. Okay? Katong ni takas, itungod kay naay kalamidad niya, nibalik within 48 hours na sila 1/5. So meaning katong wala ni takas, nala sila sa prison, nangita og kanang masipti sila, wala ni takas, sa daan nga balaod, wala sila special allowance. Pero sa bagong balaod, sa 10592, mas dako pa. Okay, so unsa man sa bagong balaod, tanawa. Under Decision 4, Article 98 of the same Act is hereby further amended to read as follows. So, gamit na itong Section 4. Katong, ang priso lang nigawas sa prison institution tungod kay nangita og safety nga lugar, nagtago sa dito, na pagkahuman sa kalamidad, voluntaryo sang ni-surrender, so sa 48 hours after declarations, upon declaration of the safety, so tagaan siya 1/5, katurang nigawas. Ang katong nasa sulod, wala. Pero sa bagong balaod, mas dako ang ihatag sa ilaha. Kasi sila ang dapat nga na loyalty. So, unsa man tanawa. A special allowance for loyalty under the Republic Act 10592. A special time allowance for a deduction of 1/5 of the period of his sentence shall be granted to any prisoners who having evaded his preventive imprisonment or the service of his sentence under the circumstances mentioned in Article 158 of this code, katong calamity, give himself of the authority within 48 hours following the issuance of a proclamation announcing the passing away of the calamity or catastrophe referred to in said article. So katong mga nigawas, no? Tapos ni pagahuman sa kalamidad na within 48 hours nag-declare pagingon sa tatong tanang priso nga nigawas kay nangita og safety nga lugar diha sa gawas, balik mo dire voluntaryo. So nibalik sila within 48 hours. So sa duha ka adlaw, no, after the declaration. So kinahanglan na sila ay tawag na 15 days in this 1/5 deductions of their serving of sentence. So sa bagong balaod, ang katong wala ni gaw sa prisuhan dito ra sa sulod sa compound nagtago ang itag safety, so gitagaan na sila og special allowance for loyalty. A deductions of 2/5 of the period of his sentence shall be granted in case the said prisoner choose to stay in the place of his confinement, notwithstanding the existence of a calamity or catastrophe enumerated in the Article 158 of this code. So katong wala ni takas, nara dito, nangita lag lugar nga masipti sila, nga di sila makuan sa baha. So nana sila ay deduction of 2/5. Pero katong ni takas, di balik within 48 hours, 1/5 lang. Pero katong nagpabilin, 2/5. Di ba? Mas dako. This article shall apply to any prisoners whether undergoing preventive imprisonment or serving sentence. So ni undergoing preventive imprisonment katong mga detainee. Apil po ang nasa jail ani. Okay, so now let's go to the coverage for the board exams, no? So I would like to remind you that you need to study from the start because the questions will be taken from first exam up to the fourth exams, no? Okay, so now let's go to the topic for the final examinations or for the fourth examination coverage. So now let's go to first or discuss first about the many glossaries of the study that we will discuss as part of the correctional operating procedures. So how the way we give treatment to every offenders. We'll talk about discuss on the rights and the privilege that may be extended to all prisoners. So proselytize, when you say proselytize, remember this is one of the questions in the board exam last 2019. This is referring to a persons who are encouraged, no, to convert his own belief or religions to the other. Yung bang pang-iinganyo sa isang tao na lumipat sa isang relihiyong paniniwala o relihiyosong paniniwala, no? So doon sa taong nag-inganyo sa kanya. Dahil nga, sabi niya, doon niya makikita ang liwanag kung ano ang tunay at kahulugan ng buhay na naayon sa salita sa banal na Biblia. No? Yun ang ibig sabihin ng proselytize or proselytizing. So proselytize, convert or attempt to convert from one religion or belief or opinion to another. Proselytism is the act or fact of religious conversions. Ganun, na-convert na, kinonvert na. And also includes actions which invite such conversions. Sabi, di ba, may mga taong bumisita sa inyong bahay, tapos sabihin na ganito. So para lang mag-convert ka ng iyong paniniwala ng naayon sa kanilang banal na relihiyong paniniwala, no? Censorship, it is referring to decipherment or censoring all incoming and outgoing visitors. So, pagdating nyo sa training center, pag nakapasok kayo sa training center o nag-apply kayo sa PNPA, nakapasok kayo, lahat ng sulat na tatanggapin ninyo at ipapadala ninyo are subject for censorship. What is the very purpose of censoring the letters or the mail matters? In order to prevent any possible communication that may give damage to the image of the agency. That is, and also to prevent any possible of entry of the contrabands inside the prison institutions. Okay, so censorship is the suppression of speech, public communications, or other informations on the basis that such matter is considered objectionable, harmful, sensitive, or inconvenient into the prison institutions. Inmate communication. Now remember, inmate communication, it is a matter of a right, not a privilege. But this right of communication can become a privilege if a certain prisoners or persons deprived of liberty violated the rules and regulations as implemented to the finally convicted inmates. So yung karapatang pantao na makipag-communicate, magiging pribileyo na lang yun. Especially sabi natin, gumawa siya ng sulat, padala siya ng sulat, tapos nung dinicipher na, nalaman doon na meron siyang message na which is make the prison institutions damage, or yung tatawag natin na the operation will be hampered, no? So yun, kaya yung karapatan niyang malaman kung anong nangyari sa labas at sa labas ng kulungan ay magiging isang pribileyo kung nag-violate siya. Remember, rights of communication is a matter of a right, not a privilege. No? So, magiging privilege lang ito pag nag-violate yung isang person deprived of liberty under the custody of the prison institution. Now, right to communicate. An inmate shall have a right to communicate or correspond. Ano itong correspond? Papadala ng mga reports or balita, no? With the persons and organization, and to send and receive letters, package, books, periodicals, and other materials that can be lawfully sent to mail. Censorship of all mail matters. So as I've said earlier, that all incoming and outgoing mails are subject for censorship. All letters sent or received by an inmate, as well as magazines, books, periodicals, and all reading materials shall be subjected to censorship to prevent the possible entry of contraband and the entry or exit of information that may adversely affect the security of the prison facility. Now, what is the guidelines of the censorship of mail matters? The sending and receiving of mail by all inmates shall be governed by the following guidelines. Inmates shall be secured until such time that the censors are ready to examine them. So, kung magpapadala sila ng sulat, so kailangan idaan muna nila kasi they are not the one who will be to send the letters. No, meron kasi mail officer ang Bureau of Corrections. Sila yung kukuha ng mga sulat, sila din yung magpapadala ng sulat. No? Pero yung silyo o yung mail cell, babayaran yun ng priso. Kukunin yan doon sa kanyang pecuniary aid. No? Inmate mail shall be opened and searched by qualified, trained, and authorized personnel. Kaya nag-hire ang Bureau of Corrections ng mga criminologists, no? So para sa ganitong klaseng trabaho. Greetings cards shall be carefully examined and failure of any kinds found therein shall be collected for laboratory examination. So, di ba ngayon, ano naman tayo ngayon? High-tech na, no? Paperless communication naman. So, lahat naman ng paperless communications, gadgets, hindi rin pwede sa loob ng priso. Although, there are some prisoners are given a privilege to have a free call or to search or to use their internet, no? As part of the program of communications with the Bureau of Corrections. So, pwede sila doon, pero dinidecipher yun, no? Yung kanilang mga message na pinapadala sa kanilang pamilya, which is using the modern technology. Photographs shall be marked on the reverse side and placed in the envelope, no? So kailangan lalagyan niya ng marka. In censoring mail, prisons lang, alam natin na may merong lingwahe ginagamit ang mga priso. Unusual nicknames and sentences with double meaning shall be carefully studied and deciphered. So tulad ba ng mga ginagamit ng mga kabataan ngayon, yung mga P-words, di ba? Eh, tayong mga hindi alam natin yung mga ganitong salita, hindi natin naintindihan, no? So yung all types of languages or dialect which is not commonly used by common people, that is subject for decipherment. No, kailangan iano yan sa i-decipher. Baka meron niya yan sang that is a coded words, no? So yun ang iniingatan ng ating Bureau of Prisons. The letters passed by censor shall bear the censor stamp at the top of the edge face of the envelope. So lahat ng sulat na dumana sa censor, lalagyan din yan siya ng censor stamp. No, ibig sabihin that is free for any possible of questionable issues on the said letter. Then the letter shall be replaced in the same envelope and reserved. The contents of an inmate's mail shall be confidential and shall not be discussed with other prison personnel. So, ibig sabihin, confidential yung lahat ng mga sulat na ipapadala o ano yung sinulat ng priso doon. So, it will be treated as a confidential and it should not be discussed with other prison personnel. No? So, kung ano yung nakita doon, nabasa ng master censorship man o nung nag-examine ng sulat, so ang pwede magkakalam lang yan is yung prison warden or prison superintendent. So, yung nag-examine at saka yung prison superintendent or warden lang makakaalam kung anong nilalaman ng sulat doon sa pinapadala ng isang preso. Okay? What may be censored? Ano yung mga bagay-bagay na isi-censor? All letters containing statements concerning the security or reputations of the prisons, like escapes, attempts, smuggling, trafficking of contraband, or statements that may affect prison rules and policies shall be censored out. Actually, lahat ng sulat na papasok at palabas, tinitingnan yan, binabasa. Tapos, ini-interpret, no? Nagkakaroon ng translations. So, para malaman kung ano ba talaga yung sinulat doon o ano yung klaseng communications. Okay? Any item or correspondence or enclosure that does not conform with the regulations or considered as detrimental to the security, good order, and discipline of the prison shall be confiscated and submitted to penal superintendent for proper disposition. So yung mga bagay-bagay na pinapadala na which is na considered as a violation of the prison rules, so all those items shall be subject for forfeiture and seizures, no? So, and then it will be submitted to the office of the penal superintendent so that the penal superintendent will be the one to decide on what to do on the said articles, which is sended to the prison inmates or the person deprived of liberty. Collections and delivery of mail matters. So lahat ng mga sulat ng mga priso, may araw sila doon na i-collect, no? Yung mail officers, i-collect tayo yung mga sulat ng mga priso at sila din yung nagpapadala ng sulat. So lahat naman ng sulat dadaan din sa prison superintendent kasi nga that is subject for what we call this decipherment or censorship. Yung ipapadala naman, so yung natapos ng na-censor, so yun na yung ihuhulog sa mailbox, no? Yung silyo, babayaran nyo ng priso, so i-charge yun sa kanilang compensation credits. Okay, so hindi libre ang pagpapadala, pero yung silyo, hindi libre, babayaran nyo ng priso. Okay, the mail officer shall collect and deliver mail matters on a daily basis from Monday to Friday. An inmate shall be advised to claim his mail if he fails to claim his letter within 24 hours after it's received in prison. So kailangan, kung mayroong sulat, papaalam doon sa prison na mayroon siyang sulat, kukunin niya doon sa mail officers. Okay, so kailangan makuha within 24 hours. Okay. Expenses for special delivery of mail. Inmates shall be allowed to send letters by registered certified stamp or special delivery at their expenses. So, yung mga special delivery, register, meron silang ginawang manuscript o gumagawa sila ng libro tapos ipapadala na sa publishing. So, kasi ano man yan, special delivery or certified stamp. So, sila magbabayad no padala, no? Sending money. Inmates may receive or send money through the prison postal services under the supervision and assistance of designated prison officers. So, pwede sila magpadala ng pera, pwede din sila tatanggap ng pera. Pero, meron yung limitations kung magkano o anong halaga lang ang pwede nilang hawakan sa loob ng silda. Okay. The male officer shall issue a receipt in duplicate for the amount enclosed in the inmate's incoming letters and shall deposit in the trust fund. The original receipt signed by the male officer shall be filled with the trust fund officers and duplicate copy thereof be given to the inmate. So kung magpapadala sila, so bibigyan sila ng resibo, no? Na kung magkano yung halagang na-deduct doon sa kanilang trust fund. So lahat ng resibong natatanggap nila, yung mga deduction or voucher, so kailangan hawakan nila yan para meron silang ebidensya na ito lang yung nakuha sa kanilang perang pundo na kanilang pinaghirapan sa loob ng prison institution. So kailangan taguin nila yon, no? Para meron silang dokumento na ipapakita at the end of the day. Now, male privilege of inmates under punishment. So, kunyari, may pinapadala sa sulat, nalaman doon na meron siyang pinagsasabi doon na which is against the rules and regulations of the prison institution. So, yung kanyang yung privilege niya na magpapadala ng sulat o yung karapatan niya magpadala ng sulat to communicate with their loved ones, once violated, so magiging privilege na lang yun. So, bibigyan siya ng a certain disciplinary actions, no, na hindi siya pwedeng makatanggap ng sulat at magpadala ng sulat sa for a period of time based on the disciplinary actions given by the prison institution. Kasi nga, binayulit niya yung karapatan niya magpadala ng sulat, no? Or makipag-communicate sa ibang tao. Okay? Kasi yung pagpapadala ng sulat, that is only a matter of a privilege. Pero to communicate with other persons or their loved ones, that is a matter of a right, no? Because that is was provided under the RA 7438, no, even in the Philippine constitutions. So nakasaad yan sa batas, no? Yung kailangan yung rights of freedom of communications, no? So yan. Pero remember, if that rights was violated, then it becomes a privilege. It becomes a privilege, so the authorities can also regulate for sending and receiving mail matters for a period of time as part of the disciplinary actions or a penalty or a punishment imposed to those prisoners who violated the communications privilege. Inmate under disciplinary punishment shall be allowed all mail privilege unless his misconduct involves a serious violations of mail regulations. So, yung mga nag-violate, hindi naman communication ang na-violate, kundi yung regulation, let you say, yung gumawa siya ng kalukuhan. So, siyempre, meron pa rin siyang karapatan na magpadala ng sulat at tumanggap ng sulat. Pero kung ang violation na gawa niya is violation of mail regulation, so yun ang magiging pribilehiyo, no? Use of telephones. Now remember, all prisoners who are showing good performance and then they are considered as a colonies, so they will be given 5-minute free call, no, for every 3 months, no. For a continuing of 3 months, they show good performance, they are not violating any rules and regulations. They will be given a rights and privilege to communicate their loved ones using the facilities or equipment inside the prison institutions. For those stateless inmates, they have the same privilege, no, extended. Kung sinabi natin stateless prisoners, ibig sabihin, ang foreign nationals na ito, wala silang embassy dito sa Pilipinas. They have no embassy or they do not have what we call this ambassadors assigned in our country. So, pwede din silang gumamit. So, tatawagan nila yung pamilya doon sa lugar. No? So, kasi ang tawag natin sila, stateless prisoners. Ibig sabihin, walang embassy or pamahalaan nila ang pwedeng magbigay ng protection sa kanila if their rights and privilege is violated by our territory or by our government. So, yun ang tawag natin sa mga taong walang embassy dito sa Pilipinas. Stateless nationals ang tawag doon, or stateless person. So, use of telephones, all offenders who demonstrated good behavior shall earn one telephone call to any authorized individual every 90 days. So, as I've said, if they continue showing good performance, they are not violating the rules and conditions of communications, so they will be given a privilege to have a free call. No? And the duration of the free call shall be not exceeding 5 minutes when making the call. The inmate shall identify himself as an inmate. Yung nakikita nating palabas sa mga foreign movies, no? Yung nasa salamin siya, tapos meron siyang teleponong hinawakan. So yun, yung parang ganun din yun. Foreign inmates of a foreign national shall be allowed to communicate with their diplomats and consulars, representative of the states, for which he or she is belongs to a certain country. For the state-led inmates, yung sabi natin kanina, wala nga silang embassy, wala silang ambassadors or diplomat na sa ating Pilipinas, they're also given a privilege to call. No? A national or a state without diplomatic or consular representative in the country and a refugee or stateless person shall be allowed to communicate with diplomatic authority of the states which takes charge of his or her interests, or any national or international authority which is tasked to protect said person. Exercise of religious belief. Now, remember, to practice your own belief, it is a matter of a right, no? And it cannot become a privilege. So, ito yung karapatan ng natin na hindi pwedeng magiging privilege magpakailanman, because we have a right to practice our own belief. So, exercise of religious belief, privilege of inmates, detainees to marry, the rights to be visited by their family and relative and friends. Now, ang privilege dito is yung magpakasal, no? And the rights to be visited by the family, relatives, and friends, because nakasad niya ito sa batas, no? Especially yung RA 7438. Exercise of religious beliefs and practices. Religious freedom, thus, the religious belief in moral process of an inmate shall be respected, no? At ano pa man ang kanyang paniniwala, dapat respetuhin dahil yung ang kanyang kinalakhang paniniwala at dapat irespeto. Proselytizing is prohibited from very beginning. No prison personnel or prison inmates shall proselytize their co-inmates to convert or to transfer their beliefs to their own beliefs. No? Bawal yung i-convince ang tao na lumipat ng kanyang paniniwala, no, sa isang reliyosong paniniwala, dahil may karapatan siyang mapanatili ang kanyang paniniwala. Hindi siya pwedeng pilitin, takutin, or kahit ano pa mang anong tawag dito, in exchange of a certain privileges. No? Pag ang isang prison personnel nalaman na yung priso kinukonvince niya na lumipat sa kanilang paniniwala at para mabigyan siya ng pribilehiyo, so pwedeng makasuhan doon ang prison personnel, no? Administrative and both civil, both criminal and administrative cases. So administratibo, ang pwede diyan is magiging masuspended siya o matanggal siya sa trabaho, no? So yun. Proselytizing, no prison officials shall proselyte inmates under his supervisions or allow any inmate to do so without the consent of an inmate's concerns, no? So kung ayaw naman ng prison na lumipat na ibang panahon, so dapat huwag siyang pilitin or takutin. Reasonable opportunity and access shall be provided to inmates requesting information about the activities of any religions with whom they may not be actually affiliated. Dito say, masabihin, oy, merong ano doon, merong Bible sharing doon, baka gusto mo. Oh? So yun, yung ayaw niya, huwag isang pilitin, no?
Okay, next is pastoral visit. So every religious sectors have a privilege to conduct religious assembly or religious gathering inside the prison institutions. No, that is only a matter of a privilege because binibigyan ng pagkakataon mga preso na makinig at magkaroon ng anong tawag dito sa mga gatherings or pagtitipon sa relihiyosong pagtitipon para naman mapanatili ang kanilang magandang paniniwala sa kanilang kanya-kanyang relihiyon. Okay. An accredited priest, minister, or pastor may be allowed to hold regular services and to pay pastoral visits in a private to inmates of his religions of such hour as may be prescribed by the penal superintendent. So, binibigyan din sila ng oras na bumisita sa mga priso na kasama nila sa kanilang relihiyosong paniniwala. Pero, provided that the security of the said visitor shall always be maintained, no? Worship services, no? Attendance by any person worship to services and similarly shall be on voluntary basis. So, kung meron ng mga religious gatherings or worships, hindi pwedeng pilitin ang isang priso na pumunta doon dahil membro siya ng ganung sikta. So, kailangan ipaalam lang sa kanya na meron kayong parang merong ano doon, Bible sharing. So, pag-alam ko, ikasama, yun ang parang kasamaan mo sa isang relihiyosong paniniwala. Pagka gusto mong sumali o pumunta. So, yun. So, hindi siya pwedeng pilitin. Ipaalam lang sa kanya na merong ganong activity, no? So, hindi pwedeng pilitin kasi that is tantamount to the violation of his rights to practice his own beliefs. Sponsor in a religious rights. Okay, so from the very beginning, all prison personnel, even their extended families, is not allowed to become a sponsor of any religious rights. They have bunyag, no? Or kasal, so dili pwede mag-sponsor ang pamilya sa prison personnel, no? Magnino or magninang or mag-unsa pa diya, mahimong bridesmaid sa kasal, so bawal na siya. So, whatever the religious rights, kung pabunyag or whatever, so it must be made simple and it must be done inside the prison institutions with a limited persons, no? A prison official, employee, guard, and or other husbands or wives and children shall not act as a sponsor or otherwise actively participated in any religious rites or activity involving an inmate or member of the immediate family of an inmate. So again, bawal mag-sponsor kahit sino man sa pamilya ng prison personnel ang sumali o sumausaw sa anumang relihiyosong pagtitipon na gagawin sa loob ng prison institutions, no? So hindi sila pwedeng makisawsaw o sumali. Privileged communication or personal communication of an inmate to a prison chaplain. So ito naman, kung gustong kausapin ng priso ang pare, so privilege lang yun. Bakit? Kasi may karapatan din yung pare na hindi siya pupunta. Isa kung sabihin ng pare nila o pastor na, ayaw ko ba baka i-hostage ako niya, no? So, yun, no? So, yun ang tinatawag natin na privileged communications to other person. Pero yung magpapadala ng sulat, yun, karapatan nila yun. All personal communication of an inmate to a prison chaplain or priest or either as formal act of religion or as a matter of conscience shall be treated as a privileged communications. Kasi nga, ang security ang pinag-uusapan natin dyan. Baka i-hostage ng priso yung pare or yung pastor, no? The chaplain or priest concerned shall not be required to disclose all communication. Kasi nga, meron tayong tinatawag na yung privilege of communication. Kanya, nag-umpisa ka sa pare. So, dili na pwede sulti sa pare kung sa inyong istoryahan. No? Okay, that is, meron tayong tinatawag na privilege of communications. Dietary requirements. Sabi nga nila, may dietary requirements. Ang tanong dyan, nasusunod ba ito? Remember,
the common old problems of the prison institution, it talks about the budget, no? Budget. The second problem is overcrowding. Kasi pag walang budget, hindi talaga pwedeng anong tawag ito, masagot yung problema kung bakit maraming priso sa loob ng silda kasi nga kulang sila sa budget. No? That is an old common problem of the Bureau of Corrections. So we are talking about the budget. Okay? So dietary requirements, no? Ito yung tanong natin. Inmates observing religious tests or celebrations may be given raw rations or special diets in accordance with their beliefs. Let us say, sabihin natin yung other religious belief, yung brother Muslim natin, meron man silang tinatawag na Hari Raya Pasa, no? So pagkatapos ng kanilang Ramadan, so bibigyan sila ng pagkain ng naayon sa kanilang paniniwala, no? The cost thereof shall be limited to the recommended daily per capita, no? So siguro tagduwa ka platong kanon na lang. Marriage of inmates and detainees. Now, every inmates or detainees have a privilege to enter into a certain tawag dito, no, yung the sanctity of marriage, provided the deceased persons or detainees or inmates have no legal obligations outside of the prison institutions. Baka may asawa yan sa labas, no? May asawa, bawat isa sa kanila may asawa sa labas. Ayaw, siyempre, pagiging kaso na naman yun sa kanila, no? Anyway, bago na may kakasal ang tao, kailangan nila ng certificate of no marriage, which is duly issued by the PSA, no? Request to marry an inmate or detainee who wants to get married shall submit a written request thereof with the superintendent. No, kung sino ang mga detainee or inmates na gustong magpapakasal, kailangan maggawa sila ng request or sulat, no? So gagawa sila ng sulat. So they need to write a request that you want to engage on the sanctity of marriage, and then that is subject for the approval of the prison superintendent or the prison director. But if the request to marry, if there is no problem, if there is no legal problem or legal issues, so they will be allowed to marry, but they're only given a privilege to have visitors, but only the immediate persons, no? Or immediate family, yung pamilya lang nila, and then yung witness, no? So again, hindi pwede yung person na magiging sponsor sa kasal, no? Ang gastos lang, maggastos. Pero yung venue, doon gagawin yan sa prison institutions, okay? The penal superintendent shall approve an inmate's request to marry except for legal restrictions to the marriage exists on where the proposed marriage present to the security or good order of prisons or the protections of the public. So, ibig sabihin, so kailangan pag-aralan muna, no, imbestigahan kung magpakasal ito, wala bang problema o hindi ba ito makakasira sa ating peace and order dito sa ating prison institution. So, that decision is lies on the hands of the prison superintendent. Eligibility to marry, no? So lahat naman tayo eligible mag-asawa, basta wala lang tayong legal obligation sa labas, wala tayong asawa, no? The request of an inmate or detainee to marry shall be approved provided that the inmate or detainee is legally eligible to marry and is mentally competent and the intended spouse has verified in writing an intention to marry an inmate or detainee. So kailangan magawa sila ng waiver, no? That you have intent to marry with the said person, okay? So, if you ask me, na, sir, what about, sir, kung meron siyang kalibin din tapos nakakita siya ng detainee or na gusto niya pakasalan dahil nag-iibigan sila tapos they want to engage in marriage. So, pwede ba sila ipakasal kasi meron naman silang live-in partner sa labas? Remember, live-in yun. So, ibig sabihin, hindi niya yun asawa. So, wala siyang legal obligation doon. No? Ang legal obligation niya lang is kung meron silang anak. No? Kailangan sustentuhan niya yon. Pero kung magpapakasal sa ibang babae, hindi naman siya kasal doon, so walang problema. Marriage expenses, as I've said earlier, all the expenses of the marriage shall be borne out by the inmate. So sila yung magbabayad, hindi yung gobyerno. Okay, so privacy of visits. Now, every prisoner shall be given a privilege or a right to be visited. But during the conversations between the prisoners and the visitors, the positions of the prison guards must be always on guard. No, it must the prisoners should be always at the eyes of the prison inmate. Okay, so that whatever may happen, or if there is a possible acts or illegal acts that will be made by the visitors or the person deprived of liberty shall be immediately spotted. Okay? So para makita agad, no? Kailangan yung position ng gwardiya, medyo malayo siya, pero kailangan yung mata niya palaging nakatuon doon sa bisita at saka sa inmate, no? Baka may gagawin yan sila, baka magkaroon ng pasahan ng illegal items. Okay. Prison guards shall supervise the visiting area in an obtrusive manner. So, ibig sabihin yung hindi siya makakadisturbo, no? Pero kailangan nandun lang siya na hindi naman malayo, hindi rin malapit. This shall not eavesdrop on conversation or otherwise, kanang maminaw ba, no? Interfere with the privacy of the inmates and his visitor. So, kailangan nandun lang siya sa pintuan. So, pero kailangan palagi siya nakatingin doon sa dalawa. Now, in the conjugal visits, under the Correctional Operating Manual, only the male prison inmates are given privilege of the so-called conjugal visits. So when we say conjugal visit, it is one of the privileges that the matrimonial obligations of the husband and wife shall be given a time to do or to enjoy, even one of them are incarcerated. So, siyempre, nandun yung sex, no? Yung sexual activity ng mag-asawa. So, kailangan bigyan din sila ng panahon, no? Na makapagpaniig or mailabas ang kailang mga damdamin na matagal na nilang tinitimpi, no? Kasi nga hindi sila nagkikita. Okay. So, ang conjugal visit naman ay depende yan kasi may schedule yan siya. It depends on the schedule made by the prison institutions. Okay, so yung babae walang conjugal visit, no? Yung prisong babae walang conjugal visit. Lalaki lang ang meron. Okay, a male inmate may enjoy conjugal visits from his spouse in prison where there are facilities, therefore, under such condition as may be prescribed by the director. Kasi siya method ko is spouse. What if sabi natin live-in partner? As long as na nakalagay siya doon and the inmates recognize that woman as his wife or whatever, so yun lang ang pwede makabisita. Now, visit of a legal counsel. The legal counsel can visit anytime, any day, if the prisoners wanted to talk or to communicate his legal counsel, no? Kunyari, mag-request yung priso na, sir, gusto ko makausap ang abogado kay alas 12 na ng gabi. Sasabihin ba ng preso na, hindi na pwede, mga gabi na, bukas na lang. Ipag-ano mo na yan, ipag-umaga mo yan. So, that is tantamount to the violations of a right of the prisoners to be communicated or to be visited by his legal counsel. So, siyempre, para hindi ma-violate yan, ang gagawin ng preso, tatawagan niya yung abogado. Sabihin, attorney, yung kliyente mo dito, gusto kang kausapin, kung papayag ka. Kung hindi, ikaw na magsabi sa kanya, no? So, yun. So, kailangan pagbigyan ang priso kasi if the right of the prisoners to be communicated or to be communicated by his counsels, that is tantamount to the violations of RA 7438. So, tingnan natin dito, no? Visit of legal counsel. An inmate may be visited by his legal counsel of record at reasonable hours of the day or night. In addition to the above, the girlfriend, boyfriend of the inmate shall also be allowed to visit at any time if the inmate wants to talk his fiancé or a fiancé. boyfriend or girlfriend as stated in Republic Act 7438. So, klaro yung batas, no? Violations of visiting rules. Any circumventions or violations of visiting rules by the inmates or his visitor shall result in the suspension or deprivation of visiting privilege and the initiation of disciplinary action against the erring inmate. So ano ito? Kunyari yung bisita niya, nakitang may binigay doon sa prison na pera. So, lahat kasi ng pera kailangan i-deposit yan, no? Tapos bigyan lang ng resibo yung inmate or ipaalam sa inmate na meron yung bisita niya may biniwang pera na ganito ang halaga. Or may inabot na which is very suspicious items. So that is considered as a violation. So yung bisita na yun, hindi na siya pwedeng makapasok. No? Hindi na siya pwedeng makapasok. Blacklisted na siya. Now let's go to the pecuniary aid of inmates. Now, inmates have also a privilege to be extended a monetary considerations, and that is known as pecuniary aid. Now, how much or what is the amount to be extended to prisoners who extended their assistance to the prison personnel in times of emergency? So the amount of the said pecuniary aid, it will depend on the computations as mandated by the prison director. Okay, so pecuniary aid, pera ito, pera ibibigay, no, sa mga prison na tumulong sa prison personnel sa panahon ng emerhensiya or merong mga jailbreak na nangyayari. Okay, pecuniary aid to inmates, discipline and punishment of inmates and inmate services. Now let's talk first about pecuniary aid to inmates. Pecuniary aid to an inmate killed or injured in the performance of duty. Pecuniary aid shall be paid to an inmate who is killed, injured, or disabled while preventing a prison riot or jailbreak, or while in the performance of duties required for him in any prison industry and not due to his negligence. Ito say, ang isa namang exemption nito is, kunyari, pinatrabaho siya, nag-welding, no? Tapos, ingat na ingat siya, pero nagkaroon ng aksidente na kuryente. So, he is also entitled for the pecuniary assistance, no? Pera ang pinag-usapan dito, ha? Aside doon sa kanyang compensation credits. Okay, amount of pecuniary aid given, as I said earlier, the amount shall be based on the computations as made by the prison director, no? The pecuniary shall be fixed by the penal director and approved by the secretary. So, sino itong secretary na nire-refer dito? This is referring to the secretary of the Department of Justice. So, ibig sabihin, meron na yan silang computations kung magkano ang ibibigay, no? Depende yan sa injury na na-sustain ng biktima. When pecuniary aid is given, the pecuniary shall be given to the injured or disabled inmate at the time of his release or any time during his confinement if he so desires. So, iba itong pecuniary aid. Ang pecuniary pwedeng ibigay sa kanya pag na-release siya or kahit anong oras na gusto niya, no, ng preso kung gusto niyang kunin, no, nasa kanya yon. If the inmate dies as the result of the injury that he sustained or from any other cause prior to his release, the payment of the pecuniary shall be made to his legal heirs. So yan, namatay siya. So yung tatanggap na kanyang pecuniary aid plus yung kanyang perang naipon doon sa loob ng priso ay yung kanyang mga legal heirs, yung kanyang mga pamilyang naiwanan or kanyang pamilyang nabalo, no? Okay, provided that they are not the offended parties or those who caused the imprisonment. Ang basta kahit kung pamilya niya, pero yun naman ang naging dahilan para makulong siya, so hindi pwede yun, no? So, kunyari, nanay, pinakulong ng asawa yung kanyang husband, siya yung naging dahilan kung bakit nakulong yung tao. Siguro, ibibigay yan sa anak, no? Parang pwede, depende yan kung ano ang desisyon ng prison director. Now, let's go to the discipline and punishment of inmates. Disciplinary control and purpose. The effort shall be made to instill in the minds of all inmates the concept that self-discipline is an essential characteristic of a well-adjusted person. Now remember, the discipline imposed in the prison institution is not considered as an punishment. It is part of the disciplinary machinery as imposed by the prison institution to any prisoners who committed violations of the rules of the prison institutions. Now, what are the guidelines in disciplinary control? Disciplinary control of inmates shall be firm to ensure safety and good order in prisons that breaches of discipline. So, yung katong mga nakasupak sa ilang mga disciplinary rules, no? Shall be handled objectively and sanctions shall be executed with firmness and justice. So, ibig sabihin yan, kung nakagawa ng kasalanan yung priso, so, meron pa rin siyang karapatan na dinggin doon sa disciplinary board, no? So, kung mapatay na nagkasala siya, doon pa lang magkaroon ng karampatang parusa na ipapataw doon sa priso. Now, due process according to him, yung sabi ko kanina, every breach of discipline shall be reported to proper prison authorities. The erring inmate shall be given due process. So, yung mga pasaway na mga priso na binayolate yung rules and regulation, ay bibigyan pa rin karapatan na madinig ang kanilang panig at dinggin kung ano man ang kanilang rason bakit nila nagawa ang ganong violations or pagkakasala. Ignorance of prison rules shall not be countenanced or considered an excuse of its non-observance. Because alam na nga nila, no, from the very beginning that they are already informed of all things that they need to observe while they are serving their sentence inside the prison institutions. Kasi part yan siya ng orientation. No? Yung sinasabi natin na 55 days, no? Doon sa Reception and Diagnostic Center. Kung sa jail naman, sa Inmates Classification Council Unit naman, no? Board of Discipline Composition. The director shall establish a board of discipline in each prison to hear cases involving an inmate who violates prison rules. It shall be presided over by the assistant superintendent, no? So, ang presiding officer naman ng disciplinary board sa Bureau of Prison is no other than the assistant superintendent. Sa jail is yung prison warden. Okay. Protection of inmates from institutional abuse. So, yung mga prison naman, ay meron din silang protections against any forms of abuse that shall be employed or applied by any prison personnel, no? An inmate shall be treated with respect and fairness by prison employees. And every prisoner shall be protected against the following: the imposition of any cruel, unusual, or degrading act as a form of disciplinary punishment. So, yung sobrang pananakit at yung pag-iinsulto sa priso. No? So, kung insultuhin yung priso, mga wala talaga kayong silbi sa mundo, ganun, talaga mga criminal kayo, that is a degrading on the part of the prisoners because not all prisoners are criminals. They are only a victim of a certain situations. So, just remember that, no? The use of physical force by correctional officers, no, yung bugbugin, except in cases where the latter act in self-defense to protect another persons from imminent physical attack or to prevent from escape or in riot. Kung tatakas na or nagsimula ng riot, simply, the prison prisoners needs to apply the necessary force in accordance with the situations, okay? Corporal punishment, yung pahirapan, no? Kasama dito yung ilagay siya sa Bartolina, pero yung Bartolina, binago yung pangalan, no? Ang ganda-ganda. Ang pangalan doon is isolation room. Wow, no? Pero yun pa rin yun, no? Pygmy type. Deprivations of clothing. So, kahit nagkasala yan, hindi pwedeng i-deprive mo siya ng magsuot ng mga damit at maggamit ng mga beddings, no? At saka ilaw or yung ventilations, exercise foods and hygienic facilities. Uy, no? Kulang nga sa budget, paano ito may sa katuparan, no? hanggang pangarap na lang ang mga nito, no? Ito yung problema. Our governments entered into a certain international agreement on the treatment of every prisoners, but our government cannot afford to do this. So that is one of the questions. So dapat mabago na ito, no? So we don't know what is the reason why. Kaya nga, sinabi natin kanina, the old common problems of any prison institutions is about the budget. For sleeper, pahirapan mo siya, no? Babalbagunin mo siya atong dagko kay mga bato dito sa bukid gamit ang pala na. Imposable punishment. The Board of Discipline shall be authorized to impose any of the following disciplinary measures to an errant inmate, no? Yung mga pasaway. Cautions or reprimand. So, paimangnuan or badlungon, no? Or maymayan, no? Caution or reprimand. Cancellation of recreation. So ano bang recreation doon? Wala namang ibang recreation doon sa loob ng prison. Bilyaran, bilyard lang, volleyball, basketball. Wala namang ano doon, wala namang soccer. Kulang nga sila sa pasilidad. Educations, no? Kung nag-aral siya, suspinde ang iyang pag-eskwela, no? Entertainment. So, ewan ko kung mayroong entertainment doon, no? And visiting privilege. Ang ito, mahirap itong visiting privilege kasi one of the reasons why the prisoners plan to escape or they want to escape in prison because of longingness to their family. Tungos kamingaw o kahidlaw nila sa ilang pamilya, mga mga priso, pag-unaw ginaog, takas. Kaya nga naman, tungos silang kamingaw sa ilang pamilya. And they will not consider what may happen to their moves, no? Either it is right or wrong, they don't care about that. The very important is they can visit their family. So kaya ito yung mahirap, no? Kung hindi alisan mo siya ng kanyang pribileyo na mabisita siya ng kanyang pamilya. So kawawa naman yung priso. Deprivation of GCT for a specific period. So kung mga minor offenses lang, so siguro their good conduct time allowance, their incoming good conduct time allowance may be forfeited or suspended, no? Based on the imposed by the prison director, because only the prison director can impose a suspension or revocations of the good conduct time allowance as provided in the law, no? Change of security status to the next higher category. So from minimum, nagiging medium ka or maximum kasi nga meron kang ginawang kabalbala, no? Nagiging ano ka na, you are threat to the safety or security of other prison inmates, no? So what are those inmate services? Inmate services are part of the prison rehabilitation and treatment program. The inmates shall be granted access to health. So siyempre meron sila doon, may clinic sila, education. Now, as far as my concern, na doon sa Bureau of Correction, they have already a college degree program. I think that is a business management, no? So because they are adapted by the De La Salle University. Then they have a religious, no? So lahat ng reliyon, anong klaseng reliyon doon, meron sila. Kunyari, Muslim, meron silang parang mosque doon kung saan sila magdasal, no? As part of the related rehabilitation services, okay? Health services. Healthcare and services shall be given to inmates similar to those available in the free community. So lahat, meron silang dentist, medical check-up. So nandun naman provided, but the problem is, sabi nga natin, yung mga gamot, kulang-kulang at saka gamit, no? A prison shall have at least one qualified medical doctor and dentist. Okay? Medical consultation and visiting hours. So medical consultation and visiting hours shall be established by the penal superintendent in consultations with the medical staff. So meron silang schedule doon kung kailan magpa-consulta. Let's say, Monday to Saturday, yan lang ang Monday and Saturday lang ang medical consultation. So parang gano'n, no? Pero yung check-up, araw-araw yun, kung meron kang nararamdaman, no? Basic guidelines on medical consultations. The following guidelines shall be observed whenever an inmate visit a prison, hospital, clinic for consultations or treatment. The inmate shall be in a proper uniform during the consultation. So meaning, kailangan magsuot sila ng prison suit nila. Kasi sa loob lang sila ng silda pwedeng magsuot ng damit na hindi pang priso. Pero pag sa labas, kailangan nakasuot sila ng damit pang priso. So that they can easily be identified. It shall be attended to on a first come, first served basis. Kung sino yung mauna, kahit busyo ka pa dyan, o gobernador, o mayor ka ng silda, dahil nahuli ka, doon ka sa dulo. Depende na yan sa kasama mong priso kung papaunahin ka o hindi. Basta ang regulation is first come, first served basis. So, walang singitan. The number of inmates allowed to prison, hospitals, clinic for consultations or treatment shall be depend on the number of available doctors. So, kung isa lang, so talagang matagal-tagal ang dyan, consultation at saka check-up kasi isang doktor lang ang available, no? An inmate shall be subjected to a body search upon entering and leaving the prison hospital. Yes, iba ka may dala yan silang tools or a certain object that can be used in order to hamper the safety and security of prison personnel or other inmates, no? In emergency cases, only the prison medical staff and the patient shall be allowed inside the emergency room. So, kunyari, operahan. So, walang ibang tao sa loob ng operating room kung hindi yung doktor lang at saka yung medical staff at saka yung pasyente. An inmate shall not loiter in the hospital or clinic or leave the same without permission from the prison medical staff. So, bawal silang magpasyal-pasyal sa loob ng clinic or yung maglakad-lakad sa loob, no? So kailangan doon lang sila sa kanilang prescribed area kung saan sila pwedeng maglakad-lakad. Visitors of inmates shall not be allowed to stay inside the hospital. So, bawal ang mga bisita kasi hindi man ito ordinaryong hospital. To attend the sick inmate without the permission from the prison medical staff. So, kailangan may paalam. So, kung hindi pwedeng payagan, so walang magawa. Children below 12 years old shall not be allowed to stay inside a ward in a prison hospital or treatment room. So, yung mga bata na anak ng priso na edad 12 pababa, so hindi sila pwedeng payagan na na mag-stay, doon sa o manatili doon sa loob ng treatment room. Patients in the prison hospital shall not be required to stand for checking. Patients in the prison hospital shall not be required to stand for checking. So, yung mga may sakit na inoperahan na nandoon sa loob ng hospital, so during the head count, they are not required to stand, no? So, doon lang sila sa higaan, may sakit nga, di ba? The pregnant inmates who are detained or under the custody of the Women's Institutional Corrections, they are not shall be given a hard labor. No? They will be given what we call this yung work assignment, but based on their capacity kasi nga buntis sila, no? Hindi sila pwedeng bigyan ng mabibigat na trabaho, baka magkaroon ng miscarriage or baka makunan or ano pang mangyari doon sa prisong babae na buntis, no? In the correctional institutions for women, there shall be special accommodation for pregnant women whenever as practicable. However, arrangements shall be made for children to be born in hospital outside the prisons. So, dito say, kung yung pagpanganak naman ng prisong babae, kung dito say, sabihin na natin, cesarean, no? Tapos hindi kaya ng hospital yung operation na gagawin kasi masilan ang pagpapanganak nitong prisong babae. So, there will be an arrangement to the government hospital. So, kung mayaman naman yung prisong babae, they can deliver their baby to the private hospital, but they will be the one to shoulder all the expenses, in the private hospital. Kasi sa gobyerno lang libre ang mga priso. Pag sa private, sila mismo magbayad. Infant born to the correctional institutions for women. Now remember, lahat ng batang isinilang sa loob ng silda or presuhan, yung nanay ay bibigyan siya ng pribilehiyo na maalagaan niya at mapadidi yung kanyang anak, pero hanggang isa-isang taon lang, no? Hanggang sa isang taon lang. So, after the delivery, the prison inmates or the women prisoners or the female inmates shall be given a privilege to nurture or to care their newly born baby up to 1 year only. No? So after that, the baby should be given to the family or to the friends on where that person is trusted by the female prisoners. So kung walang kukuha sa bata, the prison institution shall coordinate with the caring institution or the DSWD. So makipag-coordinate sila doon, no? Doon nila ibibigay yung bata. So yun na, under the care of the authorized caring institutions by the government. Kasi nga walang kukuha sa bata, walang mag-aalaga. Hindi naman pwede na yung bata, walang kasalanan, kasamang magdurusa doon sa loob ng priso. Hindi naman araw-araw na pwedeng alagaan ng nanay yung kanyang anak sa silda kasi meron din siyang obligasyon. Okay? So an infant born while the mother is serving sentence in the CIW will be allowed to stay with the mother for a period of not exceeding 1 year. So hanggang isang taon lang talaga, no? After the loss of the said period, if the mother of the infant fails to place the child in a home of her own, the female superintendent shall make an arrangement to any authorized caring institutions or to the DSWD, automatically sa DSWD, for the infant's care. As far as practicable, the correctional institution for women shall have a nursery staffed by qualified personnel. So habang yung bata ay kailangan pang-alagaan ng nanay, so meron din sila yung tatawag na, anong tawag dito? Kanang sa mga private food na kuwan ganit. Kung asa tong magkuhan ang bata, ibutang dito para magdidi. No? Na nursing area, no? Yung tama, nursing area. Recommendations for release of seriously ill inmates. So ito seriously ill inmates, yung mga may mga cancer o yung hindi na bedridden na sila. So kailangan the prison superintendent may now recommend the prison director to release as early the said inmates to the recommendation made by the prison medical officer, no? So yung may mga sakit na hindi na talaga pwede sila makapagtrabaho dahil sa kanilang pangangatawan. The prison medical officer shall visit all sick inmates daily and attend to those who complain of any ailment. He shall render report to the prison superintendent whenever he considers that an inmate's mental or physical health has been or will be injuriously affected by continuous imprisonment or by any conditions of confinement, no? Kunyari, nahirapang huminga, walang pasilidad ang ano doon, or kailangan opera yung priso. So, kailangan ilabas yan, no? Or kung medyo sa tingin ng doktor, ng priso na hindi na ito aabot ng isang buwan, so, i-request nila for early release, no? Ang gagawin lang naman yan ng prison institution is to inform the Department of Justice with regards to the conditions of the inmate. Kasi mayroon naman tinatawag na humanitarian considerations. Kasi sabihin ng doktor na, ay, ano na lang ito, 1 buwan na lang ito. So, ibibigay na lang natin yung 1 buwan niya sa labas. So, but the findings of the prison medical officer shall be countered by other government physicians, no? So, kailangan i-counter din yung findings. Iba ka naman nabayaran yung prison medical officer para lang mapalabas na maaga yung priso. So, kailangan i-counter, check yan siya ng other government physicians. Okay? Notification of a kin of dead inmates. So, kung sakasakali, no, nangyari, namatay yung priso. So, agad-agad yan ipapaalam sa pamilya ng biktima na yung priso, yung pamilya nila na nakulong, ay namatay na. So they're only given a time to visit, no? Kasi if the family of the prisoners who died while under the care of the prison institutions, kung gustong kunin ng pamilya, yes, they can get and they give a decent burial. But if the relatives or the family of the dead inmates, they cannot afford to have a so-called yung tinatawag natin na lamay, no? So, the dead inmate shall be immediately buried, no? Ililibing agad yan, wala na haya-haya yan, no? So, yan, no? Pero kung kunin naman ng pamilya, nasa pamilya yon, pero sila ang maggastos ng travel expenses and funeral cartage. Okay, so notification of kin or dead inmate. Whenever an inmate is critically ill or dies, the prison medical officer report the matter to prison superintendent, who in turn shall notify the inmate's family by fastest means of communications available. Pero sa mga brother Muslim naman natin, kasi 24 hours lang naman yan, so kailangan ilibing sila based on their traditional rights. So after the burial, the family of the said inmates who are belong to the Muslim beliefs, so their family will be properly informed, no? Kasi under the customs and traditions of the Muslims, the dead body of the Muslim must be buried within 24 hours, okay? Donation of human organ, form of donation. Kunyari, yung mga priso may sinasalo na pag sila namatay, i-donate na yung kanilang atay, mata, or puso. So, kailangan meron yung siyang ano, no? So, ang priority dyan is yung government. Okay? Now, the director may authorize an inmate to donate to a licensed physician or surgeon, non-scientist, or any medical or scientific institutions, including the eye banks. Yeah, ibibigay niya yung mata sa tao o bata na kaya pwede pa siya makakita kung mabigyan na siya ng may mag-donate lang, kung may donor. So, yun, pwede yun, no? Any organ part or parts of his body to use the same for medical or surgical or scientific purposes of the said organ and or body parts which for legitimate reasons will be detached from the body of the grantor are subject of the following conditions. The organ or body parts being donated shall be detached after the death of the inmate. Pero pwede rin naman na buhay pa siya. Kunyari, yung mata ibibigay niya. O yung kanyang kidney ibibigay niya sa kanyang kamag-anak. Eh, di naman pwedeng kunin niya pagpatay na, no? Kailangan buhay pa. The authorization to detach or use the organ or body parts shall be in writing. Specify the person or institutions who granted the authorizations. The organ parts to be detached by the specific use or uses of the organ or body parts to be employed, it shall be signed by the inmate and attested by two disinterested witnesses. Okay? The donation is approved by the proper court. Yun nga, may approval pa ng korte kasi meron tayong tinatawag na Committee on Ethics dyan, no? Approval by the director of police. An inmate shall be released by the superintendent with the approval of the prison director. So take note, all prisoners cannot be released. Even the prison superintendent will recommend this release, but without the approval of the prison director as well as the court. So the prisoners cannot be released or be transported outside the prison institutions. So what are the requirements before the release? Verification of identity of an inmate to be released. So kung ano yung proseso pagpasok na, yun din ang proseso sa paglabas niya. Merong medical check-up, examinations, o yung tatawag natin na body search. No? So yun, no? Before an inmate can be released, shall be properly identified. His fingerprints and other identifications marks shall be verified with those which were taken when he was admitted in prisons, and any chance in his distinguished marks since admission. Kung mayroong may nadagdag, so kaya i-interview siya bakit nagkaroon siya ng tato, no? Documentary basis for release. An inmate shall not be released on the basis of authority related to telegram or telephone. So kunyari, nakatanggap ng tawag ang prison director na, i-release niyo si Juan de la Cruz. This is the Secretary of the Department of Justice. So yung tawag-tawag lang or telefax, hindi pwedeng maging basihan yan na payagan ng prison director na ilabas ang priso. It needs to be validated first or else na baka madisgrasya sila. Tulad nung nangyari kay Halusos, no, during that time, si General Dapat. So ang pinagbasihan ni General Dapat na kung bakit niya nirelease o pinagang makalabas na sa prisuhan si Halusos dahil mayroong natanggap siyang telefax na galing sa opisina ng Secretary of Justice or informing him or ordering him to release Mr. Halusos because Halusos was already given a presidential clemency. Nung nagkaroon ng issues, so nagbatuhan ngayon ng shifting the blame. So ang nadisgrasya si General Dapat kasi wala nga siyang maipakitang dokumento na nagbigay talaga ng release order ang Department of Justice kay Halusos by means of pardon. Kasi hiningihan siya ng original, wala siya maipakita, natanggal siya. No? So kailangan, it must be validated first. Okay. Inmate to be released on the basis of acquittal, dismissal of the case, the filing of bond, or the payment of indemnity shall only be released upon the receipt by the penal superintendent of a written order bearing the seal of the court and duly signed by the clerk of court or the judge thereof. Even this is valid, even he received this order from the court. So it is the duty of the prison superintendent to verify it first, the veracity and the genuineness of the said order of release. So kailangan i-verify niya yan sa korte kung totoo talaga. The release order shall bear the full name of an inmate, the crime charge, the number of the case or case numbers, and such other details, as well as enable the releasing officer to properly identify the inmates to be released. Prompt release of inmates. Now take note kailangan kasi yung tatawag, except for those order of the court, yung immediate release, walang magawa talaga ang Bureau of Prison dyan. Pero for the purpose of pardon, parole, or yung tinatawag natin na finally serving of sentence, the procedure of that is 1 month talaga yan, no? So 1 month before the release, kailangan meron pang proseso, no? So always remember the 30 days after and before, okay? An inmate shall be released without delay. However, releasing an inmate who is suffering from a communicable disease. Ano itong communicable disease? Yung mga AIDS, no? So kung ano pa yung pwede makahawa sa mga priso. Or mental derangement who cannot defray expense of his treatment, the penal superintendent shall take the necessary steps to arrange for the follow-up treatment of the inmate in an appropriate government institution. Yung may mga cancer, kailangan talaga maano siya dun sa ospital, no? Mabigyan ng magandang atensyon, or yung mga taong medyo nasiraan na ng bait. So yan, ilipat talaga yan sa mental hospital. Release of foreign nationals. The penal director shall notify the Commissioner of Immigration of the release of an inmate who is a foreign national at least 30 days before the approximate date of release. So 30 days before sa prior release, kailangan ma-inform ng kanyang embassy o yung Commissioner General natin dito sa Pilipinas, no? Then, the director shall furnish the Commissioner of Immigration with certified copies of court decisions in the case of the alien inmate, as hypnosis of his record and the expected date of his release. So yun na nga, no? So 1 month before yan. So remember that. So bago ilabas ang priso, after their sentence served, before the end of the sentence, they must be the court or other courts, and the director shall be properly informed. Even in the so-called parole or pardon. 1 month yan kasi may proseso pang gagawin. Release of inmates with pending case. Sabi natin kanina. If the inmate to be released as a pending criminal case, the director shall inform the court where the case is pending of the inmates. Kunyari, tapos na yung serbisyo ng inmate. No? Then tapos, nalaman doon na meron pa pala siyang pending case. So the prison director will be the one to inform the court or where the court that the said inmates subject for release facing a case, no? And let the court will be decide, no? Kailangan mag-response agad sila or else mapipilitan ang Bureau of Prison na ilabas kasi nga pinaalam na nila in a proper forum, no? The penalty of damage discharged from prison at least 30 days before the actual date of release. In the proper case, the director shall turn over to the proper court where the inmate has pending criminal cause for disposition. So, bahala na ang korte kung ano ang kanilang recommendations with regards to the prior release of the inmate. Kasi nga, tapos na siya sa pagserbisyo. And then, meron pa pala siyang pending case. So, bahala na ang korte na umawak ng kanyang kasong yung isa pang kaso, no? Kung anong gagawin doon sa preso. Prohibited release of inmates before and after election. Now take note, once the election is fast approaching, the prison institution is prohibited to release their inmates 60 days before the elections will be happen and 30 days after the election. So, hindi pwede magpalabas ng priso 2 months before the elections and 1 month before or 1 month after the election. So, kailangan niya, tapos na yung election. So, kailangan maghintay pa ng 1 buwan, no? Na para makalabas yung priso by at the end of their sentence, no? Or by pardon or by parole. Pero, there are some exceptional basis, especially if there is an order of the court, yung tinatawag natin na immediate release, if there is a proper order from the court. Kasi hindi naman pwedeng suwayin niya ng Bureau of Correction kasi ang nakalagay lang doon, bawal magpalabas ng priso kung yung natapos ng sentensya or by means of parole or pardon kung parating ng eleksyon at 1 buwan pagkatapos ng election. Pero kung may utos ang korte na for immediate release, walang magawa ang Bureau of Prison dyan. Total, they can justify the reasons why this inmates or prisoner release. Even there is a so-called ban, no? So, kumilik ban. So, walang magawa ang ano dyan. Separation and Placement Center. An inmate shall 30 days before his schedule of date of release be transferred to the separation. Ito yung halfway houses. Ang tawag doon sa lugar on where the prisoner shall be live like an ordinary member of the community. That is for the purpose of yung tinatawag na preconditioning of the mind of the prisoners before he release, no? So that he can easily adjust on the time that he will be released and return to the community on where he belong, no? So, ilalagay siya sa halfway houses. That is another program. Doon siya ilalagay. So, gawin niya ang lahat. Magluto siya. Nasa kanya kung anong oras siya matulog. As long as na hindi siya pag-alagala sa loob ng prison na nasa pinagbabawal na oras. Okay? Halfway houses ang tawag doon. Kung saan ilalagay yung preso para doon siya manirahan na parang isang ordinaryong membro ng komunidad. Again, halfway houses ang tawag doon. Ha? So, 30 days siya doon. So, prior to the release. An inmate shall 30 days before his scheduled date of release be transferred to the separation and placement center to prepare him for re-entry into the free society, provided he is not under the punishment or in skip rest and is cleared of his government property or accountability. So, wala na siyang babayaran doon sa kanyang mga accountable. So, ang tawag doon sa lugar kung saan siya patitirahin, halfway houses siya. That is part of the program of the pre-release program of the prison institution. Then aside from that, meron ba yan sa natawag na a mandatory 1-day seminar prior to the release. Yung natawag natin na pre-release seminar. Now, the pre-release seminars, all inmates eligible for release shall undergo a 1-day seminar in preparation for his life outside prison. So, yun na, no? So, meron silang mandatory 1-day pre-release seminar. So, before they will be delivered into their halfway houses. Assistance to an inmate to be released. So, once the inmate will be released, they will be given a monetary assistance, no? As part of the gratitude for showing their good performance and cooperating all the rules and regulations as implemented by the prison institution. Upon release of the inmate shall be supplied by the Bureau with transportation to his home. So bibigyan siya ng pera pamasahe, including gratuity to cover the probable cost of subsistence in route. So lahat ng gastusin ng kanyang pagbiyahe, no? Pagkain, no? Siguro kasama na 'yon. And if necessary, a suit, of course, baka bigyan din siya ng damit na disente, no? Transmittal of carpeta and prison record. In executive clemency and parole cases, the director shall forward the carpeta and prison record of an inmate to the board within the following periods. For commutation of sentence at least 1 month before the expirations of 1/3. So, yung commutation of sentence, yung 40 to 30 days, so 1 month din, no? Kailangan before the expiration of the 1/3 of the minimum period of the inmates. Ano bang sabihin? 6, 12, sabihin natin 12, 20 to 40. So, ang minimum doon is yung 6. So, kailangan matapos muna yung 1/3, no? Indeterminate sentence in all special cases at least 1 month before the period is specified by the board. So, always bear in mind 1 month before, no? Except doon sa election. Pag sa election, 60 days before the elections and 1 month after the election. Pero yung release talaga ng priso is 1 month before. Okay? For conditional pardon, at least 1 month before the expiration of 1/2 of the minimum period of the inmate's indeterminate sentence, and on special cases at least 1 month before the period as the board may specify. For parole, at least 1 month before expiry date of his minimum sentence.